Hi guys, and welcome back to the complete guide to Beau Afraid, a video so unwieldy that YouTube itself cringed at the thought of me uploading it in a single go. If you've clicked on this video first and you have no idea what I'm talking about, then worry not, there's a link in the pinned comment to direct you to part 1. We're picking back up following Beau meeting Elaine on the cruise and all the weirdness found therein. But as that was happening, we were seeing glimpses of Beau back at the Stanwicks, and there's a few things there we need to unpack before we move on. Number 1. As Liz and Toni re-enter the home, we can see another red LED light, like we've had on Friel's desk, like we've had on Beau's ankle tag, signifying Mona is watching. From there, we have to move into mythology for a little bit. I mentioned Mona is represented by the moon, and here we see that getting locked in. The camera drifts from Mona to the moon, and the moon continues from the memory into the present as we hear Mona narrating over the top. Just like the LED light, this is another symbol of Mona watching Beau. Now let's cast our mind back to Ganymede, renowned for his beauty, frozen in youth after being abducted to Olympus by the Zeusian eagle. As I mentioned, this was one of 3 similar narratives in Greek mythos. The next is the story of Selene and Endymion. And Selene is not just a moon goddess in Greek mythology. She's also often depicted as the moon itself. And one day, Selene, the moon, sees a mortal man asleep on the slopes of Mount Latmus. She is taken by his beauty and falls in love with him. And in truly troubling ancient Greek fashion, Selene begins a romantic relationship with Endymion by visiting him every night in his dreams. Now, depending on which iteration of the story we go with, this can be very troubling or not all that bad. In some versions, Endymion asks Zeus for eternal sleep, so he can retain his beauty forever. In others, Selene asks Zeus to do this. In other versions still, Selene herself inflicts eternal sleep on Endymion, again with the purpose of him retaining his beauty. In every instance, this perpetual sleep allows Selene to pursue some strange kind of timeless relationship with Endymion. Obviously, it's a bit iffy to a modern ear. It's pretty tragic, even for an ancient Greek ear, but it's also a story about timeless romance. Now, there's some very obvious parallels occurring here that we need to look at. Number 1, the moon, Selene, is watching Endymion. Here, the moon is watching Beau, its light drifting over him, as if it's paying very close attention. As we get parallel reminders that Mona is watching Beau, having just cut from a scene where Mona is looking at Beau and we've moved to the moon. Not only that, but just like Selene, the moon is quite literally visiting Beau during his dream here. Next, Endymion is renowned for his beauty. It's his main characteristic. It's why he's sought after, much like we saw with Ganymede. Beau literally means beautiful. Both Endymion and Ganymede are Peter Pan figures that stay youthful forever, just like Beau's arrested development. In the case of Endymion, by being symbolically and somewhat literally frozen, just like we see Beau repeatedly getting stuck or frozen himself. Both Endymion and Ganymede are stolen in some way by the gods, just like Beau is being stolen away by his god. And in both cases, it's a problematic, somewhat obsessive brand of desire, which is Mona down to a T. So potentially, ASTER is tying together Selene's lifelong demands of Endymion and Zeus's lifelong demands of Ganymede via Mona and Beau, and we'll see it happen one more time before the end. And with Selene and Endymion, it seems especially fitting given the blur between devotion and control. And just as a little bonus, Endymion by John Keats is an epic poem. And when we look at ASTER's influences, Virgil, Homer, Dante, I'd say Keats fits very nicely. The story of Selene and Endymion also appears in Ovid's Metamorphoses, as do most of the ancient Greek narratives ASTER is alluding to, so I think it's a relatively safe and fitting bet here, even if we can't 1000% prove it. Endymion is also a sequel to Dan Simmons' Hyperion, which I already mentioned is doing a similar thing to Beau in that it's a modern epic that's closely focused on weaving itself into previous epic works. That's all great, but we still need to go a step further. Why did ASTER choose the moon to symbolize Mona? And the answer comes down to what a moon is, something that is locked into orbit with us, a satellite we cannot remove ourselves from and survive, something that's essential to us that remains distant, the other side of our binary pair. That's Mona and Beau, locked into a perpetual orbit that neither can extricate themselves from. And if Mona is the moon, then Beau is the world, or perhaps the sun, if we subscribe to something more heliocentric. We've maybe seen that alluded to as well, and we have the wordplay of sun. Either way, it's alluding to him being the center of his own universe, a man so fixated on his own anxious introspection that he has nothing beyond it except for this obsessive satellite that remains chained to him in orbit. And when we come to the third similar narrative from Greek mythology that's being alluded to, we're going to see that play a very big role. One last thing before we move on from moons. When we see Beau drifting back to reality and we see the moon, the porthole window of the ship has followed him to the Stanwicks. I've seen a few people ask why the window changes orientation. It's another 90-degree turn the film seems very fond of, but we should also remember that on the cruise, Beau is laid down. So even though we're seeing it differently, the orientation of both windows is the same. But when we see this vertical window shining and shading over Beau, we get a very distinct line down the middle of him. It's doing a similar thing to Nathan, alluding to the part of him that was lost, just like his alleged twin, we'll see later too. Really the notion that the brave and adventurous parts of him, that forward-moving masculinity, has been torn away and locked in an attic. And how wonderful it is that our moon story, the thing casting this split shadow over him, is also the story of how Endymion was frozen in his youth, just like Beau was, precisely because of this half of himself that he's lost, the very thing that we're seeing alluded to here. Alright, now we have to move from Greek mythology to the Norse tradition and get to the bottom of what's happening with Jeeves. As Beau is ripped from his dream cruise, we're hit with a flash of light and Jeeves entering, trying to tear him apart. Couple of things right off the bat. Jeeves is shown repeatedly to enter situations with a flash of light. In this instance, we're supposed to liken it to a flashbang the military might throw at the start of a room clearing. Jeeves' training is kicking in. However, flashes of light often refer to illumination, newfound knowledge. See any of my previous videos for more information on that. So I think we can pair this with the idea that Jeeves is somehow following Beau on his interior journey through layers of enlightenment and understanding, shattering these barriers within Beau, just like we have with the repeated glass breaking. In fact, we see that again right here too, as Jeeves falls through the glass table. Another quick point, as Jeeves is trying to attack Beau, he's shouting the accusation that Beau is laughing. Beau is clearly not laughing, and so we can very easily link this back to Annie seeing a paimonic smirk on Peter and the line, "that fucking face on your face." See my Hereditary video for all the wonderful details about that. Okay, now it's time to answer a bigger question. Why is Jeeves portrayed like a dog? We've seen some of that already, but we will see more. Him chasing after Beau, pursuing him for miles upon miles, quite dog-like, quite Hound of Hell-esque. And that chase begins with Grace giving him the instruction to rip Beau apart, an instruction one might give a hunting dog. And right after that, we have a sound effect of dogs barking. As Jeeves is shouting and trying to attack Beau, Roger is doing his best to reassure Beau that Jeeves loves him really, much like a dog owner trying to reassure a visitor in between barks. Even the name Jeeves, although it may call to mind more of a butler figure, it's out of place with the other names in the family, like a pet's name might be. And perhaps most clearly, we'll see the shots of Jeeves running being mirrored in the play with the notion of Beau being chased by a vicious attack dog. There's more linking examples we could look at, but I'm of the opinion that the two main instructions that this actor was provided were PTSD and dog-like. And there are a few famous pups in mythology, Cerberus for example, Odysseus's hound Argos, but perhaps most fearsome of all is the great wolf Fenrir, the embodiment of chaos depicted in wolf form that is destined to play a key role in the events of Ragnarok in the Norse mythos, specifically killing Odin. Now, the gods obviously aren't thrilled about this. Fenrir doesn't just magically appear at the end of the world. He's the son of Loki and Angrboda, and so he's around, he's just chilling. Subsequently, the gods make several attempts to prevent this prophecy from happening. Understanding that killing him is unlikely prior to the events of Ragnarok, the gods instead attempt to bind the great wolf, hoping to keep the threat contained. Unfortunately for them, Fenrir is a bad motherfucker, and their first two efforts to bind him end with him breaking free. The gods go back to the drawing board and eventually come up with a chain made of impossible things that is capable of binding him. The gods do their best to trick Fenrir with the chain, but he's naturally a bit dubious about this, only agreeing to it on the basis that Tyr, the god of war and friend of Fenrir, puts his hand in Fenrir's mouth as an insurance policy. Once the binding proves effective and Fenrir knows he has been tricked, betrayed perhaps, Fenrir bites that hand right off. And we see something very similar in Jeeves, only rather than trying to bind him with chains, the Stanwicks use medication. Fenrir is bound 2 times unsuccessfully, Jeeves is drugged twice also. We could argue the third binding comes after the shootout in the forest, with him returning at the end of things, just like Fenrir does, to play his role in Beau's Ragnarok. And the similarities don't stop there. Let's look first at Tyr, the god of war. We really only have 2 characters who have been to war, and we're saying one of them, Jeeves, is Fenrir. So Nathan, our exemplary soldier that sacrificed everything, a soldier who may well have been betrayed by his friend Jeeves in the heat of battle, he's our god of war. And not just war, but heroism and honor and all the things that Nathan represents. And betrayal between Tyr and Fenrir is a tricky concept. Tyr is part of the trick being played on Fenrir, but Fenrir bites his friend's hand. So no matter where you fall on who betrayed who, that qualifies as a friendly fire incident. Incidentally, the Tiwaz rune that's named after the god Tyr is a depiction of a spear. Spears in general are symbolic of Tyr. Alongside that, the name Roger means tip of the spear, and very far from coincidentally, the 82nd Airborne Division that Nathan served in are frequently referred to as the tip of the spear. And I think that's enough to say there's a link to Tyr via Nathan, and subsequently enough for us to pretty much confirm Jeeves is intended to be Fenrir. And if that is the case, then the likelihood of Jeeves having a role in Nathan's death definitely goes up given Fenrir's biting of Tyr's hand. And we're not even close to done because Nathan, as we've discussed, is another reflection of Beau. We can see that very explicitly in things like the name Beau being painted all over Nathan's achievements, and we can see it very subtly in minor things like them both being linked to the colour orange. That's what's happening, without a doubt, and we've already been more specific. Nathan is representing the brave parts of Beau that have been buried. And what injury has Beau had since arriving at the Stanwicks? A bandage wrapped around his hand, very probably alluding to Tyr having his hand bitten by Fenrir. Again, we see this wonderful interweaving of myth and symbolic overlap where it's referencing more than one thing at once. When we see the palm wound being inflicted, it's very clearly alluding to stigmata, and that works for this moment where Beau wakes up and we're alluding to Christ being resurrected. But following that, as we pick up this Norse thread, Beau only having one hand bandaged presents a different meaning, given stigmata is usually both palms, and suddenly it's working symbolically as Tyr's hand post-Fenrir. And to add a final similarity, what does Jeeves do? Jeeves, who is allegedly pursuing Beau, when he breaks into the attic. He pacifies Beau rather than killing him, and then goes straight for the cock monster, Beau's father. And who does Fenrir kill during Ragnarok? Odin, otherwise known as the All-Father. But we don't stop there either. Jeeves isn't just Fenrir, he's PTSD too. He's got a very severe case of it, sure, but he is also symbolic of Beau's PTSD. That's why Beau can't escape him. That's why his entire backstory revolves around it. That's why he can seemingly come back from the dead. Even during the play, this attack dog that pursues Beau throughout his life is seemingly a background feeling to Beau, who journals about it rather than physically trying to avoid a pursuing beast. That hound that is pursuing Beau is his PTSD, and that hound is Jeeves. And going back to our glass breaking, that's why Jeeves is the only character capable of breaking through layers of reality like Beau. It's why he can pursue him down into this spiral of himself, this symbolic journey of understanding Beau is taking into the self, because his PTSD is endemic to him. Now, I could make a longer case for that, but I actually think it's quite apparent, and luckily this film is written in code, so we can confirm it very easily. If you remember back to the flamingo response, the physical marker, somatic memory thing that symbolizes Beau's PTSD that we saw in the bath and his trauma flashback, that we're seeing allusions to via flamingo imagery like this, it's a reference to or a marker of Beau's PTSD. And what do we find on Jeeves' caravan? Flamingos. Jeeves isn't just suffering from PTSD. At least symbolically, he is PTSD. Beau's PTSD. So now let's bring it all together. If Jeeves is symbolically Fenrir and Beau's PTSD, and Nathan is symbolically Tyr and Beau's heroic side, his adventurous masculinity, then via whatever happened between Nathan and Jeeves in the jungle, via Fenrir biting the hand of Tyr, we're making the argument that Beau's PTSD has killed or trapped or disfigured the heroic parts of Beau. And that is exactly what's happening. We've followed the symbolism straight to the exact conclusion the film will later provide us. That's why there is a twin in the attic. Beau's trauma has led to his bravery, his adventurous elements being buried deep within him. Now, as for what that means for the attic, if Jeeves is Beau's PTSD and it's breaking through, following him into this bedrock place within himself, it seemingly tries to do battle with this monster mashed up from Beau's fears about his father and his fears about his own sexuality. And then it gets pincered in the top of the bald head and we get this blood spurt out of the top, symbolically turned into a phallus by this daddy-driven trauma. And I think that's a demonstration of power, that the monster is the issues at the core of Beau. Whatever this symbolic monster might be, it's the root cause of what's bothering him, the bedrock of his fears, and presumably some catalyst for the PTSD. And his PTSD follows him all the way back to it before getting symbolically changed into that same monster, a big metaphorical penis. Because this monster is, at least in part, where his PTSD comes from. Alright, that was quite the journey. Let's take a breath and return to Beau, frozen in the corner from the events of the previous evening. As he slowly comes to, we can hear Grace in the background saying, "That's not part of the original contract. I'm a mother myself, you know. In that case, I might have to pull out of the contract." Clearly, Grace has been asked to do something worse to Beau than originally intended, possibly by Mona directly. Roger interrupts Beau's overhearing of the conversation to let him know they're going to have a goodbye barbecue, a traditional family affair that serves to delay Beau even further. Roger doesn't really get a response out of Beau, but he very enthusiastically tells him that he's got the tri-tip. For anyone not aware, the tri-tip is a triangular cut of beef, particularly popular in California. It is often referred to as California steak, in fact, and this popularity has its roots, at least in part, due to the US Army. Specifically one Ron Rondo Bruff, a butcher for the US Army during World War II, who claimed to have pioneered the cut as a way of getting an extra cut of meat from the animal to lower wastage. Now, it had actually been around as early as 1915, but that's not really relevant. What's important is that it shares the historical link with the US Army. Nathan was in the army, so presumably this is a bit of banter specific to them, a bit of army family in-joking that Roger used to do with Nathan, and is now doing with Beau. The other name for a tri-tip, other than a California steak, is a Santa Maria steak, and Santa Maria obviously means Saint Maria, as in Mary, as in the Madonna, as in Mona. And we can go a step further. We've had this repeat Santa imagery that's likely an image tied to Beau's father. So in this tri-tip, we have a bunch of stuff colliding at once. Tri, or three, relating to this notion of Beau as part of a complete family, Beau, mother, father. We have reflections of potentially his father and certainly his mother in the name Santa Maria, and it's being used as a symbol of a happy family. It's Roger's tradition with Nathan that he's using to lure Beau into staying. Alright, next up, Grace enters, and after her phone call, she's clearly had a significant change of heart, and she wants to let Beau in on what's going on. She's laying it on thick, calling him sweetheart and baby, and clearly attempting a covert heart-to-heart with him, where she can explain what's really happening. There's a moment where this may come off as almost romantic. She's being motherly, but for Beau, mother figures are romantically confused. Before Grace can properly explain, however, Roger interrupts them again, and this time it feels very purposeful. There's a flicker of annoyance he has to work to hide, and this is all a very clear indicator that Roger is much more of a Mona loyalist than Grace is. Clearly he's aware she's going to give the game away, and he's either decided to, or been instructed to, prevent that. Grace plays the good wife and follows Roger outside, but not before she whispers to Beau to turn to channel 78. And we can only really guess as to why 78 might be a significant number here. It's a triangular number, so if you add up all the numbers from 1 to 12, you come out with 78. But it's also the amount of cards in a standard tarot deck, and given possible references to the Hanged Man, given references to tarot in other ASTER films, given the fact that this TV channel is about to show Beau his future, that would seem like a more fitting answer. There's also a sense that this is a private channel, like Beau having to dial 9 for an outside line. It suggests that the Stanwyck's home is somehow part of the Mona Wasserman closed circuit. Either that or anyone can turn to channel 78, and this truly is a Truman Show. I'm not sure how I feel about that. We don't necessarily get any confirmation of that, but you could assume, given the audience at the end, that people have been following Beau's journey. As Beau comes to terms with the fact he's being surveilled, we get a few new bits of background details for the Stanwicks, a few more allusions to the happy family, a photo of the 4 of them, a family of 4 elephants holding each other's tails, and this happy painting seemingly of a couple approaching their children on a beach. And again, we see that idea contrasted with a very different image in a black frame of 2 people looking out at a boat, clearly foreshadowing the sadder pairing of Beau and Mona and the ending boat trial. The messaging here again is that same notion of it's 2, not 5. You're stuck in your Sisyphean orbit with Mona, not part of a happy family. Beau begins to rewind channel 78, seeing the previous exchange with Grace, but then he makes the quite abstract decision to fast forward, and we're met with these snapshots from the rest of the film. Very specific moments that appear identical to how they will later on. Now, we could argue for any meaning here that Beau is hallucinating, that Mona has omniscience and is so complete in her godlike control that she can project the future, that all of this is in Beau's mind, and so on. But I think we already have the perfect explanation here. This may well have happened before, or it may simply be always about to happen, because Beau is potentially in a time loop. I think the answer lies somewhere between that and Mona simply being God. There really isn't anything else it could be. To be able to perfectly project the future into the now is some divine type business, and if it's footage previously acquired, then we must be time looping because it's about to happen again. Beau's ripped from this life-altering discovery by the exact same scream of now we heard near the end of the cruise section, and we pan to see Toni there holding 2 buckets of paint. She proceeds to push him into Nathan's room and tells him that they're going to finally put some colour on the walls, presumably brighten the place up given it's being kept as a pale blue grief shrine. Before we get to Toni's peculiar brand of interior decorating, let's have a quick look at Nathan's room. Mostly stuff we'd expect: flags, trophies, a ceremonial sword, all signs of his valour. But the main difference is that the bands here are real. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're all artists Ari Aster likes and who bear some relevance to the film. I couldn't find anything for Owen, but PUP stands for Pointless Use of Purpose. I think that's a pretty apt descriptor for Beau. After that we have polyphia, which we discussed at the start, this idea of creating something complex from competing sounds, something we've seen the film do directly. Then we have Spirit Box, which may have some relevance to a crazy theory near the end, but more relevant now, they have a music video very heavily inspired by Midsommar, a sort of screamo Midsommar vibe, if that floats your boat. Back to Toni, and I think her planned act of vandalism is primarily a protest against her parents because of their inability to move on from Nathan and their perceived desire to claim Beau as a surrogate child. So we can throw in anger towards Beau, and as we'll see, likely anger towards Mona too. Toni attempts to make Beau paint with her, but he freezes in refusal, his hands up in surrender. Her response to this refusal is to paint his name in bold pink across the family's cherished memories of Nathan. She paints the name Beau because, as she sees it, he's what they're replacing Nathan with, because this should be his room rather than hers, and she paints it in pink, possibly to allude to this confusion between who he's replacing. Is he replacing Nathan, or is he replacing her? She seems to be angry about both options. She has both blue and pink paint, but she gives Beau the pink one and keeps the blue for herself, baby blue traditionally associated with boys and pink with girls. And of course the blue colour is closely associated with Beau, so it's fair to say there's some symbolic confusion going on, and painting him in pink is perhaps suggesting, oh look, here's your replacement daughter Beau. But I like to see this as a deeper kind of blurring between Toni and Beau. Her writing his name in her colour from paint cans with his initials on them is very blurry imagery. It feels as though it's suggesting that this whole circus we're watching, that Beau's at the centre of, his weaving journey of pluralities, is occurring in a similar way in Toni's equally confused mind. And we can imagine this as a moment where those two abstract networks have been pushed together and glimpse at everything Toni is going through too. I think her statement that he thinks he can just come into her life and sleep in her bed and steal her parents is something along the same lines too, as if his narrative has invaded hers. For me, that's what gives this whole sequence its weirdness. Toni's messed up just like Beau is, and as these two complex sets of trauma intermingle, we see them produce really absurd results. And there is a moment here when Beau tries to reach Toni and asks her if she loves her brother, then why would she do this, that he actually seems to get through to her. It's another moment where we see Beau almost take action. Unfortunately, this leads Toni to an even worse course of action with the paint, which will culminate in the moment where she drinks it and he does nothing to prevent it. And yes, Beau is traumatized, yes, he's scared and confused, but there can be no doubt this scene is demonstrating his inaction as something harmful. He should do something here, but he stays frozen instead. First though, we have Toni throwing the paint and the initially confusing line of, "You've already blown it, you failed your stupid test." We of course understand this is in reference to Mona's extended judgment upon Beau, whether he's guilty or not. Beau is confused, suddenly more lucid than we've seen him for a while, as if there's a part of him that's starting to piece stuff together. Toni only elaborates slightly, saying, "Everyone's acting like you're some sad old orphan, it makes me puke." She's clearly aware Mona's alive, and she resents Beau for his disruptions to her life, but there's also a sense of anger towards the level of attention and sympathy he's receiving too. To her it's a sick joke that everyone cares about him make-believe losing a family member, while she feels ignored dealing with legitimate loss. And what comes next is crucial, and I will have to censor slightly on YouTube. I'm not asking you to leave, I'm asking you to fucking drink this fucking with me. She wants Beau to want to rebel with her, to die like she does. And that betrays the real reason she's so rageful towards him, that he isn't angry, that he isn't screaming and crying and railing against his mother like she is. She knows they both have immensely messed up lives. She knows he should blame his mother and protest like she does, but he doesn't. He wants to sit quiet and confused and complacent, and Toni can't stand it. Just like his mother hates him for not showing her the love she demands, like we may resent him in moments for his inability to act on anything, Toni hates him because he refuses to demonstrate the rage that she feels every day. She wants him to join in the deadly dual protest against their parents, perhaps another reason we're seeing them represented by baby blue and baby pink, this being a symbolic act of childhood in horrendous rebellion. She offers Beau the paint tin, and when he refuses, she threatens to cancel him one last time, to tell people what he did. But seeing that's going nowhere, she calls him a coward in her very own problematic way. Again, really she's saying, why won't you react to how messed up this all is? Why won't you wake up to what she's doing to you? Why won't you rage against your mother? She's disgusted by his inability to see what is obvious to her. that they're all secondary to Mona's whims, that this entire world seems to be an extension of her narcissistic self-service, and what they decide to do holds no meaning. She can't cancel him, she can't change her parents' mind, maybe even she can't escape this Sisyphean loop where Beau is tested over and over again and always fails. And then, proving her point somewhat, Beau stands there screaming stop as she drops the best part of a tin in front of him. He doesn't even have the courage to reach out and stop her. And all of this is obviously horrific. I doubt I could show any of it on YouTube, but it's also so dark and so ridiculous that you can't help but laugh. Beau telling her she's going to get so sick. The ragdoll model they have for post-paint Toni that's just horrendous to look at. Beau slipping over in the paint like a Looney Tunes character. Toni screaming F you through a mouthful of blue. It's absolutely brutal, but it's also ghoulishly funny as Beau's situation goes from nightmarish to cartoon horror. Grace enters and is understandably upset, screaming, "What did you do to her?" She's lost another child and very quickly flicked from wanting to adopt Beau to wanting him dead. And as understandable as it is, it's still shocking to see this very different side of Grace given she's been so sweet to Beau thus far. And this extreme change from very nurturing to extreme anger is Beau's ultimate image of motherhood. It's Mona's bipolar extremes, because every mother figure is a reflection of Mona. And it's another very sick joke at Beau's expense that he seemingly finds a loving mother figure and she proves to be another toxic figure that desires his death. Beau tries to explain to Grace that he couldn't stop it, a very empty protestation given he very easily could have stopped it, and then we see him fall back into this soft Christ pose we've seen in both Hereditary and Midsommar. Yet another reference to Beau as Jesus and potentially another reference to Stigmata with the paint on his hands. And here we see Grace put the symbolism together as Toni's laid it out. Beau in front of Nathan's picture, his name smeared over these aspects of Nathan's life, the paint that killed her daughter on his hands, paint that could well represent blood through this Stigmata imagery. So she's seeing Beau with blood on his hands. And now she sees what Toni saw, a Beau that would do anything for a loving family, and she accuses him of trying to replace Nathan too, even though that's almost certainly what she's been doing. She says, "I see you now," shorthand for, "I see you're exactly what Toni said you were." But I think it's also, "I see you're the uncaring demon that Mona has painted you to be. I see now that she was right about you," which would be particularly devastating if Beau had any idea what was going on. She then attacks Beau physically before realizing she can't kill him barehanded and goes to grab Nathan's dress sword. Another example of Beau being threatened with knife imagery and penetrative things. And from there we get the door smash, the beginning of his pursuit by Jeeves, and the barking of dogs as Beau runs away into the forest. And because we're starting a new sequence of the film, because we're journeying one layer further into Beau, one more lap of the spiral, Beau needs another dose of head trauma. While he's blacked out, we get this lovely bit of overlapping imagery as Beau moves from the waters and the dark of the womb over to Mona, raising the attic stairs and locking something away. Back to Beau, who wakes up and wanders off Sasquatch-like, followed by this sequence of him meandering, lost in the forest. Now, we've discussed forests, mysterious woods, and all their meaning during the last guide on the witch, specifically that they're often associated with three things: the idea of a moral wilderness, magic and secrecy, and transformation, and really all three of those things are going to be played with here. This is a place of transformation for Beau, a place in which he sees visions of a different version of himself, perhaps multiple versions of himself. It certainly feels magical too. Anytime we're seeing a play in a forest at nighttime, I think we're going to find parallels to A Midsummer Night's Dream. And I certainly think we can say that's at work here, with the forest full of eclectic and brightly coloured characters. There are quotes we could pull from Midsummer Night's Dream along the lines of all the world's a stage that allude to some meta-awareness between audience and actors. That's certainly something leaned on heavily during this sequence. But theatre in general had that kind of meta-interactivity in Shakespeare's era anyway. It's not specific to Midsummer Night's Dream. Beyond that, we have magic in this strangely immersive play, perhaps magic in the devices being used to achieve that, and magic in the strange and serendipitous feeling that this theatre in the forest is attracting visitors from different stages of their spiritual journey, a kind of spiritual crossroads. And lastly, we have the idea of a moral wilderness, a wilderness where characters quest to find who they are, a place where characters get lost and it mirrors their lack of direction in life, them not knowing where they're going, a place of ethical dilemmas, a place of limbo, a place of not knowing the right thing to do. Just like we see in The Witch, the forest often represents sin itself, and that notion of the forest as a moral wilderness, specifically the image of a confused man wandering lost through a dark wood that we're seeing here, it's extremely reminiscent of Dante wandering through the forest in Dante Alighieri's pseudo-autobiographical The Divine Comedy. To quote the first lines of Inferno, "Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost." So, broad strokes, Dante's a middle-aged character in this dark and confusing point in his life that's lost and lacking a straightforward path ahead, which pretty perfectly describes Beau. If we look a few stanzas down, we have, "I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at that moment, in which I had abandoned the true way." So Dante doesn't really understand how he arrived at this forest, at this position in life, because he was slumbering, and this gives things a definite dreamlike tone, but sticking with the subtextual understanding, it's more him sleepwalking through life, him being complacent, spiritually ignorant, and not in control of his own life. And abandoning the true way is broadly intended to mean divinity and moral and spiritual fulfillment. And again, this seems to speak to Beau's experiences quite well. He is a passenger to his own life, and that's exactly what's led him to this wilderness. And lost in life as he is, he can't parse exactly when and how he became this way. We're seeing his memories, his dreams, trying to make sense of that as it all muddles together. And he's abandoned the true way, his spirituality, which could mean Judaism. We've heard Cohen allude to as much. But Beau has a twisted version of divinity at work, his god figure, Mona. From her point of view, he's abandoned her. From his point of view, he's now lost without her. And we could probably keep going, but truth be told, this sequence from Dante is so ubiquitous in literature, so influential in its imagery, that when we see a character lost in a dark wood, especially middle-aged male characters that are questionable in their morality or aimless in their endeavour, it's very likely it's a reference to Dante. And here we can find another visual code that unlocks another layer of the film, because this is absolutely a reference to Dante, so let's look a little bit deeper. Now, Dante is on a bit of a spirit quest in general, but at first he's not fully certain where he's going. We come to learn he's being guided towards, and guided by, his lost love Beatrice, who died when they were younger. Really, he's on his way to meet God and restore his spirituality, but Beatrice comes first. She's now an abstraction of divine energy in the afterlife. And seeing Dante all lost in the world like this, lost in sin, she does her best to help him. She sends to his aid Virgil, the Roman poet, writer of the epic Aeneid, to be a spirit guide of sorts for Dante. And you can see here how we're coming back round to the idea of the Protean epic. Virgil, this great writer of his own epic, appearing in Dante Alighieri's epic, and now Dante's epic is appearing in ASTER's that is also influenced by Virgil. And given we're following a version of Odysseus and we're about to meet a character called Penelope, it's safe to say this scene is weaving in Homer too. And wouldn't you know it, Dante did the exact same thing, because the Odyssey is another text we see referenced in the Divine Comedy. Dante sees Homer and hears the disembodied voice of Odysseus. There's several other references to his Odyssey beyond that, despite Dante not being familiar with the Greek original. He'd become aware of the story through its appearances in Latin literature, Ovid being a prime example, who also appears alongside Homer, because it's all a lineage, it's a fabric, and that's generally what epics do. Dante's journey quite literally takes him to hell and back, and spans the heavens beyond. He moves from a dark wood, this moral wilderness and place of sin, straight through the gates of hell. After hell, he heads to Purgatory, that's Inferno to Purgatorio in the books of the Divine Comedy. And after climbing to the top of Mount Purgatory, Dante enters the earthly paradise, aka the Edenic Garden, aka the Garden of Eden. Whatever you want to call it, he enters it. And it's here that he's reunited with his deceased love, Beatrice. And from there we move to Paradise, or Paradiso, the third book of the Divine Comedy. Dante takes a lovely tour of the kingdom of heaven, guided by Beatrice, before ultimately meeting with God in the form of 3 circles representing the Trinity, culminating in a moment of spiritual harmony with God. Not necessarily a moment of judgment, more a moment of union, spiritual transcendence, and understanding. And we can presume, given that he moves from hell to purgatory to heaven, that this journey represents a cleansing of Dante from sin. We can also presume, given the existence of the pseudo-autobiographical nature of this epic, that this is a journey that Dante survives. And it doesn't take much imagination to see how that may relate to the structure of Beau's journey, beginning in a moral wilderness and hell itself, Beau's nightmarish block full of terrifying, wayward souls and demonic feeling figures. From there moving to a purgatory, a stasis it's difficult to escape from, the kind of Lotus Eater's languid limbo vibe we get from the Stanwicks. Eventually reaching the garden, the earthly paradise, and meeting Beatrice, exactly what we're seeing here with Penelope in the forest. And ultimately Beatrice leads Dante to heaven and all the way into the Empyrean. As we know, Mona is the god of Beau's universe, and that's exactly where Beau is going to, God's house, with both stories ending in a climactic meeting with God. For Dante, that ends with glimpsing divine unity. For Beau, it ends with damnation. So that also tracks with every epic myth being referenced here having some horrendous twist. I think broadly it fits very well. The only part that happens out of sync is that we see a representation of the dark forest here in the middle. In Dante's story, that's at the start. But given we're actually moving into the Garden of Eden, I think the decision to go with this purposeful, lost in the dark forest imagery is put here to serve as another visual key to decode the whole thing, because it is quite clear Dante imagery. A tip of the hat to the audience to clue them in on the wider allegory. The only real confusion is who is representing Beatrice. Is it Penelope, who we meet in the garden? Is it Elaine, who's Beau's lost love? Is it Mona, the thing that everything in his life leads back to? But luckily for us, we don't really have to make the distinction because all those characters are reflective of one another. Penelope is Elaine is Mona, and we see that alluded to most clearly in this specific green outfit. Something we see Penelope wearing that is quickly transferred onto Elaine, and then onto Mona as Beau's mind confuses his mother figures with his romantic interests. Seemingly, Penelope is the linking factor that causes the confusion too. She is a potential romantic interest that acts motherly. She's loving and nurturing of Beau, and actually has the instinct to take care of him. She's an idealized version of womanhood, and subsequently of motherhood. I think that's one of the reasons why she's pregnant, just to allude to her status as a mother figure. So I actually don't think we need to worry too much about who Beatrice lines up with most, because in Beau's mind, those figures are interchangeable. Now, I think this is all a pretty sure thing, but it's good to nail down some specifics to prove this theory. Let's start with our dark forest scene specifically, because it does seem to serve as a key to this whole thing, given it's a whole confusion of relevant imagery. Firstly, when we meet Penelope, she's singing. The lyrics are, "Into your arms, into your mouth, into your eyes I fall. I felt all my breath, you breathe me in, all my heart." And this is something written specifically for the film, calling on notions of romance and devotion, and generally building Penelope as an idealized romantic figure capable of honest and long-lasting love. And in the run-up to meeting Beatrice in Dante, we get multiple references to Dante being sung to, and I quote, "When I was near unto the blessed shore, a Spurgeous me was heard, so sweetly sung." The people singing are actually nymphs that serve Beatrice, not Beatrice herself, but it's quite transient imagery. A few passages later we have, "So singing they began, and moving on they brought me with them to the griffin's breast, where turned towards us Beatrice stood." And there are several more references to them singing over the next few passages, but song, sung, singing, these appear a lot in Christian language, not proving too much on its own. Another thing these nymphs do, as they're preparing Dante for Beatrice, is to bathe him, make sure he's pure and holy and all that jazz. We'll see Penelope do the same to Beau. Obviously, water has a pretty specific meaning in this film, so we should read it as Penelope giving Beau that love and nurture he's thirsting for. Now, we could go into more detail. There's another female figure called Matilda that leads Dante to the rivers in which he bathes and restores some of his moral virtues. And we can move from Matilda and Beatrice to two reflected characters of their own, Rachel and Leah, two characters from the Hebrew Bible we'll discuss briefly later on. But before we know it, we'll be doing a complete guide to Dante, so let's just simplify everything and say that prior to meeting Beatrice, Dante is sung to and bathed by nurturing female figures much like Beau is. Next, we have Penelope's green dress, a very purposeful, standout bit of clothing through which we recognise her that, as I just mentioned, we'll see move between Elaine and Mona. Here's how Beatrice is described in Dante. "Seen through a veil, pure white and olive crowned, a lady now appeared to me. Her robe was green, her dress the colour of living flame." Now, we don't have a dress of living flame, but we do have a lantern by her side. And maybe that isn't enough for you, maybe a green robe doesn't quite match up. Well, hold on to your bowsack, because I'm going to show you a painting from one of my favourite artists, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, entitled Dante's Dream at the Time of the Death of Beatrice. I appreciate it's confusing. We have Dante Rossetti, the painter, Dante Alighieri, the writer, and Dante, the pseudo-autobiographical character in the Divine Comedy. The painting depicts Dante at Beatrice's side as an angel kisses her cheek. She's being covered by a blanket held by two female helpers. The model for this woman on the left here, incidentally, is Alexa Wilding. You will recognise her from many famous paintings of the pre-Raphaelite era. Now, you may wonder why I'm showing you this. This is actually a remake, a repainting of Rossetti's previous work. Here's the previous version, ladies and gentlemen, and that is a very specific dress, a very specific shade of green that hopefully you recognise from Penelope. Incidentally, if we look to the right, we see the other figure wearing a green robe over a reddy purplish dress. not the colour of living flame, but this is how I imagine the robe and dress combo would work. So I'm just pointing it out to demonstrate the green robe would be the thing we'd primarily see. Now, for me, that's a pretty bang-on match, but we can go deeper. There aren't too many details in this painting, but one that stands out is this bag hanging from its strap. And guess what we've got reappearing surreptitiously in the background of scenes? Satchels hanging off things. We've got one we already looked at, we've got this one from the cruise, we see this guy wearing one. There may even be one hanging outside Penelope's tent, although this could just be a random bit of fabric. And that's pretty much every element of this scene covered, from the dark forest to the green dress, the lamp, the song, Penelope's spiritual nurture of Beau, and even her bathing or cleansing him. It all has analogues in Dante. But if that isn't enough, we can go further still. Some elements I've mentioned, Dante and Virgil taking the left path around hell, representing a journey through sin, the beasts in Inferno that represent sin itself, or rather individual sins. I think if we wanted to, we could tie sins to most of the beasts we find in our version of hell. Honestly, if you want to do a comparative essay on Beau and Dante, you will be there for a very long time because they're both so deep, we can find a staggering amount of parallels. But if we want to bring this home, we need a big finish. So let's move to Book 3, Paradiso, Dante's travelling of heaven, ending in his final ascension into the Empyrean, where he gazes upon God. I think that's extremely well fitting already. Mona is God, there's no doubts about it. Obviously, her home being paradise is another twisted asterism, because it's anything but that. And then we have this final meeting in a very blurry spiritual place. A moment of judgment for Beau and clarity for Dante, but a meeting with God nonetheless. And when Dante ascends to meet God, something big happens. He gazes upon Mary, the great mother of the Christian tradition, the holiest human, a woman that sits closer to God than any other. Also a woman repeatedly tied to flower imagery, just like Mona is. And when I saw this, I actually think I said, holy shit, of course it is. Here's Beau climbing the stairs, ascending into his version of paradise, and what does he see as he gets to the top? A great grand image of Mary, the Madonna. And where does Beau encounter it? Literally at the top of the stairs as he ascends to his version of heaven. And for me, that's game, set, and match. There are other minor links that will come up as we move through, but one potential one we already missed out, the travel agent back on Aimless Boulevard was called Anywhere But Italy, and Dante does express concerns about the moral and spiritual status of his homeland. A particularly relevant quote being, "Ah, abject Italy, you inn of sorrows, you ship without a helmsman in harsh seas, no queen of provinces but of bordellos." But there are issues when we look too closely. Dante has criticisms for places that aren't Italy too, and most crucially he doesn't want to abandon Italy. He was exiled from Florence and still chose to stay elsewhere in Italy. And in the Divine Comedy he's more expressing a wish for Italy to be reformed rather than abandoned, but that might be nitpicking a bit too hard. Now, before we move on, let's look to Homer, because just like Penelope provides a bridge between Elaine and Mona, she also provides a bridge between Dante and Homer. We know that from her name alone. Penelope is, of course, Odysseus's wife. As we know, Beau, our Beau Waterman with his hyper-mundane Odyssey, is Odysseus, and there's a whole other epic being played with here at the same time. And it gets more complex still because this meeting in the forest between our Odysseus and our Penelope, it doesn't go down like this in the Odyssey. As briefly as possible, when he gets back to Ithaca, Penelope is being harassed by multiple suitors, men pursuing her in Odysseus's absence. Odysseus disguises himself as a beggar and speaks with Penelope, hearing how she's tricked the suitors and delayed their advances. Odysseus is pleased to hear of her loyalty and then proceeds to kill not just the suitors, but the maids and the servants too. The ones that were disloyal, anyway. Mainly because heroism and Homeric heroism are two different things, and Odysseus doesn't play that shit. And Penelope's obviously happy about this because what every woman truly wants is for a homeless man to kill all the dudes blowing up her hotline. She suspects this beggar might be Odysseus, and so she presents him with a final test. She asks a servant to move her bed, and their bed is pretty well known precisely because it's immovable. Odysseus has carved it from the trunk of a tree, and so it's quite literally rooted to the ground. Hearing this request, Odysseus reacts strongly, wondering why their marriage bed is movable at all, and in doing so reveals himself to Penelope. And one of the first things Penelope offers Beau is a bed, or a sleeping bag, at least. Now, if Beau had any sense to him, if he wasn't still playing his mother's games, he would realise that there's a woman here who actually cares for him, who actually can fulfil that nurturing role. She does abandon him, sort of, but given she's pregnant and Jeeves will be going biblical on their entire camp, I think she can be forgiven for that. If anything, it's an indication she's the only truly caring mother figure we encounter, given her first thought is to protect her child. And given that our Penelope is heavily pregnant, if she is Beau's ideal partner, then we could say that symbolically he's already lost out, And that doesn't necessarily line up with our understanding of Odyssey Penelope, who not only remains faithful, she's also given birth to Telemachus prior to Odysseus leaving for Troy. But in some post-Homeric versions of the myth, Penelope does sleep with the suitors. In some versions, she sleeps with all of them. In other instances, she specifically sleeps with the god Hermes. And from this godly union, Penelope gives birth to Pan, the goat man god, tied to natural virility and untamed sexual energy. We did a lot on that during the witch video if you'd like to learn more. So now her being pregnant upon Beau's arrival fits a lot better in these more biting and subversive versions of the myth. That's exactly what happened. And look at who happens to be sitting between and behind Beau and Penelope at the play. Pan, or at least an actor dressed up as Pan. And that tracks with Beau entirely. He is a failed Odysseus, even if we stick to the main Homeric understanding, but here we're more specifically referring to a version of Odysseus that gets cucked by a god. Let's not feel too bad for Odysseus though. For all the talk of his unwavering desire to return to his wife, he does fuck Circe, and Calypso too, like for a long period of time actually. But he's totally cut up about it and dead set on getting back to Penelope, you know, like eventually. Once he's done running through beach witches, at least. And just like we see in Dante, just like we see in Beau, there's a blurring to these other women Odysseus meets. They all offer the potential of a different life. They all offer an opportunity for companionship, at least symbolically. Odysseus could end his journey, could live happily ever after, but he's determined to return to Ithaca and Penelope. And there's one in particular he encounters by the name of Nausicaa, who stumbles across him in a forest. He's shipwrecked and dishevelled, in a state of undress, somewhat like Beau here, and Nausicaa sees to it that he's clothed and bathed and introduces him to her people, just like Beau's Penelope does, just like the helper nymphs did with Dante. Odysseus refuses to be bathed and does the scrubbing himself because he's more of a take action kind of guy rather than a baby in need of nurture, but the offer is certainly floated. And there is a sense, a momentary reflection, of Nausicaa as Odysseus's potential wife. She notices his Athena-refreshed beauty and says, if only such a man could be called my husband. She even advises him on how to best approach her parents for help. There's a sense, like there is with Circe and Calypso, that Odysseus could have a life with this woman, but Odysseus can only think of returning to Penelope. Just like we see with Beau here, whether his true devotion is Elaine or Mona, ultimately he decides to not stay with Penelope in favour of pursuing the woman he's obsessed with. Symbolically though, the distinctions don't matter so much because really Penelope is Elaine, is Mona, is Beatrice, is Penelope, is Nausicaa. It's an abstract weaving of them all into this tapestry of unhealthy devotion and mommy issues, just like Beau is Odysseus, is Nathan, is Tyr, when we're discussing Beau's failed heroic masculinity. But given Penelope doesn't perfectly line up with a single character from the Odyssey, when it comes to who does she represent, I think we should also consider the Odyssey itself. If we go back to this green dress and influences from classical artwork, we also have the work of Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, specifically these paintings personifying the Iliad and the Odyssey. And as you can hopefully see, our Odyssey girl is wearing a reasonably familiar dress, similar hair colour too. It's not the furthest likeness. Now, I don't want you to think I'm forcing it. Depending on where you access this painting, the green is going to be a little bit different. On Wikipedia, it has a bit more turquoise to it. But Ingres also painted the Apotheosis of Homer, in which we see these same personified figures of the Iliad and the Odyssey, and I think here it's a lot clearer as that dark green. So perhaps the reason that Penelope seems to be an amalgam of different figures from the Odyssey is because she's a personification of the poem itself. I'm not sure if I like that as much as the Beatrice reading, but I think it's certainly plausible and provides a nice umbrella for the other illusions to exist under. Plus, there's no reason they have to be mutually exclusive. So, to sum up, not only is our Penelope confusing Beau's differing images of the women in his life, she's potentially confusing characters from within the Odyssey and within the Divine Comedy, and that same symbolic blurring between these female characters arguably exists in the original epics too, in some form or another. And so just like we saw with the Divine Comedy, the only thing that doesn't really track is the confusion over the female figure, which is so Beau-coded, I don't even need to explain it at this point. One last thing before we move on, just for Penelope in general. If we strip all this away and say, no Dante, no Homer, she's still an idealized symbol of womanhood. Even carrying the lamp is very Florence Nightingale. Her desire to care for Beau, her being pregnant, empathetic, beautiful, she is a traditional romantic vision of idealized womanhood. And our go-to figure for most of those things would be the Virgin Mary, and here we have a heavily pregnant woman with no sign of a man around. Obviously, that's something that happens every day, but there's another symbolic suggestion of immaculate conception, perhaps. Okay, let's move on to what's actually happening. Penelope realizes Beau is in need and offers to take him back to her troupe, the Orphans of the Forest. At this point, he certainly thinks he's an orphan, and as we'll find out, Penelope is likely one too. But in a broader sense, we can understand the Orphans of the Forest to refer to people who have been estranged from their previous lives for various reasons, who now find themselves frequenting this quasi-magical, quasi-spiritual crossroads in the woods. A place where heroes refine the purpose of their journey, a place to catalyze transformation, a place of confusion and eventual clarity. Think Dagobah in Star Wars, or perhaps Lothlorien in Lord of the Rings. It doesn't necessarily need to be a forest, but these spaces often are for all the reasons we've looked at previously. Essentially, we're talking about a mystical, mythical place that heroes find themselves, where their forward momentum is paused in favour of introspection, inner challenge and growth, and usually some kind of clear call to action at the end. In Beau's case, it's because he once again needs to run away, but Beau is very, very bad at being a hero. Now, staying somewhat on the same lines, ASTER named another influence in writing Beau that we haven't looked at yet, Jorge Luis Borges. And there's a couple of works by Borges we could associate with Beau, specifically in its complex depiction of our main character, but one that stands out particularly to me is The Garden of Forking Paths, because a garden of forking paths is exactly what we're describing in these mystical forest spaces, a garden a hero must enter and choose which direction they will go in through life. Will they meet the heroic demands upon them, and so on. And it goes a bit deeper than that. This book was so revolutionary because it introduced us to what we might now refer to as multiversal storytelling, something the last decade of superhero media has seemingly been obsessed with. The many worlds-esque notion that time is branching and all fates happen. And broadly speaking, I think that's what we're looking at with our time loop theory, and more specifically, that's exactly what's going to become of Beau in this forest, this garden, this Edenic garden, if we follow our Dante allegory. He's going to see branching paths of his life, decisions or paths he could take into his future. He's even going to meet another version of himself in Yesekov that has taken a different path. So if we pull everything together, this is the Edenic garden of forking paths, and it exists as that point in the hero's journey where realization should come and true heroism should emerge. But because Beau is Beau and he's incapable of change or taking action, the two things this kind of space requires, he mostly leaves it the same way he came in, terrified and seeking Mona. Penelope helps Beau remove a piece of glass from his forehead, and she tells him the bleeding will stop quickly, asking him to trust her because her father bled to death. Obviously that shouldn't reassure Beau, but it seems to. As they walk towards the camp, we see several signs with uselessly benign messaging such as know thyself and nothing to excess. ASTER mentioned in a Vox interview that these all come from different Broadway musicals. For example, Follow Every Rainbow Until You Find Your Dream is from The Sound of Music, although we could argue there's a bit more Oz referencing happening there. ASTER continues with, every sign gets dumber and dumber. It's all platitude lyrics. So he's making fun of this bright, positive messaging and how little it does to help Beau's legitimate tragedy. That's something this scene is replete with. We already looked at our Ladybug's very performative rendition of I'm So Sorry, but we see an even clearer example as Penelope introduces Beau to this minstrel character. She tells him Beau's mother just died and his father died before he was born. The minstrel's reply is, when sorrows come, they come not single spies but in battalions. A direct quote from Hamlet that we can sum up quite simply with, when it rains, it pours. Beau's reply is a muted thank you, as if this quick rendition of Shakespeare will somehow philosophically dissolve his unending tragedy. And Hamlet is another huge influence on Beau. He's racked with parental issues for a start, but the key similarity is his indecision. This motherfucker can't decide between to be or not to be. Just like Beau, his indecision and arrested action are his defining characteristics. And given some pretty obvious allusions to Midsummer Night's Dream here, I think we can throw in Shakespeare as another great writer we're in conversation with. That seems like an obvious one given we're meeting a travelling theatre group that's directly quoting Shakespeare to Beau. As Penelope and Beau are walking to the camp, we see yet more background weirdness. Characters arranging themselves as trees, two different groups doing improvisational exercises or acting warm-ups, and a few different mascots, including a penguin that will later cause a lot of confusion, and a giant cockerel. I hopefully don't need to explain what figure a giant cockerel might be alluding to, but just in case I do, it starts with Harry and ends with Cyclopean Dong Spider. We also have this figure hiding behind a tree. It could be a bear, and with the open face, I'd presume that is a reference to Christian from Midsummer. There is another figure, of course, our strange man, who if you watch very carefully is actually hiding behind Beau during this shot, but we see him more clearly when Beau turns and looks back at where he's come from. The really crucial thing happening here though is that before Beau has even arrived at the show, the world, or perhaps film, around him is already blurring the lines between performance and reality. Beau's path is matched by moving bits of set, actors preparing to perform, audience members, and things we'll see appear during the play. And we have this explained to us very directly via this chap who tells Beau, "We like to blur the line between the audience and the players." And of course, that's exactly what's going to happen to Beau as he sits down to watch and becomes the star of his own show. But it goes a little bit further than that and into the meta. It's been happening the whole way through, the lens of the film blurring the line between the audience and Beau. As we've already looked at, ASTER suggests staring into the camera through the fourth wall is the same thing as staring at Beau. So we're Beau. Just like all the confusion is designed to mirror Beau's confusion in us and many other examples. And we see the role of the audience blurring too, perhaps most clearly at the end as the audience within the film sit in silence watching Beau's final judgment. All of that is made explicit to us here as we see Beau go through the same process, blurring from audience member to participant in the play he's watching, as the film stacks on layers of confused meta-reality like we're playing Tetris against our own sanity. As Penelope and Beau walk around the stage, we hear the players rehearsing, and we get some lines we won't actually hear in the play because it never gets to reach a conclusion. We're hearing the end we'll never see before the play has yet begun, which again is delightfully meta given that's true for the film itself, and Beau starting and ending it in the womb. We could view this whole rehearsal as further confirmation of the time loop theory. From our perspective, this is the first part of the play we see, and it's starting with Beau's death, and then we see his story begin again anew when the play starts properly. The actors are even alluding to the idea of different paths Beau could take, saying, how can one stake one's life on a choice between two unmarked paths? If one leads forward, must the other go backwards? Is it a trap, or this an opportunity? Or might they both lead home, where I can take my rightful seat and be lord of my own possessions? Damn these crossroads. So pretty obvious there, Beau's at this crossroads in the forest, about to see a play that depicts a different path he could take through life, and as we know, his path is most certainly going to lead home. Penelope, in a display of inconceivable meta-awareness, tells Beau it's better to not spoil the ending, but we could see this as the same kind of foreshadowing we saw on the Stanwix television. It's showing us the end without really giving it away. However, there soon comes a much clearer prophecy. We hear a great horn sound as the actor tells us that our hero realizes too late that the horns he's hearing are funerary horns, marking his incoming death. Sure enough, when Beau finally realizes Mona intends to kill him, the realization comes when he hears the same horn sound. Penelope introduces Beau to the entire troupe, defining him by the tragic events he's endured, a man who was in an accident, a man who has lost both his parents. As Penelope introduces Beau, the spotlight lands on him, suggesting he's an actor in the play, but that light also shines on us, the audience, as we blur further into his position. We also get another flash of light here, again suggesting that Beau is achieving some new level of enlightenment as he journeys further into his self. Around the stage, we can see a triangular design. I've had a few people ask me about that, but just like the seating arrangements here, I'm stumped. I think if you're looking for a code, it could be a key to something we've seen at several points throughout, objects being rotated 90 degrees. If you want it to be symbolic, then triangles could be representing mother, father, child, as we've seen elsewhere. If we want it to allude more to the play, then it could be this idea of opposing or multiple paths leading from this crossroads, this being the place where you internally decide on one. However, this could also simply be a bit of eclectic design to the Orphans of the Forest. We also see triangles above their DJ booth, so it could simply be aesthetic. Same thing with the stumps. We see some are painted with blue circles, some with orange suns, and we've already discussed that color coding, but it's difficult to say anything else about it because we don't get a clear enough view of who goes where and which stump has what. We then meet our ladybug, or ladybird, as we'd say in the UK, and there's a lot of things that might fit in here as for what that might represent, transformation being a big one given where Beau finds himself, but truthfully there I'd expect to see a butterfly, perhaps it's clearer visual language for transformation. I think a likelier answer is that ladybirds are yet another symbol for the Virgin Mary. This comes from farmers in medieval Europe who would tell the tale of praying to the Virgin Mary as their crop was blighted by pests. She called forth a swarm of ladybirds who ate the pests and saved the harvest. That's why we call them ladybugs or ladybirds, because of Our Lady, the Virgin Mary. In Germany, they're called Marienkäfer, which translates literally to Mary's beetle. And our most common species of ladybirds also have 7 spots on their back, and this has been related to the 7 virtues of Mary. We then get introduced to Yesekov, a character that was quite different and had a bit more play during the original script. We don't really get much from him in this version, but we can still draw some conclusions. Firstly, this is clearly Beau. You will find another actor credited for Yesekov, but it's just his body, presumably to make him look more old man-like. The face is definitely Joaquin Phoenix, and the look is extremely close to the older Beau we'll see during the play. Given this is a spiritual crossroads, we see Beau returning to as an old man. It may well be that version of Beau. It may also be another older version of Beau, given Penelope credits Yesekov with starting the theatre troupe, and hero Beau from the play arrives at said theatre. If we're following it literally, that's 3 different Beaus. And the name Yesekov is interesting, certainly unique. Ov is a Slavic surname suffix, meaning of or belonging to. But Yesek isn't anything on its own. Given Yesekov is somewhat representative of God, he's an old, bearded man sat above everything else, we could pull in Yeshua, the Hebrew word for Jesus, so of Jesus, which certainly fits thematically. I think the other possibility is just the word yes, as in this is a Beau that hasn't stagnated, that hasn't been terrified of making decisions, a Beau that said yes to everything. And that is what we see alluded to during the play via hero Beau. A Beau that does go out and at least attempts to seize the world. He's a Beau that says yes to things. So that fits thematically too, but I don't think we can fully lean in support of either without further confirmation. As to why Yesekov exists here, I think it reinforces the idea that Beau could be his own father. We know Beau is symbolically Jesus, but here on his platform he's looking a lot more like God. And as we've covered, Jesus is God and God fathers Jesus. So the idea of him in some way fathering himself isn't too out of the ordinary. And no matter the actual truth of Beau's parentage, that is being suggested symbolically. It's why we have all these allusions to Immaculate Conception and perhaps to the suggestions of a time loop. And this is in direct mockery of Beau's fears, because that is exactly what he's afraid of, becoming his father, dying in the same way. That's mainly why his worst fear is embodied by a penis. He's terrified of his own sexuality because it might kill him. So in my mind, that's what's happening with Yesekov. We're seeing an old Beau, a Beau that might never be, or a Beau that possibly was, coming full circle, which is totally surreal, and who knows if it's happening in reality or if Beau is just seeing himself in this old man. But it's still coming full circle, as far as we're concerned. That's why hero Beau returns to where the play is happening. His narrative is coming full circle too. We've got circles within circles and loops within loops, and all of it's being peppered with many suggestions towards Immaculate Conception and romantic confusion with Mona, so I don't think there's much doubt we're supposed to be at least considering the paradoxical possibility that Beau somehow fathered himself. Let's stay on the topic of Beau's conception a moment longer and look at this figure, who is seemingly quite out of place. Likely another wayward visitor to the troupe, given he asks, "What am I doing here?" He seems to be on his own parallel spirit quest. Just like Beau, he's lost and confused as to why he's here. It amplifies the feeling of this garden of forking paths being a spiritual crossroads where protagonists may find themselves waylaid. Here we have a different protagonist about to undergo his own spiritual realization. However, there is also the deeper theory that this is all for Beau's benefit after all, and this man may very well be Beau's father, somehow confusedly pulled from the past. And he's sat next to this man, Duncan, who is going to play both God, so Mona, and Beau's wife that looks like Mona during the play. So perhaps he is being in some way related to Mona. Perhaps we're hearing an echo of when he was brought to her office and asked, "What am I doing here?" as he started to get very bad vibes that, for want of a better term, Mona garped him because she wanted a baby but not a husband. I don't hate that reading at all. I think it's a definite possibility, but it's also a lot to put on this guy just because he's wearing a suit and says, "What am I doing here?" My main issue though is that Mona does seem to crave devotion, and not just from her son, but her mother too, this stone-faced hag we see later. And for someone that devotion-starved, or someone who perceives themselves as devotion-starved, I'm not sure she'd act so lovelessly. Maybe she would, maybe it's in lieu of successful relationships, but she's also a beautiful billionaire, so you'd have to imagine there'd be plenty of suitors despite all her crazy. There's another possibility that's been floated in the community, that Mona was essayed by someone, and no, that's not the term I want to use, nor is it the term I've wanted to use throughout this video. In this reading, the father symbolically dies at the moment of conception because Mona wanted nothing to do with him. I think that's another definite possibility, but again, not without issues. It's difficult to imagine something like that befalling her, but it could have happened before her apotheosis through Wasserman Industries. And if that is the case, then potentially this man here could be that man, some slick up-and-comer that took advantage of a young Mona. But if that were the case, then I don't know if confusion would be the thing we'd see from him. We might see aggression or something a bit suspect, at least. But most of all, I think if anyone at this play was Beau's father, then our strange man that worked for him would display some recognition, and he very clearly doesn't. And so that's why I lean more towards this just being a different man on a different odyssey that has found himself at this crossroads at the same time as Beau. However, I can accept that these are different possibilities the film is building in order to make Beau's fatherhood unknowable. They're designed to confuse us until it becomes something mythic and unknowable, just like it is for Beau. If we simply had, it's the penis monster or nothing, we've got a much more definite decision to make. Instead, we're provided with something more complex. Is it a penis monster? Is it Immaculate Conception? Did he father himself somehow? Is it Garp? Is it the strange man? Is it this man? Is it SA, IVF, men with beards and knives, and so on? The film is building the same abstract confusion that exists within Beau. All of these things are potentially true, but there's no clear path we can take where we won't find contradiction. And this confused man in a suit is a small part of how we build that web of contradictions. A couple more quick things before we get to the play. Firstly, we see Beau pick his outfit. It's really unclear what the colours are here. I think because of the colour grading, it's difficult to tell them apart. Possibly the left one is his trademark blue, possibly not. But whatever the case, he picks the beige that we associate with hero Beau, that we associate with Beau's alleged twin, very subtly alluding to Beau undergoing a legitimate change in this forest, actually having the spiritual realization he's come here for. He does pick the adventurous option rather than his regular and safe one. I should also mention Duncan, who we touched on briefly. He doesn't say much other than, "Hey brother, I'm Duncan," as he goes to get into costume with Beau. But given we're doing a Shakespearean thing in the woods here, it's very possible that his name is a reference to Duncan from Macbeth. Given that he does play two versions of Mona in the play, we could perhaps take his eagerness to get changed with Beau here as more indication of something untoward happening with Mona. But that's certainly not something we can say with any certainty. We also get a quick cut to Jeeves, tracking Beau's ankle monitor while running through the forest, but I feel like Jeeves has been well covered. Alright, so that's the backstage stuff out of the way. Let's move on to the main event. And while this play seems really mysterious, really complex, it's actually a step back in complexity as soon as we understand what's happening. So hopefully we can move through it pretty quickly. As a brief overview, Beau is being somehow hypnotically induced into an almost supernatural level of immersion, and he mentally takes part in an alternate rendition of his own life where he is no longer chained to Mona. This is designed to make him see the error of his ways, which is, at least temporarily, successful. This sequence was directed by Chilean animators Cristobal Leon and Joaquin Cachina, who were invited to work on the project based on the strength of their stop-motion horror film, The Wolf House. ASTER has mentioned several influences on this sequence: the Red Shoes, specifically the ballet section of the film, the Ballad of Narayama, specifically for its use of kabuki theatre, and the work of Karel Zeman, specifically his 1958 film Invention for Destruction. The sequence uses a mix of real sets, painted backdrops, green screen, and rotoscope to create this very strange and dreamlike aesthetic. To quote the production designer Fiona Crombie, "Ari secretly loves theatre. He really wanted it to be practical and real, and so that was natural, like we built the theatre, it was all practical effects. The turning trees, I had model made them, before I even went to Canada. And then I came up with this idea of how they would all turn to change the seasons, and then little leaves or snowflakes would fall. All of that happened, and we had a team of 8 theatre technicians who came and rehearsed in that forest, so the whole thing was all done live in that location. There's so many ways you could have cut it to make things easier, but we didn't because it was like a little theatre show, and we loved that." Most crucial though is this comment from ASTER himself. "For me, the film crystallized at the end of the play sequence, where Beau reunited with his sons. It reaches this emotional peak at the end of the most artificial sequence. He's essentially living out this really false moment of catharsis, where he's a father, which he is not, and he's embracing these lost children that he'd never actually had. So there's no doubt this is all hypothetical. It's a dreamlike longing for a life Beau wants. There's no doubt this confusion at the end, where he greets his alleged sons, is fake, manufactured. It might feel confusing, but they are most definitely not Beau's sons, nor do they seem to exist outside of Beau's internal entanglement with the play. And that comment that this is the most artificial sequence is something to keep in mind. This is a reflection of the main narrative that may influence it, but it's not showing us Beau's reality. A possible reality, sure, but not the one we're following in the film. Okay, the play starts with our Beau stand-in wearing the same outfit we'll see hero Beau wear, lamenting the loss of his parents. His house has been burnt to cinders, and fate has launched him into exile. Clearly relating to Beau, who has allegedly lost both parents and now finds himself stranded in the wilderness. And the word house is particularly relevant here. We have no reason to doubt he's lost his home, but I think in this sense his house is more of a Shakespeare Game of Thrones thing, where it's his whole lineage, the house of his family name. He claims that with his mother and father gone, he has lost his whole self, and Beau is clearly picking up the parallels straight away. As the seasons change, we see Alt Beau still stuck in his grief until he's visited by an angel, who also happens to be the play's narrator, with distinctly Mona-esque hair. She tells him that he has grieved well and honoured his parents, but it's now time to get up. She tells him to go forth and erect his own glittering home. And this is really the main drive of the play, encouraging Beau to seek out his own life away from his mother and to build something for himself. Alt Beau appeals to the audience, really to Beau, asking if he should venture forth or stay with what he knows. As that happens, we see this strange machine being cranked, incidentally by a man dressed as a butterfly who symbolizes the transformation that's about to occur. As it powers up, we begin to hear a low, resonant hum, and our butterfly looks to Beau, who is seemingly starting to enter a hypnotic trance as his eyes flutter side to side. This is something else with more of a focus in the original script, as Beau is hypnotized by the Orphans of the Forest and tricked into believing Michelle Obama was responsible for his father's death. It's page 85 of the original script, if you're interested. There's a whole thing with the orphans assassinating celebrities, and the script ends with Beau heading towards a cruise with Michelle Obama on it. Here it's more just used to explain away this semi-supernatural immersion that Beau is about to experience. Alt Beau announces that he must go. This is a Beau that answers his calls to action. But as he does so, he realizes he's chained to the ground. The angel explains that the chains have always been there. Symbolically, this is his tie to Mona, to his past. But we can perhaps go a level deeper and say this is representative of an umbilical cord that was never truly severed. Alt Beau takes an axe and frees himself, and as he does so, we see Beau take his place on the stage. He's looking very Indiana Jones-esque, alluding to him being an adventurer of sorts. This is the character referred to as Hero Beau, a hypothetical rendition of Beau in which he isn't stunted in the same ways. We can see this Beau as somewhat analogous with the brave side of Beau that has been repressed, the alleged twin we see in the attic. But perhaps an even better way of looking at it is that this is Beau that has reconciled both sides of himself into a complete human being. The angel tells him to push forward and to pray that he learns valor, the thing that Nathan very clearly had, that Prime Beau is so desperately missing. But she also tells him to pray that he is given luck, because even though he's making the right decision, life doesn't come with guarantees that everything will be easy or even pleasant. His journey will be a difficult one. And something I should point out now, this narration is exquisitely written. It's taking a very specific tone, semi-mythic, semi-theatrical, and it lends to everything a sense of mystery and grandeur. That's really efficient at deepening the sense of confusion and wonder here, and it can make things seem more complex than they necessarily are. To me, it almost reads like something ancient that's been translated into a modern script, and I think that's very purposeful given we're mythifying Beau's journey here. We see Beau go on a long journey, dozens of miles becoming hundreds, hundreds becoming thousands, and we can understand this as a literal journey of thousands of miles, but we should really approach it more symbolically. It's just the notion that Beau is going on a lifelong journey away from his comfort zone. He passes through countless villages until he finds one that stands out to him, and some deep, essential part of him recognizes it as home. I don't think this is a direct allusion to anything, more just that we can't decide where we feel like home is. We often end up where we're staying through chance or necessity, and there's often a good deal of randomness to such a major life change. But finding a place that we can consider home forever, that's something more organic that seems to just happen within us. From there, Beau learns a trade and earns a living, and eventually comes to know the pleasure of growing his own crops and owning his own things. Again, it's building an alternate life for Beau and demonstrating the joy he will feel in standing on his own, away from Mona, who up until this point has funded his life and given him no reason to exercise his own agency. Hero Beau builds himself a house with his own hands, and as it comes into being, we see 3 black birds fly away. I think this may be a reference to the 3 fates from Greek myth, who we'll see more obviously introduced later. It could just be 3 birds though. The angel tells Beau that he will cultivate the land and live off it. This is the key difference to Hero Beau beyond freeing himself of Mona. He is productive. And I don't mean productive like he gets all his chores done. I mean in the sense that he produces things like crops and houses and sons. We very much get the sense that productivity is the key to a well-lived life. Not necessarily a happy life. This comes with its own tragedies, but a well-lived life. A life where Beau leaves the earth better than he found it. The narrator tells Beau he will come to make new friends, and we see Liz recording him through the window, something he's quite happy with rather than being terrified by. So we can see that in finding this new life for himself, Beau's responses to the same stimuli have changed. He's no longer scared of teenagers, for one. And something really important here, even though we're seeing events from Beau's life being clearly mirrored, they're also jumbled. They're not happening in the exact same order, much like how the other stories, like the Odyssey, like the Lord of the Rings, are being employed here, non-sequentially and abstractly applied. We then see Beau walking through the forest with a bunch of sticks under his arm. We've seen this imagery already. Penelope was walking through the forest with a bunch of sticks in a wicker basket. If you remember back to the beginning, we did have our chap seeking reincarnation, rubbing 2 sticks together. But there is another long-standing symbol associated with this, something I know Ari Aster is clear on because it appears in J.G. Fraser's The Golden Bow, which he used for Midsummer. The pagan idea that sex, or procreation perhaps, could be symbolized by the rubbing of sticks because sticks create fire out of nothing but friction. This led to certain pagan understandings that fire symbolized pregnancy and that fire could even imbue Immaculate Conception at the hands of God, or rather a god. Fire in general is symbolic of sexual union and the creation of new life. That's why Penelope, a very pregnant woman representing the potential for a happier, family-driven life for Beau, is carrying them. That's why Beau is carrying them, symbolizing his productivity as he encounters his wife here. We cut to this shot of a fire as they begin kissing, so again fire is symbolizing their union, and we've seen this shot before at the Stanwicks as we're showing Beau amidst this allegedly happy family. The angel tells Beau that the story of their meeting will change according to who tells it, which is a nice image of couples developing their how we met narrative, and each person's subjective view being entirely personal to them. Someone else experiencing the same events may register them very differently. But it's also very craftily alluding to this all being a hypothetical, many worlds narrative in which her identity and how they meet is not yet set in stone. The narrator presents two options, that Beau was lost and she guided him, or that she was lost and Beau guided her. So they're each other's lighthouse. They were both lost, and in finding the other, they find the path they were meant to walk. She's drawn scratchily because she's hypothetical. She's an idealized image of what might be for Beau. But this woman does not yet exist. She's a blurry amalgamation of different women, just like we've been seeing the whole way through, Penelope, Elaine, Mona, and so on. So she exists scratchily for the most part because she isn't a fixed image yet. Hero Beau and his hypothetical wife move in together and things are happy. We can see Beau painting their living room and his paintbrush leaves a pattern of leaves, the exact same leaves we saw on Penelope's tent, again suggesting that Penelope is representing the same things, family, love, and long-term connection. Again, we see this blue and pink theming occurring, which seems here to suggest a happy balance between masculine and feminine energy. We then get one of the weirdest lines in the film. Sometimes she will look like a man to you, as hypothetical wife momentarily takes form as a cross-dressing Duncan. I love this line so much. It feels like it's been ripped straight from some ancient text, and there's no real way of knowing if it's just a gag or something more, but some possible explanations are: 1, the general hallucinatory nature of how we perceive people that we might spend time with every day somehow looking different, in the wrong light, from the wrong angle, them suddenly feeling like a stranger. 2, that in some of these time loops, in some of the forking paths leading from this garden, that Beau finds love with a man. 3, that it's just a gag that's pulling back in the reality of the play where Duncan is playing this role. Or 4, that he sometimes sees his mother's more wizened face when he looks at her. That's occurring either way though, her dress having flowers on it, something Mona is constantly surrounded by, her dress being green, like we'll see Mona wear, although obviously that goes for Penelope and Elaine too, and her orange hair, just like Mona's. So however we break this line down, Mona's influence on his image of his wife is undeniable. Other than that, I've scoured any stories I could think of from mythology, from folklore, and not really found anything where I've been like, that's it. But I am of the opinion that tonally, it's alluding to the accepted weirdness of ancient myth, where figures might magically transform in size, shape, gender, even species. The celebration of productivity continues as the narrator announces that she will become pregnant because you have sex with her. Again, something goofy, something funny reflecting Beau's romantic immaturity, but keep in mind this play ends with us finding out why Beau has never done that, so this does again represent him being able to break free from Mona's lies. We're introduced to Beau's 3 hypothetical sons, who will, quote, grow into handsome boys blessed with kindness, courage, and ambition. Kindness, courage, and ambition are all things Beau Prime is lacking. So essentially, he shows them the right path and tells them he loves them every day, and in turn they become positive reflections of him, as opposed to Mona, who feels traumatized by her mother and passes that trauma onto Beau. This layout we see, where each has a distinct role, blacksmith, warrior, scribe, let's say, is an iteration of the 3 brothers trope, which is reasonably common in European folklore and fairy tales, generally 3 brothers pursuing 3 very different routes to virtue. We see shades of this trope in Harry Potter, at least I'm told, I haven't read them. We also see it coming up quite a lot in Game of Thrones, where different sons of great houses will have very different pursuits. Sometimes these stories can be critical, as in the 3rd child is lambasted for not being physical enough and his intellect is shown to save the day, but for the most part this is about demonstrating that there's many different paths to virtue and productivity. The narrator tells Beau he will share his feelings of pride with his therapist, and we see him sat talking with Friel. This might be a positive rendition of therapy. It may also be the idea that his mother's spies are still watching him, given what comes next. We see Beau carrying wheat, and first and foremost, remembering back to Beau's phone, that was his symbol of optimism, a happy place and perhaps a happy hope for the future, his bountiful pastures. But it's also another Christ reference, and interestingly, Osiris too. In the ancient Egyptian canon, wheat grows from Osiris's body after he is killed. We see similar wheat imagery being used around Christ's resurrection. To quote Gerald Bostock, it appears when Jesus, addressing the Greeks through his disciples, talks about a grain of wheat that falls into the ground and dies. This motif of the grain of wheat, which is basic to the subsequent Passion narrative, is not found in traditional Greek religion. The explanation has to be that in the meantime, Paul had found the sophisticated Egyptian theology of resurrection graphically depicted by the wheat growing from the mummified body of Osiris. The Egyptian influence here is both clear and direct. So we're linking Beau not just to Jesus, but Osiris too. Following this, Beau's home is destroyed by a historic storm, and he is carried away by a great flood. And for our surface reading, this is the introduction of random catastrophe. Beau's alternate life isn't guaranteed happiness, quite the opposite. By daring to venture forth into the world, he's knowingly put himself at risk. Here we see the other side of that as his new happy life is torn away from him. However, symbolically speaking, water is representing his relationship with his mother. We know back in reality that his mother isn't really dead. We know she's perfectly willing to rip his life apart. We know he's just been speaking with Friel. So perhaps Mona is still alive in hypothetical land 2, trying to destroy Beau's newfound happiness. But perhaps it's more symbolic still, and catastrophe in Beau's life is simply very Mona-coded because she's always been his source of catastrophe. And just in case there's any doubt around Mona being the flood, here's yet another prop from the film, also in DoutFool's possession, with some very interesting labeling occurring when we look closely. Firstly, it's a 1988 vintage, the year of our Hungarian water polo team, likely the year of the cruise, a number that seems to keep coming up even in Beau's zip code. It's a South African wine, specifically from the Hemel en Aarde Valley in the Cape of Good Hope, Hemel en Aarde meaning heaven on earth. So potentially another allusion to Mona being God there given she's drinking the wine. But the name of the vineyard is interesting, Enlil Jules Vineyard. Jules comes from Julian, as in the Julian family or title like Julius Caesar, and that comes from the son of Aeneas, Lulus, sometimes spelled Julius. Aeneas is the protagonist of Virgil's Aeneid, which is a big influence here. The Enlil part, I'm reasonably sure, is a reference to Enlil, the chief god of the Sumerian pantheon, and possibly his lover/victim, Ninlil. It's another horrendous mythological relationship defined by obsession. Ninlil is the goddess of air, or the wind, and interestingly also grain. Her narrative also involves death and rebirth, so there's a lot we could potentially connect to Beau. Interestingly, Enlil also essays Ninlil, again, not the term I choose to use, but we're making do. And Enlil, our chief god, is another all-powerful being for Mona to shift into, and I think that's the most crucial takeaway here. Mainly because one of Enlil's most well-known escapades is the Sumerian version of the flood myth. So the story goes, the humans of Earth are being very noisy, very rowdy, and Enlil says, "Not on my planet," sending catastrophes to wipe them out. When the first three don't work due to trickery from his fellow gods, he sends a cataclysmic flood. Enlil is the wrathful vision of God, the Old Testament back on his hood shit version of God, and that's a very fitting mirror for the wrathful, vengeful version of Mona we encounter. Things eventually quieten down on account of most of humanity being underwater, and Enlil's fellow gods convince him to relent. The Sumerian version of Noah survives, and humanity begins to rebuild. This narrative appears briefly in the Epic of Gilgamesh, so we're pulling in pre-Homeric epics too. And for me, the presence of this wine bottle, the concrete allusions to Mona as God, they're enough to say that this flood that hypothetical Beau encounters is alluding to all of that. He may only be separated from his family, but he's symbolically having his world destroyed. So whether it's Enlil or the God himself, or any other iteration of a flood myth sent by a wrathful deity, I think that's what's happening here. Separated from his family, Beau finds himself deposited in a strange country. We can read this simply as him being lost again. He's detached from the place he'd come to recognize as home. He looks for his family for days, then weeks, then so many months he begins to lose count. He tries to find work to support his ongoing search, but he cannot because no one will speak his language. And given we've just had a great flood, this is almost certainly a reference to the Tower of Babel. Very quickly, following God's flood, humanity finds themselves all in one place. They decide to build a tower to the heavens in a grand display of hubris. As punishment, God decides to scatter them to different lands and confuse their language, halting progress on the tower and causing humanity to fall into bitter disagreements. This being a biblical explanation for why we all speak different languages. So Beau, having just endured a flood, having the hubris to stand up for himself and challenge Mona, or God, suddenly finds himself somewhere he's shunned because he doesn't speak the language. It's all very Tower of Babel adjacent. We then come to perhaps the weirdest moment in the play. Beau visits a village suffering from plague where a bereaved man accuses Beau of setting fire to his home and somehow replacing his children's feet with hands. Beau tries to protest, but the more he does, the more guilty he sounds, until he eventually begins to believe it himself. Now, I think there's a pretty direct parallel occurring here, but let's try to break down the basics first. Starting with the plague and fire, which, as we can see, affects the whole village, not just the one house. In fact, it seems to affect the entire landscape. Both of these calamities are closely associated with God's wrath. Fire, plague, famine, drought, flood. We see them in biblical traditions. In the Sumerian flood myth we were just discussing, they're very common representations of godly wrath for pretty obvious historical reasons. The man refers to Beau specifically as a beast, which is pretty common shorthand for Satan. So Beau's being accused of some god-tier level fuckery here, a satanic figure that has brought plague and fire, and then we get to the feet being replaced with hands. I don't think it will be displayable on YouTube, but if you look closely at the bodies the man stands over, it does seem like the two nearer camera have absent feet. Now, we can make assessments based on common symbolic understandings. Feet traditionally represent our journey, our mobility, our freedom, and hands our actions, and sometimes our sinful actions. Even in fairy tales, hands often represent our ability to sin. So we could muddle that into something where Beau is accused of replacing their freedom, their aspirations, stealing their future with something sinful. We see hands and arms being removed a lot in fairy tales and folklore. Reasonably often those stories involve the devil too, like The Girl Without Hands by the Brothers Grimm, but there are plenty of examples we could look to. So this could well just be reflecting that kind of weirdness and absurdity in folklore where often impossible body horror occurs but is treated quite matter-of-factly by the characters. And this is an impossible thing that Beau can't really have done, and not something that any Beau we encounter would ever do. Given it feels somewhat biblical, just like the flood, it's a lot more like something Mona would do. That's really the whole point. Beau is being falsely accused and gaslit into believing it himself, which again is an extremely Mona thing to do. And obviously this is something we've just seen play out its own way in Beau's actual narrative. Grace has just accused him of at least being responsible for what happened to Toni. Symbolically, he has burnt her house down, if we understand House's lineage. And this is firmly cemented when Beau frees himself and the man sends an attack dog to pursue him, and we get this shot of the dog mirroring Jeeves pursuing Beau. As for the more direct parallel though, I think this is very closely alluding to anti-Semitic propaganda from medieval Europe and beyond. Most famously during the Black Death, mid-14th century, but we can find many varied examples. The accusations levied at Beau are burning a house down and this oddly specific mutilation. But we also have this plague occurring too, and think back to Beau's meeting with Friel, where Friel mentioned a poisoned well that might make one sick if they drank from it. And during the Black Death, this exact thing was a widespread accusation levied at Jews, that they were somehow spreading the plague by poisoning wells. And another common accusation that they were somehow spreading the plague by burning houses down. Not just houses, whole villages, churches, and so on. And here in the play we have Beau being accused nonsensically, perhaps simply because he speaks a different language and is from a different land, specifically being accused of burning down a house amidst a plague, which is just too close to European history to ignore. These accusations were relatively widespread and well known, leading to pogroms and many more dead across Europe. Bad enough that allegedly some European Jews burned their own houses down to avoid being blamed themselves. As for the hands and feet thing, there are very similar historic accusations of Jews committing acts reminiscent to that against children. This is actually quite common with ethnic propaganda. We've seen plenty of it around the world as recently as this year. I wasn't able to find something that matched this directly. This is a very absurd thing after all. But there were things involving hands and feet, mostly crucifixion related. I'm not going to give you a quote on that because it isn't exact and it would almost certainly trigger demonetization, but I'm sure you can imagine they were accused of plenty of wild and horrendous stuff that was more often than not religiously canted. The notion of Jews wanting to in some way harm children has been used as anti-Semitic propaganda century upon century. You can probably imagine certain points in history where this was particularly prevalent, and that's certainly come up already. Then lastly, we have this man calling Beau a beast and the implication that he's somehow satanic. Again, this is right on the money for anti-Semitic propaganda in medieval and early modern Europe. David Nirenberg describes the representation of the synagogue being a congregation of beasts as being a venerable tradition. And Sarah Lipton states that Christian artists devised ways to give visual form to Jewish error and unbelief, giving them subtly beast-like features and depicting them with a goatee, tail, and/or horns. This is somewhere I could just continue ad nauseum, but hopefully that's enough where we can say this is very clearly alluding to anti-Semitic propaganda, something Jews may term as blood libel. Moving on, we see Beau grow anxious about the attack dog pursuing him, although he doesn't really know why, which doesn't make a lot of sense until we remember Jeeves is PTSD, so really he's being pursued internally. And he writes these feelings in a log, which over time becomes many logs, and we're seeing a paper notebook and a wooden pencil being replicated for some clever many logs imagery. This is playing off the previous notion of bunches of sticks representing family, or more broadly, productivity. In this sense, Beau being productive and proactive about managing his mental health. And Hero Beau does get a sort of happy ending here. He doesn't ever give up, he does learn his spiritual lesson, he does get his sons back, and the attack dog never catches up with him. So this many logs suggestion is providing a more optimistic view of therapy. As Beau logs his feelings, he is able to escape his pursuer. He is able to stick to his path of valor. He's been able to continue being a good man because he's continued being productive. We then see Beau journey for many years. He learns to distinguish birds by their call and knows every tree and plant by its name. Another flip side to his suffering, he gains worldly knowledge. He may not be happy apart from his family, but he continues to push forward and discover the world, and in doing so develops wisdom and spiritual advantages. This is reflected in the next line. Abandoning all comforts, you will condition your mind to new ways of seeing. You will experience great highs and profound lows. It's all adding to the same theme. There is risk and terror in pursuing your own life, but there's also an extremely rewarding experience waiting there for you, despite what you might have to endure to pursue it. Given the language being used, new ways of seeing and abandoning all comforts, and the fact that we're seeing a bearded old man alone on top of a mountain, there's clearly further allusions to the attaining of enlightenment. Beau searches for his family until his life shrinks and fades into the dream of a ghost, a man approaching death who can hardly remember if his loved ones, his experiences were real. Finally, old and frail, Hero Beau collapses in a grove surrounded by trees with eyes on them, eyes that have been symbols of Mona's Sauron-esque surveillance. Here they're more specifically representing the audience at the end, and this scene with the somewhat Mona-like angel is representing the trial we see at the end. The angel calls Beau sweetheart, something he's called by both Mona and Grace, so a distinctly motherly angel, and she asks him why he's crying. He tells her he's searched for his family his whole life and he's still alone. And this is again very close to Beau's actual experiences. He still wants to know who his father is. He still wants to have a loving relationship with Elaine. He's pining for a family without daring to actually search for them because he has shied away from the life Hero Beau embraced. Now, the angel does seem reasonably benevolent, but there's also an air of darkness to her. She tells Beau not to weep for what he's lost, but instead for his own sins. She says, you also have been searched for, but you were so lost in your own selfishness that no one could ever find you. And that's true for Hero Beau in a vague way. He's been obsessed with his search. Maybe his family was out searching for him too. But it's a lot more true for Beau Prime, a man who actually has lived selfishly. And this is going to be Mona's argument during the ending trial, that it's Beau who has never loved her, that he's selfish and uncaring. There is absolutely truth to that. Despite Beau being Mona's lifelong victim, he is a man that acts selfishly, that refuses to help others because of his fears for himself. And this is the first time Beau has spoken during the play, as if Beau Prime, Beau in the audience, has fully taken over and the angel is addressing him directly. He's being spiritually instructed to make the realizations that might save his life during the ending trial. Perhaps not even save his life as much as purify his soul. It's up to you whether this is a positive thing, i.e. the orphans of the forest are trying to save him, or if it's something more manipulative, and this is Mona's instructions for how he needs to properly atone. The angel tells him to confess before his peers. Again, this is what Mona and Cohen are looking for at the end, his acknowledgement of his wrongdoing. He admits to his lifelong cowardice, again, not something we can truly say for Hero Beau, so she's definitely speaking to Beau Prime directly here. The angel gets a shade darker, saying, you will confess everything, and from here things take a turn. And we see him laying by a pond, again mirroring the trial on the lake later on. But rather than drowning, Beau receives good water, presumably motherly love. Sleep comes untroubled to him. And from here we'll see him not meeting death as he was about to prior to meeting the angel, and instead being reunited with his family. So again, it's a double-edged sword. Is the message, do what Mona says and apologize and you don't have to die and can live happily with your family, i.e. just her? Or is it, you need to admit your lifelong cowardice if you ever want to have your own family? It really depends on how we look at it. Beau does need to break free from his cowardice to start his own family. Beau does need to humble himself before Mona and devote himself entirely to her if he wants to survive the ending. Unfortunately for Beau, he isn't going to do either of those things, despite this apparent moment of realization and enlightenment. And from there we see Beau magically come full circle back to his village and be invited to a very special play. And it's worth noting that this play isn't called To Never Die, the title of the play Beau Prime has sat and watched. It's a play within that universe called My Beautiful Sweet Boys. Something that Harry, Beau's father, the penis monster, will say to Beau at the end. He'll call him my beautiful sweet boy. We can also see that the theatre is far less developed, a lot more sparse, a far more crudely drawn sign. Now this is a common aesthetic touch to demonstrate layers of reality. If you imagine a comic book drawn in the panel of a comic book, it always looks far more basic. Same with posters on the wall in a cartoon. It's done because it looks weird if everything has the same fidelity, but also alludes to lower levels of reality, a fiction within a fiction. So this could just be that, but it's also suggesting a theatre troupe that's just getting started, and we could see, even though it doesn't fit perfectly, there's this suggestion that Hero Beau could become Yesekov. Again, doesn't fit perfectly if Yesekov is the guy that started the troupe, so perhaps we could understand Hero Beau as the first Beau in a long line of Beaus that have made this recursive trip to the theatre. The narrator says that Beau feels drawn to the play and spends his last dollar on attending it, and that, coupled with him abandoning all comforts, is very in line with our chap from the start, giving up his worldly possessions. We're speaking to a Beau finally ready to achieve enlightenment, now he's had everything stripped from him. And if we tie that back into our beginning notions of samsara and escaping the loop of reincarnation, this may well be the answer to how to do it. To go to Mona and admit his cowardice and fault. Not because he isn't her victim, he is, but that's also a comfort he must abandon, a shield he uses to justify his own inaction. And I think that's how we can reconcile his spiritual lesson having a Mona positive message. It's because he should abandon his cowardice, he should admit his sins to himself, but not to appease her, rather to be able to forgive himself and achieve, in a literal sense, his freedom and a reclamation of his life, but in a symbolic sense, enlightenment and an escape from this endless loop of appeasement and devotion he's locked in with Mona. That's why the forest scene exists, to give Beau something to reach for, rather than simply having something to cling to. Now, when it comes to the actual trial, he's dead either way. We're about to hear as much. So there isn't a literal path for him to reclaim his life. That ship has sailed. He has been found guilty. And that's why the symbolic understanding is so important, because the only meaning Beau can draw from this must allude to something higher, that he must come to this realization for his own salvation. And I mean that in a grand sense. Perhaps dying with an unblighted conscience, but also very possibly achieving this enlightenment and escaping this time loop, if you subscribe to that. As Beau enters the play within a play, we see it's the exact same theatre in the forest, now a slightly different narrator in a slightly different play, but clearly the same figure, who is providing some eerily prescient commentary about Beau not remembering the faces of his family, but having some innate recollection that he had arrived home, as we see Hero Beau allegedly arriving home. She's describing Beau's whereabouts to his 3 lost, alleged sons, while actually narrating his arrival there. We're now watching a play within a dream, within a play, within a film, and this is done to drive home this idea of recursion, that Beau will always find his way back here, that his spiritual transformation event is seemingly happening in an endless loop. It's also gaslighting the viewer into momentarily believing that Beau does have sons. This all comes full circle as the narrator mentions that the boy's father found himself at a very special play that he spends his last dollar on. We heard that very recently as Beau arrived at the play within a play, and now the narrator is repeating it. So we get the feeling of the loop tightening or closing as everything builds to a nexus point where Hero Beau, his alleged sons, and Beau Prime all acknowledge each other through the competing layers of fiction. I think this is where it feels most like Beau might be his own father, that Beau might have somehow already fathered Penelope's child, that Beau might have some secret previous life we're about to be introduced to. This is an exceptionally strange moment on first viewing. All these crazy theories that have been building in your head as you watch it, for this moment of abstraction, all of them seem as if they might be true. We're surrounded by Beaus and moving fluidly between timelines, and it's just such a clever and refreshingly unique rendition of this Garden of Forking Paths or many worlds style of storytelling. The narrator continues, he saw the details of the plot were impossibly similar to those of his own life, and everything seemingly ties together neatly as Beau, coinciding with her narration, announces, "This is me, this is my story." Realizing he's their father, the boys rush off the stage to hug him. Incidentally, Beau's oldest son is played by Michael Gandolfini, son of the late great James Gandolfini, star of the greatest television show of all time. Their reunion is extremely touching, heartwarming and bittersweet as they learn from each other that the mother figure is still missing, that the boys were raised as orphans just like everyone else who finds themselves at this theatre. But Beau tells them it's okay, having learned that life is about risking bad in pursuit of good. And then things get creepy as we get the close-up on our blank-faced narrator, and if you watch very closely, at 1 hour 50 minutes and 3 seconds, she begins to reverse. The scene hitches and then starts playing backwards. It's extremely subtle, and this marks the moment everything starts to unravel. The fantasy, the ever-closing loops of reality we've been navigating, all of it starts coming undone here, and this reversing of the shot is alluding to that directly. We've been wound up into a hypothetical spiral and hit this center point where everything lines up, and now we're beginning to undo everything very quickly. The children begin asking about their grandmother, and eventually their grandfather, asking specifically how Beau's dad died. And it's here that we move to Beau's memory of Mona, finally letting the viewer in on what exactly has been preventing him from sexual activity. Beau explains to his children that he never procreated. They question how Beau could have possibly fathered them, and as the realization hits Beau, we see him stood alone, and then immediately returned back to the main narrative, and Beau Prime stood there having concluded his spiritual lesson. He's clearly shaken by what he's seen, and Penelope provides more nourishing mother water to soothe him down from the experience. As the actual play with Alt Beau concludes in the background, we see another reflection of the ending trial as Alt Beau questions what he should do to appease the angry god above him. God tells him that he could act yesterday and it would still be a decade too late, foreshadowing that Beau's fate is sealed either way. The other characters around God lambast Beau for his failure to act and failure to sacrifice, again mirroring the criticism we'll see from Cohen at the end. Once Beau has gathered his senses, he reaches in his pocket and finds the Madonna and Child statue, which he then hands to Penelope. She's clearly very touched by this, clutching it to her breast just as the Madonna clutches her child. We also see some very purposeful finger movements here, almost as if Penelope were blind and she's feeling what the statue looks like. But Penelope clearly isn't blind given she sees the glass in Beau's head, so it's a bit of mystery what she's doing here. There's a moment where she almost forms the double V shape, very popular in Renaissance art. We see this a lot on paintings of Mary and Jesus, but more broadly in European art too. The more certain hand position is this feeling of the statue's face, the grabbing of its head between thumb and index finger. That's something else we see Mary specifically doing in depictions of her. There's a lot of interpretation to hands in iconography, and it's difficult to find one solid answer as to what this specific gesture might indicate, so let's just go with these hand gestures are somewhat reminiscent of depictions of Mary, and she's just been handed a depiction of Mary. If not, then they're just reverent, fidgety hand movements because she's touched but doesn't know how to react. And there's a few reasons why Beau gives her the statue. Practically because she's shown him kindness and it's all that he has to give. Symbolically because he recognizes her as an actual nurturing mother figure. Perhaps he's latching onto her because of that. But on a more Freudian level, it's more confusion between romantic partner and mother figure. And above all else, it demonstrates that the play might have had a positive effect, that he's ready to give up Mona's smothering motherhood and make a life away from her. I really like the idea that he's latching on to Penelope here, like he latched on to Elaine during the Finger in Mouth awakening, because right after this is when we'll see Penelope's dress being transferred to Elaine and then to Mona, and her image starts blending with theirs. Other than a few starry gazes that could be easily misinterpreted, Penelope's been more of a mother figure than a romantic one to Beau, but Elaine hasn't at all, and we see her adopt Penelope's colouring first, and beyond that, the two options are entirely blurred in Beau's head anyway. We never take that any further though, as circumstances will conspire to rip Penelope and Beau apart. Another example of a mother figure being torn away from him. It's at this moment that the strange man decides to reveal himself to Beau, and he doesn't give us much. In line with the mysterious stranger trope, he only provides enough to be a cryptic motivator to Beau's journey. He asks Beau if he recognizes him, implying they interacted when Beau was little. He tells Beau that he used to work for Mona, feeding Beau's father and cleaning up after him. Most crucially though, he tells Beau that his father is still alive, which seems to corroborate the reality of Harry actually being in the attic later on. And he seems as though he'd willingly spill the whole tale, explaining how he got the position because his parents were in debt to Mona, but he stops when he notices the ankle tag, the LED sign of Mona's surveillance, then realizing that Beau isn't free from Mona's clutches and they're both in severe danger. He quickly makes his excuses, but as he leaves, he tells Beau that he's so happy to see him. And it feels genuine and loving. It's fair to say that the strange man is one character that isn't subservient to Mona. Beau asks him to wait, but we can hear the quickening blips of Jeeves' tracker in the background. On stage, Alt Beau does his best to include the oncoming Jeeves in the narrative, but is put down by a knife thrown by Jeeves. Jeeves targeting him first, cementing that confusion between Alt Beau and the actual Beau Jeeves is hunting. And then all hell breaks loose. Butterfly Man grabs his strap, people start running, and Beau stands frozen. He sees Penelope running into the distance, already ducking for cover. Despite her presenting this spiritual sense of ideal motherhood, we've also had hints that her life has been a struggle, that she's gained worldly knowledge, and for want of a better term, is a lot more street smart than Beau. Our strange man shouts for Beau, and Beau replies with "Dad," which he almost certainly isn't. Just like we've seen Beau be convinced he has 3 sons, his confusion and isolation have now latched onto the stranger. He's searching for family anywhere he can find it. But to be fair to Beau, if it was the strange man in this photo, he's kind of been conditioned for this moment for a very long time, and it's not that surprising he might recognise the man as his father. And given that our strange man gets exploded in front of Beau moments later, I think the sensible assessment here is this is just another comedic trauma on the pile for Beau. He gets offered a potential solution to his lifelong damage, the salve, the father he's always desired, and the only person that could tell him is violently torn away from him moments later. And from there, Jeeves emerges from the foliage and begins spraying bullets like a methed out space marine. As Beau flees his own personal Vietnam, Jeeves is snuck up on and struck in the head, causing him to unload an entirely impossible number of bullets into his own shoulder. In what should absolutely be his final moments under normal circumstances, Jeeves activates a taser on Beau's ankle tag, the LED switches from green for go to red for stop, and Beau hits the ground. Again, we have Beau being incapacitated and rendered unconscious before he moves on to the next sequence. Again, we have this theme of Beau's feet being bound and his movement curtailed, relating back to Mona's umbilical chain and Beau's flamingo-like PTSD response. And that marks the end of Section 2, an absolutely lunatic sequence of events, the limbo Beau had to fight through to make his way towards a meeting with his maker. This is Part 3, Paradiso. Alright, this section of the film is the most Mona focused, so let's look at her and try to answer the question, what the fuck is up with Mona? We know she's narcissistic, we know she's engaging in emotional incest, we know she has this bipolar style of parenting where she flips between love bombing and vicious anger, but none of that accounts for what we see in Beau's memory. So let's look at that scene and the following sequence in the bathroom and try to come to a conclusion. The scene begins with Mona explaining the fate of Beau's father. She tells him he died on their wedding night, the same night Beau was conceived. In fact, the very instant Beau was conceived. Beau asks how it was he died, and Mona replies far too forthrightly by finishing. She actually goes a step further than that, but we're going to try and keep things YouTube friendly. Again, this is in line with emotional incest. Mona's replying more like a partner than a mother, being far too open about explicit details. She tells Beau that his father had a heart murmur, and then casually locks in a lifetime of sexual trauma as she follows up with, "just like you." Beau asks if it hurt, and Mona replies that she's sure it was excruciating. This is done for one reason and one reason only, to foment terror in Beau. Terror towards women that are not Mona, and terror towards a natural progression. Mona continues, telling Beau that it was the first time his father had any sexual contact of any kind, and that his father and his grandfather, so Beau's great-grandfather, had suffered the same fate, which is extremely unlikely. Obviously, people can get pregnant from their first sexual experience together, but doing that for 3 generations and having that be the first climax of all 3 men is both unfathomably unlikely and entirely necessary for her story to be believed. Something worth noting though, we've seen Beau at nearly every stage of his life. Baby, young child, teenager, middle-aged, old, and very old. And this notion of his father and grandfather and great-grandfather all falling victim to the same thing plays very well into this idea of Beau's trauma looping over and over again. And these are Ouroboros-like ideas of him becoming his own father. There's little to distinguish him from them, and it allows everything to coalesce together even more. It's also worth noting that this is another example of generational trauma, despite being fictitious. The story comes to a head with a moral lesson for Beau. Both Mona and his father had thought they would be different, that the same fate wouldn't befall them, essentially safeguarding against Beau ever choosing to take his chances with the promise of certain death. Mona claims she urged him on because she wanted a normal life and a child, and I think I certainly believe one of those things, but the notion of Mona having a normal life is pretty distant. I think a better way of understanding it, for reasons we'll look at, is that Mona wanted a child so she could feel like she had a normal life. She wanted someone that would love her in the ways she felt she was lacking. Essentially, this narcissistic notion that he lives to serve her emotional needs. The manipulation comes to a head as Mona gets way too graphic about the position in which Beau's dad passed away, and then starts making cartoonish threats to herself, saying she wants to rip her ears off when she thinks about it, and quoting her directly, "But then that same trauma which changed me so utterly also resulted in the greatest gift of my life." So there's the rub. Mommy needs you, mommy loves you, never traumatize mommy like your dad did. We'll see her essentially saying this during the bathroom flashback, "Are you trying to hurt mommy?" There is one thing I believe Mona about here though, and that's the trauma. We can theorize forever about Beau's parentage, the real circumstances, but there's a good chance that whatever did happen was traumatic for Mona. Maybe it was SA, abandonment, or some kind of ritual with a giant microphallus, but I think it was certainly traumatic. Her behavior is extreme, her threats to herself are extreme. The decision she is making here to ensure Beau doesn't symbolically become his father, it's extreme. She says that she's so sorry for what Beau's daddy passed down to him, that she can't tell him quite how sorry she is. And again, that suggests that there's some reason she wouldn't want Beau to know the truth. That maybe there is actually something she is worried about transferring between them. That makes sense if she was SA'd. It makes sense if she's legitimately aware of the cock monster in the attic. But one thing we can say for sure is that she's absolutely lying about Beau's alleged condition. As the scene closes and moves back to the play, the first thing we hear from Beau's sons is that a lie? And yes it is. Beau may not have grasped it, but this is obvious fantasy from Mona. And we have a vague idea of why Mona would want to lie. It's her whole motivation throughout. She needs Beau to need her. She wants his undivided love. We can find more confirmation in the original script, with Beau's mother saying, "I told him he passed at the instant of conception. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. Why do parents always lie to their children about everything? Is it to keep them from making the same mistakes? I know in my case it was certainly to prevent some new ones, since the story I told him will no doubt serve as a powerful sexual deterrent." And that seems to confirm what we're saying. She's doing it to prevent Beau's romantic development. But there are many different ways of doing that, and this is a very grand lie. So the question remains, even if we understand Mona's motivations, why would she do specifically this? Something so absurd and yet so damaging to Beau. And I'm sure some of you have been screaming it at the screen the whole way through. This behaviour is indicative of Munchausen's, rendering Beau a victim of Munchausen's by proxy. For those who don't know, Munchausen syndrome is a psychological disorder in which a person will make up ailments, perhaps injuries, perhaps more general medical conditions, often deliberately faking symptoms purely for the psychological gratification of being perceived as unwell in some way. Munchausen's by proxy, now medically referred to as FDIA or fictitious disorder imposed on another, is similar to this, but the person instead projects these fabricated illnesses onto a loved one. Traditionally, this is via some form of caregiving role, most frequently a mother figure. It can often stem from twisted medical fascinations or a desire for attention, perhaps a parent that may feel as though having a disabled child gets them more attention or sympathy. But another common cause is the desire to maintain complete control over their child, and that is exactly Mona. It's also worth noting that Ari Aster has a short film called Munchausen that is all about this very syndrome. A mother poisoning her son to keep him at home instead of going to college because she's deeply overprotective. So again, another example of the film weaving Aster's previous work back in. And I actually think we can build up Mona's own little timeline of psychological deterioration based on the small amount of information we have. Mona mentions later that she never received compassion and kindness from her own mother, any kind of loving connection, saying, "My own mother wouldn't even touch me. I wasn't worthy of her love. I hadn't earned it and I never earned it, no matter what I did. No matter how much of my deepest real self I denied and buried and smothered until it was dead, none of it mattered. She blamed me for everything her mother did to her. When I had you, I promised, I will never do that to him. I will give him all the love I have." So Mona's mother is uncaring and unloving, and she builds a deep resentment towards that, causing her to strive to find this extreme brand of love that she feels will give her what she's always been lacking. Eventually she meets Beau's father, and we don't know, we can't say for sure what happened there, but he probably didn't die from a heart murmur. So chances are that whatever the truth is, it wasn't the deeply loving relationship she was requiring. And from there she gives birth to Beau, and we hear her having these terrified thoughts upon his birth. Obviously she has reason to worry, but as with much of Mona's language, it's quite nasty and fatalistic. It certainly seems like she's already suffering some pretty extreme issues. And if we remember back to how she was talking during the birth, it was clear she was already imagining health concerns for Beau there. From the quote we just read, we know she promises herself to give him all the love she has. The extent that that's true depends on your read of Mona, but true or not, we know it's likely toxic and definitely obsessive. From there, Beau doesn't accept her breastfeeding and she feels scorned by this. Then when he gets older, he starts asking questions about his absent father. And given how much Mona needs his love, how she feels it's the thing she's always been missing, always been owed, Beau's refusal of her and his interest in the man that isn't even around, it begins tearing her apart and leads her to do something extreme. And just think about Zoe Lister-Jones' performance here, teary in Beau's bedroom, clearly explaining this because she's been driven to it. She might be lying, but it still feels like a very difficult moment for her, as if she's on the edge of breaking down, or is perhaps mid-breakdown. And in tears and anger, with his whole life in her clutches, she tells him this grand lie, a lie she may not even fully understand why she's telling, and it's that lie that implants all of this terror and anxiety within Beau, the lie that gave Mona exactly what she wanted, a little boy that would never grow up. It's another keen example of generational trauma, Mona passing down the pain that was imparted to her by her mother, the trauma that hero Beau avoids passing to his hypothetical sons because he is able to escape Mona and confront himself. Now there is one caveat we should include to be fair to Mona. She will later show Beau something awful in the attic, something we can't fully grasp as the viewer. If we believe that something really is occurring there, that we haven't completely fallen into madness by that point, then there is a reason for her to lie because there's something legitimate she's trying to protect him from. The reality that his father is legitimately a penis monster. And that may well be true, but even still, she did not need to create a lifelong fear in Beau for that to be achieved. She could have said, Daddy's in prison, Daddy died in the war, Daddy abandoned us, Daddy had a perfectly normal heart attack that is in no way related to you. Any of those would have worked without scarring Beau so completely. She chose to convince him of this to keep him by her side for life. She chose to bait him with Elaine for the same reason. Mona will attempt to justify these lies to Beau because of whatever is in the attic, but the truth is her actions were unnecessary and unforgivable even if it is true. And the decision to go with Beau having this unseen condition is entirely in line with Munchausen's by proxy. And it's an interesting term, Munchausen's by proxy, because this phenomena we've been seeing all the way through of different aspects of Beau and Mona being mapped onto background figures, of background figures as stand-ins for other background figures, something we've been referring to as reflections, because that's a term ASTER has used, but another very good word for them that I've avoided using until now would be proxies. We could say the angry Annie at the start is a proxy for Mona, Jeeves is a proxy for Beau's PTSD, and so on. So I find it very fitting that Beau's had this life of torment applied to him by proxy. So there we go. I'm no medical professional, but I'd say Mona is an emotionally incestuous, bipolar narcissist inflicting Munchausen's by proxy on Beau. There's one more question to answer though, and that's where does the lie about the heart murmur come from? And this could have simply been arbitrarily chosen by ASTER, but I think it's quite likely it's a reference to the 1971 French comedy drama Murmur of the Heart, a twisted, coming-of-age story following a boy called Laurent and his over-affectionate, adulterous mother. Laurent contracts a fever, which leaves him with a murmur of the heart. After many, let's say, coming-of-age experiences, he ends up in a hotel room having sex with his mother. Actual incest rather than emotional, but I think the similarities are there, and the specificity of the heart murmur and the odd relationship Laurent has with his glamorous mother, it all feels like very familiar territory. The fact it's being mentioned at a point where Mona is being way too sexually forthcoming with her own son speaks for itself somewhat. I think a key difference between Laurent and Beau, however, is that Laurent's coming of age, him finally getting to indulge his sexuality, that happens via his mother. He goes right from that to another girl in the hotel he's been lusting after. For Beau, it seems to be the opposite. He needs to have sex with another woman to be able to finally escape his mother's influence, and that tracks more with emotional incest rather than actual. Nevertheless, I think the allusion to the film is absolutely there, and likely the instigating factor for Beau's alleged condition being a heart murmur. Alright, that's one Mona memory checked off, but what about the bathroom scene? Something we've kept seeing glimpses of, something that at first seems to be at the heart of Beau's trauma, but we come to learn is a wall of repression, something that seems to be blocking the real trauma that we see occurring in the attic. It's as close as Beau can get to the actual event without shutting down. Now, we've already touched on this scene a fair bit, so we're not going to spend too long here, but there are a few things we should lock in. Starting with this pretty obvious Echo and Narcissus imagery, where Beau stares at his reflection in the bathwater with Elaine over his shoulder. Just like a man lost in a dark forest can't help but call to mind Dante, a boy or young man lost in his own reflection in a pool of water is going to call to mind Narcissus. If you're not familiar with the story, it's one last tale of tragic romance from ancient Greece to finish off our trilogy. This time concerning the Oread, or mountain nymph, Echo. And Echo is a bit of a chatterbox, a bit of a yapper, and she's subsequently cursed by Hera to only be able to repeat the last thing spoken to her, hence the name Echo. And Echo's skipping along one day, doing mountain nymph shit, when she spies yet another young man who is defined by his beauty. This one perhaps most famous of all, Narcissus. So if you're keeping track, that's Ganymede, Endymion, and Narcissus, all three known for their beauty, just like Beau, whose name means beautiful or handsome. Now, unlike Ganymede and Endymion and Beau, Narcissus isn't kept frozen in a twisted eternal youth, but he is still kept frozen, and it relates very specifically to Beau. Back to the story, and Echo sees this handsome fella and just goes absolutely buck wild. She falls madly in love with him on the spot and heads straight over to shoot that shot. Unfortunately for Echo, she can only repeat what Narcissus says to her, and unfortunately for Narcissus, he's an absolute twat. His other defining characteristic beyond beauty is his vanity and pride, and somewhat bemused by Echo's odd advances, he spurns her and goes about his business. Echo is torn apart by the rejection and unrequited love, and she wastes away until she's just a disembodied voice whispering in the woods, still not understanding that the boy ain't shit. The biggest tragedy being her apparent confirmation of incel talking points. And Nemesis, goddess of divine retribution, sees all this, sees Narcissus strutting about and having it large, and she says, "I'm not having any of that." And she curses Narcissus to fall in love with his own reflection. And sure enough, the first pool of water that he comes to, he notices a very striking chap staring back at him. So striking, in fact, that he stops for a while to stare. And so besotted is he with his own image that he finds himself unable to leave, not wanting to leave. And so he stays there frozen, staring at his own reflection until he withers away and dies. So hopefully some pretty obvious parallels with Beau there. He's not in love with his own reflection, but he is self-obsessed, out of fear, out of trauma, out of constant self-analysis, to the point where he can't go anywhere, to the point where he does essentially wither away, because he can't step away from himself to pursue life. This is the argument we saw alluded to with the angel during the play, the realization Beau needed to come to on his spirit quest. It's Cohen's whole assault on him during his moment of judgment. He's selfish and self-obsessed, and we know he likely has every reason to be a victim. But beyond Mona's abuses, we have to recognize there comes a time when he must stop hiding and forge his own path. He is the ultimate victim of his own cowardice. It's his own life he's stealing by not pursuing one. So that's Beau, our frozen Narcissus, our frozen Ganymede, our frozen Endymion, a victim of the moon's obsession with him, a victim of the gods' desire to steal him away and keep him to themselves, a victim of his own self-obsession. And if we want, we can extend this to Elaine too, the nymph often depicted over the shoulder of Narcissus, equally in agreement that he's an absolute 10, but completely unrequited in her love for him. Now, it's clear Elaine doesn't carry a torch for Beau the same way he does for her, but she absolutely does represent unrequited love. It's just, like the other myths, twisted to make it that bit nastier for Beau. And there is one other key component here, it's a story focused around reflections, Narcissus and his reflected self. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this scene. The bathroom is full of pairs of things, and everything is reflected in the mirror, so we've got pairs of things. And that exists as a visual key to explain what's really happening. Not that Beau actually has a twin, but that we're seeing a reflection of him split into two. One half being the Beau whose eyes we're seeing from, the other half having the standoff with Mona, the Beau that we'll see locked in the attic. And given we're seeing pairs of pairs, reflected pairs, I think we also have the visual key here for Elaine being a reflection of Mona as one becomes the other. Either because Elaine's similar to Mona, and that's why Beau fell for her so easily, or because Beau's got romance and motherhood all confused together, or both, as is likely the case. And so the question then becomes, well, why are we seeing a reflection of Beau? What's really happening here? But we already know the answer to that. This reflection is Beau's bravery, his adventurous side, his more masculine side, the side of him that was willing to ask questions about his dad. We can see that in the design of the shirt he refuses to take off. It has the blue we've come to associate with Beau, and the beige we've come to associate with Hero Beau, a shirt that reflects both sides of himself in harmony. And if we let the scene play out, we see Elaine pour water over Beau and then magically transform into Mona, Beau's blurring his female figures, romance and motherhood, not only in Elaine becoming Mona, but also from Elaine providing him this motherly nurture via the bathing. They're roughly the same age. There should be no memory or thought of her washing him as an infant. She would have been an infant too. And we know Penelope's mixed in there too via the green of the dress and her also bathing Beau. Penelope becomes Elaine, becomes Mona, and we see that transition mainly from the green of their clothing. Clothing that Mona wasn't wearing when we saw this scene previously. Clothing that was a pink colour when we saw Elaine wearing it previously. So it's definitely Penelope's impact on Beau that's caused that as his brain blurs between romantic and mother figures. All clear on that. Mona quickly loses her temper with Beau's alleged twin and begins trying to deal with his tantrum physically. When that doesn't work, she immediately jumps to manipulation, asking Beau if he's trying to hurt mommy. And this Beau is clearly different to every other version we see. He's defiant, he's strong, he's a toddler, but he's got an attitude when he says, "Where's daddy?" This is the part of Beau Mona had to crush, and this is where she crushes it. She reminds him that daddy is dead, but Beau doesn't seem to believe her, saying, "I don't care, I want daddy." Now potentially, this toddler Beau still has a memory of a father that was alive while he was. There's an edge of that, but it could also be child speak for, "I'm not accepting the truth, I just want a father." And then Mona looks right into camera and asks Beau in the bath, the more passive side of Beau, the Beau we're left with afterwards that speaks with adult Beau's voice, if he wants his daddy too, to which the camera shakes its head. She takes brave Beau by the arm and leads him to the attic, dreamily shifting from Zoe Lister-Jones to Patti LuPone. The hallway floor is inexplicably filled with water, alluding to motherhood, while also continuing this theme of reflected pairs. And she tells Beau to go up, that if he's big enough to hurt mommy, he's big enough for this. And that, coupled with Beau's protest that nobody's allowed up there, are really the only clues we get here as to what might be in the attic. And they don't give us much. It's an area normally forbidden to Beau. He either has never been up or doesn't remember going up. And Mona says, big enough for this. And this could just be going up into an attic alone and being locked inside. That's traumatizing enough. But it does seem to suggest there's something up there, or something going to happen up there. Mona threatens POV Beau once more, asking if he wants to go up too, and we hear adult Beau, Beau Prime, croak out a no from behind the camera. As Mona closes brave Beau in the attic, she yells, "This is it, we don't talk about you anymore." And that does at first seem to corroborate that Beau does actually have an attic twin. We'll look at that a little bit during the attic scene, but I think primarily this is doublespeak for Beau's brave side being permanently suppressed. She then falsely accuses Beau of nodding as we see his flamingo response go off again. There's a lot of emphasis towards that here, marking this threat of the attic and Mona's bathtime rage as the root of his PTSD. And then she does a half charge towards him, screaming, "Get back in," and in context that can really only be the bath, but she's not really talking about the bath, she's talking about what the bath symbolically represents, the womb. And in line with that, we see the camera, really Beau, sucked backwards as he actually does travel back to a dark and wet place that is almost certainly the womb. And this really brings our water imagery, our bath imagery, Beau's desire to climb in the bath after hearing of Mona's death. All of it comes full circle and gets made explicit here. Beau's refusal to get in the bath is because he's done with Mona's suffocation. He wants his dad instead. It's also bringing our Freud imagery full circle. If water-based dreams are unconscious representations of our memories in the womb, then Beau's dream here is just directly being inside the womb, surrounded by water. And with that, we pick back up with Beau, waking up on the edge of the forest following his ordeal with Jeeves. And there's a very weird shot here that I know a lot of people are wondering about. Why is there a penguin in the tree? A penguin seemingly holding onto a tree swing or trapeze-like device. And sadly, there is no answer I can give you that is concrete. We can look at what penguins symbolize, stories about penguins and trees, any of the usual avenues, and not really come up with anything. There is one character who is a little bit penguin-like in our Strange Man, and during the play we do see them sat in line with each other, with both having this white chest on display. We also see both of them following Beau through the forest as he arrives at the play. So we could say that they're being associated with each other, and the penguin in the tree is a sign that Beau's cryptic spirit guide is still with him, still watching over him. That's how I view it personally, but we have nothing really to confirm that, it's just a guess. And I think before we land on that, we have to acknowledge that it could well have been inserted just to add to the weirdness and add to the humour that the penguin has been hiding in a tree till morning after Jeeves' attack. What really bothers me about the penguin, though, is that its presence is obfuscating. It's what everyone focuses on because there's a giant penguin in the tree. But in doing so, we're missing the forest for the penguin. Because why I think it's actually here, no matter its meaning, the function it's serving is to differentiate these two shots. And this is what I want to focus on. We see one shot of Beau alone in a forest, looking out towards camera. He then turns to look to his side, and as he does, the camera cuts. This technique ordinarily being used to demonstrate what our character is looking at. But we cut to another shot of Beau, this time with a penguin in the tree behind him. So the penguin differentiates the shot, and it helps create the illusion that Beau is staring at another version of himself, that there's two Beaus in the forest. Beau's mirror image we've just seen get trapped in the attic, now present here. So yes, the penguin is interesting, but in terms of what's actually happening here, Beau's spirit journey with the Orphans has unlocked some of his trauma for him, and his braver half is stirring to life once again. He's quietly aware of that part of himself once again, and it's gazing back at him. And from there we see Beau hitchhike to Wasserton, which goes remarkably smoothly. He's driven by this man, who, if we want to be safe, we could say he's a positive, symbolic father for Beau, really the only one we meet. The fact that he has a mustache rather than a beard, white hair, white shirt, he's the unthreatening alternative to all the threatening father figures we've had. If we don't want to be safe, then to me, this guy is giving Sam Elliott energy, another spirit guide-esque character in The Big Lebowski, that kind of gentle Old West masculinity. That character is actually called The Stranger as well. And the film is so clever here because we're so confused as to who Beau's father truly is. Just like Beau, we're looking for his father everywhere. I would imagine a good percentage of us considered for a moment that this was Beau's dad. If you watch him very closely, he goes to say something to Beau and then thinks better of it, perhaps somewhat let down by his near catatonic passenger. Maybe that's a signal that Beau is so failed in his masculinity that the father figure isn't even interested in trying to reach him. But that's purely speculation, and if we want to stay firmly in the real, then the only actual hint we have is from the sat-nav, which we can very clearly see a Mona Wasserman logo displayed on. So going on only what we can say for sure, there's a good chance that this guy is another tool of Mona's. They arrive in Wasserton, or Watertown, a space controlled entirely by Mona. We see the sign read, "Welcome Home," as if it's been set up just for Beau in this moment. I absolutely love the aesthetic of the sign. It's so in line with 80s and 90s cinematic renditions of idyllic American life in suburbia. A little bit kitsch, but something that tells you right away it's one of those perfect little towns. We know from the Google page about Mona's death that Wasserton is still in Carina, so for all of Beau's lengthy travels, his odyssey hasn't even taken him outside of state lines. And as they drive through the town, we see a trippy version of it reflected upside down in the car's windscreen. A very similar thing happens in Midsommar as our group approaches the Hogger commune. We could say it's an homage to that, but equally it's just something that trippily alludes to us entering another realm where everything will be turned upside down. And before you know it, Beau arrives at Mona's, his family home and a monument to his childhood trauma. This is a real house, and thanks to a real estate listing, we can get a pretty good idea of what was and wasn't changed for the film. It certainly feels a lot more threatening in the film, but most of the dangerous decor is still there, like the spiral death staircase and the complete lack of railings. And I bring this up just to point out that if we say things in the house are symbolic, we're just trusting that the location scouting was very well thought through, or that elements of meaning were constructed once they saw what they were working with in the house. So for example, the central staircase being a spiral, but also somewhat resembling a strand of DNA, that's not been created by the film for the film, but that doesn't mean they haven't seen it and taken advantage of it. As Beau walks up the drive, we see a van for Shiva Steve's Grub for the Grieved. Shiva means 7 in Hebrew, and this refers to a traditional period of mourning in Jewish bereavement for a 7-day period. Further in the background, we can see the ludicrously sized statue of the Madonna and Child, turning what was a comforting image of motherhood into something more threatening, as the Madonna has a strained expression and clings to her child a little too tightly. We also have these 3 female figures dressed in all black with all black veils. Now, obviously, they're at a funeral, black is appropriate, but this is still quite an extreme way to dress. I couldn't find any specifically Jewish tradition of women wearing black veils, or anything this may be referencing in their funerary traditions, but we have no shortage of groups of 3 mysterious women in mythology and literature, and so we have a lot of potential candidates. We have the 3 Fates from Greek literature, the Norns from Norse myth, the 3 Witches from Macbeth, given this film is dabbling with Shakespeare. We could even tie in the matriarchs from Jewish mythology. There are 4 of them, but one, Rachel, dies prematurely, and we have Mona dead here. She actually dies during childbirth, which is somewhat fitting, and we've already had a reference to her son Joseph. And beyond the matriarchs, there are many more groups of 3 women we could point to still, but we don't have anything else to go on to draw a firm conclusion. None of them are described specifically as wearing all black with black veils, although annoyingly you can find depictions of most of them dressed like that. I think thematically the most obvious answer, especially given how concerned the film is with Greek mythology, would be the three fates. This is where Beau is going to meet his fate, it's where he's going to realise how he's been conspired against, it's certainly very fitting. But the Norns are very similar to the fates. They're both three women that can see the future, and both groups specifically weave fate. And in a film so concerned with reflections and parallels with ancient myth, it may well be that this is left ambiguous to allude to both these groups. Perhaps even to the witches in Macbeth too, and who knows beyond that. With so little to go on, it's really impossible to say for sure. Moving on, and a man, possibly Shiver Steve himself, tells Beau that the funeral has concluded, but there's a video inside. And given Mona's body is allegedly inside and that everyone has gone home, it would seem like Beau's taken so long getting here that the shame has become too much, and people have departed before they've even seen Mona buried. As Beau enters, we see various workers packing up from the funeral, one of whom we know is Beau's superintendent from back at his tenement. We can see a female figure hiding in the background, peering at Beau from around a corner, letting us know he's still being subtly but constantly monitored. Interestingly, we'll see Beau make the exact same movement moments later as he peers round the stair pillar, afraid of what he's about to see when confronted with Mona's body. As Beau reacquaints himself with the house, we're bombarded with Mona's manipulations of his guilt. We can see this clearly in the funeral flyer that describes Mona as being gone forever. She's doing whatever she can to twist the knife on Beau. And far more crushing, in the background we're hearing a recording of the eulogy which is laced with a specific blend of Jewish humour and Jewish guilt. The eulogizer emphasises Beau's decision to not attend the funeral and turns this into a light-hearted but barbed dig at him, saying, Mona, who was a devoted mother to her sole surviving son Beau, whom she loved so deeply and who has elected not to be present with us today. Mona loved Beau with a love that could move mountains. In fact, when we leave, I suggest we check on the mountains to make sure they're okay. As the quote concludes, we can hear the laughter of the funeral party, again deepening this sense of shame and guilt in Beau. It's also interesting that we're given this image of moving mountains, something that only a god could possibly achieve, subtly building this feeling of her being one. The phrase sole surviving son is interesting too. Beau is her sole surviving family member, and he is her son. It's not incorrect, but it does perhaps tease the possibility of him legitimately having a twin a little bit further. Overall, despite being at Beau's expense somewhat, it's tasteful and it's heartwarming as much as it is damning. It's making the best of a bad situation and recognizing this overwhelming and toxic love Mona had for Beau. We're hearing a very tasteful representation of Jewish humour, but we're seeing the exact opposite as our distinctly less tasteful film is panning around her home to her headless body. And perhaps we can view this as a suggestion from ASTER that this is his continuation of that lineage, his extremely blunt riff on this long-standing Jewish tradition of poking fun at death. Only for him it usually involves graphic head trauma and flaccid penises. Following Beau's point of view, we first see a small memorial site to the chandelier that took Mona Wasserman's life, as if it were the spear used to pierce Christ or the sword in the stone or something. It's mythic, a little bit Homeric perhaps. It's serving to further mystify Mona as this mythical force, while also twisting the knife on Beau's guilt. We can even see the broken floor where it landed, and when we couple that with the status of Mona's body, we can't help but construct an awful scene in our heads. It's also very on brand for Mona, just like the family graves in the middle of her home and the timeline of her super business. There's a sense that money can't buy taste and that everything Mona touches becomes a monument to her. And then we come to Mona's alleged body, really the body of Martha, Beau's longtime housekeeper, which he identifies via the birthmark on her hand. It's comical, it's shocking, and aside from the birthmark, it's also very convenient for Beau not being able to identify the body. And we can see she's wearing a white pantsuit. Normally we might expect people to be buried in darker clothing. Under more traditional Jewish funerary rites, someone would be buried in a takrichim, essentially a white linen covering. Maybe there's an allusion to that here, but to me it's just Mona being a little bit ostentatious, a bit bougie, even in death. However, we know white resembles innocence, spiritual purity, and so on. We know the Madonna and Child figurine is white. We also know Mona is going to appear all in black when we meet the real her. So maybe there's a sense of idealized motherhood when we see the body, especially given it was Martha, a woman that cared for Beau a great deal, and then this more wrathful and vicious motherhood when we see Mona in black. And this is a repeated motif of the decapitated mother figure in ASTER's work. We have one here, and in Hereditary we have two of them, Annie and Ellen. We know all about Ari Aster's love of head trauma, or in this case, full-on removal, and if you remember back to our Hereditary video, I said it was a recurrent theme in feminist literature, the woman losing her head as a symbol of sacrifice, loss of agency and identity, and also punishment for women that behave in ways traditionally condemned by their contemporary society. And that is true. From Medusa to Caravaggio to modern horror films, we see the decapitated woman cropping up all over. Laura Mulvey, the academic who coined the term the male gaze, did a lot of work on this. You can look to Carol Clover too. If you love reading horror, then Carol Clover's Men, Women and Chainsaws is an absolutely phenomenal text to get hold of. Now, there's different ways of looking at this. There's problematic depictions where critics suggest that depicting women losing their heads is itself a hateful act designed to put an end to their agency, to silence them, and so on. But there's a more positive view that this represents female sacrifice, what women are expected to give up, how society has historically treated those who stand up for themselves, and so on. And truly it depends on the media. We can find many examples of both, but I didn't see Hereditary as something looking to minimize female voices. It's a film that's about what we inherit from family, what we give up for family, what lengths a mother will go to in order to protect her children. So I'd firmly put it in the second camp of demonstrating female sacrifice. And I think just looking at Hereditary, that's a fine take. But when we look at it in Beau, we see something very different. We see a mockery of the mother figure. It's played for a laugh. And rightfully so, this would be a much happier film if Mona really had died by chandelier. But it does present the question, is all of this head trauma towards mother figures less symbolic of sacrifice and more a horrendous protest against the abusive mother? And that's a cynical take, but this is a cynical movie. I sympathise with Annie, but she's also got this duality in the narrative where the alternate explanation is that she's a deeply abusive mother, and that's being mostly hidden from the audience. Until we see the twist of the supernatural actually being real, that's the anxiety we're supposed to be concerned with. And Mona's most certainly abusive, Ellen too, Mona's mother as well. So I think it's perhaps a little of column A and a little of column B for Aster in general, but as it appears here, it does seem more like a protest against motherhood. We can try and make that less pointed and say it's just a very troubling image because mothers are so central to our lives, and perhaps that's why Aster has employed it. Because whether it's ghoulishly funny here or ghoulishly ghoulish in Hereditary, it's a terrifying concept. It's something he knows is going to bother you, like a bathroom door being kicked open or everyone around you knowing something you don't. Maybe once I've seen Eddington, we can do a video on mother figures in Aster's work and draw some more solid conclusions. Next, we cut to Beau sat on the ledge as Cohen seemingly makes a tearful admission that he loved Mona on the video recording. It's tricky to see, but there's a water faucet hiding underneath Beau. This is an actual feature of the house. If you look very closely here, you can see it. But what beautiful serendipity that is for our water imagery, given Beau is craving his mother while sat right next to this unflowing tap. We can also see the coffin interior is perhaps somewhat representative of the sun in Christian art, that rising sunburst, generally a symbol of God's glory being bestowed. Also something we see in Ellen's coffin in Hereditary, although to a certain extent this is a very common interior design for coffins. The flowers Mona is surrounded by, something she's always surrounded by, are also another common motif of the divine in Christian art, with roses, sometimes specifically white roses, being associated with the Virgin Mary. In the Divine Comedy, the unity of all the souls in paradise is interpreted as a giant rose with Mary at the center of it, and there's this repeated rose imagery throughout Paradiso. And that brings us to the staircase, again part of the house, not part of the set, but perhaps the main reason the house was chosen given it's so wonderfully dominant. There's a few different interpretations we could make here, and I think they all function in conjunction. So number one, it's perhaps most visually reminiscent of DNA. I suppose you could say this of most spiral staircases, but this one in particular because the steps are floating out from the pillar and disconnected from one another. And that's perfect for a film about generational trauma and what gets passed on to us. And building on that, we see Beau descending this staircase while looking at images from his life. We get the sense of his downward spiral, the transformation from troubled young boy to a functionally useless old man, ending in this shot of him from his apartment learning that Mona has died. The end of his journey, given his fate was then sealed. And we can go further and link this central spiral to the idea that the film is a spiral, a confusing and indirect journey towards an inevitable and inescapable conclusion. These loops within loops we're experiencing in the narrative being indicative of that. But I'd like to go a step further and relate this back to the work of Jorge Luis Borges and influence on the film and on Aster in general. He was big on labyrinths, literal labyrinths, symbolic labyrinths, books that act as labyrinths for the reader. We already looked at The Garden of Forking Paths, itself a labyrinth that involves an interior book that's also a labyrinth. But there's far more direct examples like the House of Asterion, which, spoiler alert, is the labyrinth of the Minotaur Asterion. We could go on, but the point is that labyrinths and mazes, both symbolic and actual, are a major focus throughout Borges' work. And that sense of being a puzzle for the viewer, of following all these dead ends before we ultimately reach a conclusion, of mystery unfolding and feeling lost, that's all here. But it's also Ari Aster. It all has to end in calamity. It also has to be consumable on screen. And so I'd go as far as to say, completely unprovably, that the spiral is Aster's screen-friendly version of Bauhaus' Labyrinth. Perhaps we could just say it's labyrinthine, but there's that sense of downward trajectory, of circling down towards your doom that seems so endemic to Aster's work. And there's also no true dead ends. All of the threads we follow are still needed to take us where we're going. They just keep circumventing rather than taking a direct route, until eventually we get so close to the root of Beau's trauma that we arrive at a conclusion. To me, that feels more like a spiral than a labyrinth. There is one other use of the spiral staircase I'll jump ahead to for a moment. This shot of Elaine and Beau both approaching it from different sides of the house. She is unaware of Beau's identity and leaving him once more. He's coming back the opposite way and trying to reach her. It's symbolic of their entire relationship, or lack of one, and this sliding doors style missed connection Beau's had his entire life, especially given that Beau's timeline is laid out on the staircase. He's down there at the end of his life. She's where we've just seen photos of him as an early teenager walking away. And then we move on to Mona's timeline, titled in corporate doublespeak as Our Journey, in that very specific manner companies use to try and humanize themselves. And given Beau stars in all of these images, it kind of is their journey. But we know Mona better than that. We know Beau functions as an extension of her, and so I think the corporate doublespeak is quite fitting for that. They profess that they care, but the relationship is ultimately transactional and they're the ones benefiting from it. Now, there's a lot of information here, but it's generally all stuff we've covered. To give it the briefest rundown possible, we're being shown very clearly that Mona uses fears about personal and family security to manipulate her consumer base. She focuses first on pharmaceutical drugs, home security, and personal care products, all spheres that may use our anxieties to better sell their products, before expanding out into things like food production and real estate development. If we look very closely, we can see that by the year 2000, she'd proliferated across America, and presumably internationally too. But the big takeaway from all this is Beau being the star of the show, the literal poster child for overprotected children and mothers that operate on fear. It's the connection we've been discussing throughout this video. Mona's sales tactics that have worked so well on the public are also her guidelines for mothering Beau. Make them afraid so they'll only trust you. Make them afraid so they'll never leave you. That's how we get to a teenage Beau that is hyper-aware of how every dessert imaginable could potentially kill him. He's been living in this environment of advertised fear. And given her business seems to rise from the moment she gives birth to Beau in the 1970s, she perhaps came to these conclusions organically through the development of her parenting style. Either way, it's the exact same tactic. She's terrifying them into needing her. We also see the Mona mosaic. We've already looked at the fact that its members have all been extras in Beau's life, as well as characters in the film. But if we look at it more broadly, there's also a suggestion that everyone Beau sees is a reflection of his mother. Firstly, because of his inescapable laundry list of Freudian issues, but also because her influence is present in everything he does and everything he sees. Even his fantasies of a life without her are riddled with images of her. But lastly, and most literally, that they're all extensions of Mona. All of these people work for her, they're her eyes and ears and tools through which she manipulates Beau. The power projection of Mona, her dominion, her identity as this all-powerful god, is built on their backs, and here we see her literally made up from them. If we take a more meta approach, then there's also a common Easter egg for films and video games to slip in group or sometimes solo images of the crew that worked on them. Here Beau is kind of stumbling on one of those for his actual life, as we're seeing one of those for the film, given this is a large portion of the background characters. Again, blurring the line between the viewer and Beau as we come to realize that our film and his Truman Show are the same image. And of course we have Beau's final realization, confirming what he already knows, that Elaine is, and likely always was, Mona's employee. Now I think people will ask, have I tried to identify every single person on this image and confirm they're all in the movie? And the answer is no, but that isn't my unwillingness, it's just unnecessary. If we look at the full image and we have the benefit of it being a still, we can see that it's been put together using repeats of the same photograph. This is likely just due to limitations in production and it not really being necessary. I'll outline a few examples on screen so you can see what I'm talking about, but the short answer to why we're not looking at everyone, because the people we see in the close-up are really the only ones the film wants us to see. Next, Beau lays down, clearly overwhelmed and confused by what he's seen. Between this, the photo on the stairs, the television at the Stanwicks, Beau is probably clear on the fact that Mona has been surveilling his life to a surreal level. He knows Roger was her employee, Elaine too, and beyond that likely recognised a few people from his neighbourhood as well. I think choosing to lay down on the sofa at that point, after everything he's endured, it's an extremely measured reaction. Right now his world should be crumbling, his grip on reality slipping, but he just seems to quietly accept it. He lays down and goes to sleep, choosing to avoid and ignore rather than confront, just like he has his entire life. Perhaps he is struggling with shock, but the lack of any kind of visceral reaction here is certainly purposeful, and if anything it seems like he's not at all surprised by Mona's behaviour. By this point he knows Mona isn't dead, given he recognised Martha's birthmark, yet there was never a moment where we see him react to that. Really, it serves to demonstrate how deep his cowardice runs. He can't confront his own life, even when it's confronting him, and he certainly can't confront his own mother, so he lies down and accepts it. And as Mona's funeral speech came to an end, we heard Mona's favourite song, Everything I Own by Bread. I'll put the lyrics up on screen, but it's a pretty obvious connection. Our singer is declaring that they'd give up everything they owned to have their mother back. There are a few lines particularly relevant to Mona. It begins with, "You sheltered me from harm." It also says, "Set me free." And I think we can read that as being somewhat ironic in Mona's case. We've also got, "You taught me how to love. You never said too much, but still you showed the way." And regardless of how deep we go with that, that is what Mona's doing, not just in her instructions on how to woo Elaine, but also the toxic brand of love that she's shown Beau in forming his future relationships too. We could probably find a link in every line, but ultimately the main takeaway here is that she's using this song to guilt-trip Beau and remind him of what he's allegedly lost. Following Beau laying out on the sofa, we get this quick switch from daylight to nighttime as the soundtrack continues over the top. Now the track does switch, but clearly Beau's been asleep for a while here, subtly implying that this funeral recording is playing on a loop. And I like the idea that Beau's happily left it because he wants to wallow in his own guilt, but it's also possibly reinforcing this idea of looping that the film keeps playing with. Beau is eventually awoken by the appearance of Elaine, repeatedly shouting hello to an empty house. Now, Elaine is a bit of a strange character. She's also drunk, shifting awkwardly on her feet in a semi-stumble. But even with that in mind, it's a little bit odd to shout hello to a clearly empty house where she's expecting to attend a funeral. We can't say for certain that Elaine has been sent here, but I think it's likely that she's aware that Beau is here. Her showing up at the funeral, her appearing on Mona Wasserman News, her working for Mona as a child and now, it all adds up to the very likely scenario that Beau is still being manipulated here. And if she's really called Sherry Brown, it's not like she's correcting him on her name. Not to mention, what is Mona waiting for if she isn't expecting Elaine? Why isn't it grand reveal time? Given we know Beau's heading towards this fixed, meticulously planned moment where an audience has shown up, I imagine that everything we see is of Mona's design, including the appearance of Elaine. Unfortunately for us, even though Beau is suspicious of the same thing, he doesn't get to fully know the truth, and so we don't either. Beau walks out to greet Elaine, who explains she got the wrong start time for the funeral. Realizing it has ended, she inserts her flowers, roses, into Mona's large bouquet of roses. Maybe just her being blunt and straightforward, but given that the roses represent Mary, given we have confusion between romantic and mother figures, her contributing to this symbol of Mary and motherhood and confusing the two even further is bang on the money. We're going to see her do this later too. They have sex in Mona's bed while she's wearing Mona's jewelry. While that may be confusing for Beau, it does also betray one of Elaine's motivations, something she mentions here as well. Mona owes her money. And if we think back to meeting Elaine, biting at her mother that she wasn't even paying for the ridiculous desserts Elaine was ordering, we can see that desire to consume is still with her later in life. She wants money, she wants alcohol, she wants sex. She wants anything she can take because she feels wronged by life. If she's going to be controlled by Mona, she wants all the benefits that come with that. And the quote continues, "She also owes me money, but this certainly isn't the time and probably not the person." And this is wonderfully brutal, because for Beau this is the serendipitous meeting he's waited for most of his life. It is the right time, and it most certainly is the right person. Now, she could be acting, she could know who Beau is. I personally think that's very likely. But whether that's the case or not, this choice of language certainly gives away that she doesn't feel the same way Beau feels about her. And somewhat perturbed by Beau's frozen stares at her, she makes her excuses and walks out of the door, giving Beau another "I'm sorry" as she does. Eventually, he summons up the courage to catch up with her and explain who he is, saying it's Beau, and she does a long and awkward stare at him before eventually acknowledging him. And her performance is weird, it's deliberately ambiguous, it's unclear if she's trying to hide her dismay at the man he's aged into, or if she's trying to act surprised when really she's here precisely to see him. The breathless, hand-on-heart flirting switch she does upon realizing though, her saying "I can't believe it's you" in a suddenly flirty voice, I lean very much towards her performing for Mona and Beau's benefit here. She may just be tipsy, but if she truly thought Mona was dead, why wouldn't she say, "Hey, by the way, my real name is Sherry, and I'm sorry your mother orchestrated our meeting, but I really did have feelings for you." Beau ignores her commiserations for Mona and instead asks what she's doing there, a question she doesn't seem to have an answer for. It's perhaps the only time we see Elaine lost for words, and it's clear she's stumbling for an answer. Eventually she decides on, "I'm just trying to pay my respects," and clearly understanding she's on the back foot, she deflects by getting flirtier, implying that she wanted to give her respects to him personally, and bringing the conversation back to how good it is to see him. Now this should be, it probably is, an obvious tell that this is still part of the act. But we must also consider she's here desiring money. She knew Beau was Mona's son, and if she was legitimately dead, he'd be about to get the inheritance of all time. And it's the same doubt with her co-opting of Mona's jewelry. It's not something we might think she'd do if she knew she was being watched by Mona, but if she's solely here for profit, that changes things. And here's the issue. She's definitely being duplicitous, we just aren't certain exactly why she's being duplicitous. It could be that she's serving Mona, and through doing that, be serving herself. It could be that she's simply serving herself. I lean towards her still serving Mona here, for quite a few reasons, but primarily that if this wasn't playing out like Mona's plan, she'd intervene in some terrible way, and Elaine being drunk is a big one too, and we can see that quite clearly now we're outside and close up. It fits with her behaviour on the cruise, eating up all the dessert, because if she's going to do Mona's bidding, she's at least going to get everything she can from it. It might even be the case that it helps her cope with leading this poor man astray. And there's more than a hint of suspicion from Beau when he repeats the line of, "I can't believe it's you," as in, I can't believe some allegedly random girl from an allegedly public cruise during my childhood is now attending my mother's funeral. Now, whatever suspicions he has, they clearly aren't beating out his programming, and he quickly falls into telling her she's beautiful, but he does pluck up the courage to ask her, "You worked for her?" And her reply is again very telling, saying, "What do you mean?" The classic mark of a liar looking for further information before they present their narrative. She decides to go with, "I did until last week," and Beau again mirrors the phrase, "until last week," meaning, so you were working for her your whole life until last week? You were working for her on the cruise. And Parker Posey's performance is so good here. She's ever so slightly venomous that he's figured it out, ever so slightly stubborn in that she's not going to admit to what he's really asking. She doesn't know what to say, so once again she goes with, "I'm sorry for your loss." And despite this all potentially being a manipulation, things do seem to take a more sensitive and caring turn here. She does seem like she genuinely cares, even if she isn't telling the truth. Beau tells her he waited for her, and she asks, "What do you mean?" I think there's a sense that Elaine is starved of affection too, and in Beau she sees someone who truly loves her. She asks him why he waited, and this is probably the most crushing and beautiful moment in the film. He replies, "You told me to. I even have it in writing." It's so tragically unrequited, so honest from Beau. It's an absolutely wonderful moment that's as sweet as it is heartbreaking, and something the film has put such weight behind that it just hits like a truck. Elaine replies, "I wanted you to," and it does seem genuine, but there's an edge of, "I wanted you to, but that didn't mean put your entire life on hold in the hopes you see me again." Beau can clearly sense the subtext, and as Elaine registers his upset, she closes in on him, repeating the word baby in a distinctly mothering tone. Again, confusion between romantic and mothering figures, but also perhaps foreshadowing the dominant use of Mariah Carey moments from now. We then get these shots mirroring their first kiss, and Elaine asks Beau if he wants to go inside. And yes, I do think that's doublespeak, and we can perhaps even say triplespeak if we include these Freudian notions of Beau returning to a womb. She follows up by asking if he wants her to leave, and there's another beautifully touching moment where we might expect Beau to stay frozen in indecision, but he doesn't. He can't contend with the threat of her absence again, and for the first time, without pressure, he seizes his own agency and meaningfully acts, kissing her like they kissed on the cruise. The thing that fully arrested his development, as if he's picking his life back up there at that moment. And all of this is so easily poisoned by Elaine and Mona's possible intentions behind the scenes. But in spite of whatever machinations Beau's victim to, there's another story being told here of Beau blossoming back into the world after finding the thing he's always been lacking. And as much as the next sequence is funny, problematic, and grossly disturbing all in one go, all of that only hits so hard because it is a legitimate moment of beauty and joy for Beau. We can't be fully 100% about Elaine's intentions, and that's purposeful. It's designed to be read both ways. It's designed to mirror Beau's confusion and mistrust. It does culminate in a happy moment for Beau, but it's a happy moment that ends in one of the most traumatic moments of his life. And every time we get close to believing that Elaine is lying or being genuine, we see evidence to the contrary. Despite us having a likely answer that she's working for Mona, it's impossible to fully pin down. And that's not just intentional with her, it's the entire ending sequence. What's in the attic? What's really going on in the arena? Who or what is Beau's father, his twin, and so on? All of these questions aren't simply ambiguous, they're purposefully designed to be contradictory. Elaine's behavior, her death, that's just the start of it. Everything from here on out is a forking path that seems to contradict the other route we may have taken. Beau will not get answers to his questions. He doesn't get some grand reveal that explains everything. He dies being gaslit and accused in an unfair trial. So it's up to you whether you think Elaine legitimately has feelings for him, or if she's simply a tool of Mona's like she always has been. For me, I fall somewhere in the middle. I think she's cold enough and mistreated enough that she'd do just about anything to get ahead, but in meeting Beau, she finds someone who doesn't want to use her or abandon her, and so those feelings creep in. Perhaps I've fallen into Elaine's trap too, but I think it would be strange to include this mention of her father's abandonment and not have it go anywhere, so I lean more towards this being a scheme that she's become emotionally involved in. And now we come to what can only be described as one of the sex scenes of all time, which we're going to have to discuss very tactfully. As they head inside, Elaine is clearly taking a dominant role in proceedings, saying bedroom, where, before we're taken directly to Mona's bedroom, which she refers to as the Dragon's Lair. Maybe a Smaug thing, but more importantly just another way of symbolizing Mona as this mythical monster. She begins trying on Mona's jewelry and tells Beau to go to the bathroom so she can get ready, which is a euphemism for getting naked while stealing your mother's gold. And symbolically, that's confusing the line between her and Mona, but in canon, we have to make our own minds up if this is Elaine taking whatever she wants, or a direct instruction from Mona to make this as messed up as possible. We then cut to Beau having a moment of self-reflection and psyching himself up for an act that he strongly suspects might kill him. He does the boldest thing imaginable and unbuttons his shirt slightly, only to be told by Elaine to go back in there and take his clothes off. Taking the most submissive role possible in proceedings, he gives her a quick, okay, yep, and turns back around. And this is Mona's bathroom. This is the bathroom from our flashback, the place where Beau specifically did not want to undress for Mona, and now here he is doing it willingly for his supplanted image of her in Elaine. We can feel all of Beau's past trauma and future desires merging at this nexus point as he tries to let go of what was so he can become what might be. It's a leap of faith he's taking out of genuine love, and perhaps a little bit of him that stopped buying into Mona's bullshit since seeing Martha's body. Now, I don't think we need a play-by-play of the act itself, but there are a few things we need to touch on. Firstly, this is played like a very sweet and tender moment. But Beau does spend a lot of it shouting, wait a second, stop, and no. And we know Beau is scared about something that doesn't exist, and he may well need to break through that anxiety, but I do have to point out that this is knowingly problematic from ASTER, who clearly likes to walk a line with his climactic sex scenes. Let's just say that under regular notions of morality, if someone asks you to stop, you should stop. So, just like we saw with Christian in Midsommar, there's an edge of iffiness to it. Again, it's perhaps the best moment of Beau's life, and he's momentarily thrilled afterwards, and this is why safe words exist, after all. But Beau didn't have a safe word, and Elaine wasn't listening either way. If Mona has instructed her to do this, she isn't leaving without getting it done. So yes, it's about Beau overcoming that lifelong anxiety, yes, it's ultimately joyful, but there's also, somewhere deep in there, yet another very dark joke at Beau's expense. Moving swiftly on to Mariah Carey and the song Always Be My Baby. Something ASTER has known he wanted in the film from the first iteration of the script some 10 years prior to the film being made. He wrote a letter to Mariah Carey, who personally approved its usage in the film and even attended the premiere. So why was Ari Aster so set on using it? Well, I think we can hazard a guess that the upbeat romantic tone of the song juxtaposed the horror show that occurs in Mona's bed quite nicely. But beyond that, it's a pretty easy answer. Just like with Everything I Own, the lyrics are extremely prescient for Beau's relationship with Mona, and also, arguably, his relationship with Elaine. Just like the title is extremely reminiscent of what Mona wants from Beau, to always be her baby, but it could also be descriptive of Beau's unrequited relationship with Elaine. I'll put the lyrics up on screen, and literally everything here seems to be relatable to Beau's experiences in some manner. Right off the jump, we've got, we were as one babe for a moment in time, and it seemed everlasting that you would always be mine. Now you want to be free. Hopefully the connections are clear. We were as one, describing this relationship of devotion and lack of independence. A moment in time, just think of all the referenced tragedies where love is frozen in time. Think of Beau's arrested development. Wanting to be free, free from Mona's horrendous and inescapable influence. And we even perhaps have allusions to Mona's reaction to this further on. If you're determined to leave, boy, I will not stand in your way, but inevitably you'll be back again. Again, very double-speaky when we apply it to Mona. She's saying, okay, go out and see what life is like without me in a neighborhood full of psychopaths. And we have this repeat throughout the song of, you'll always be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely. Boy, don't you know you can't escape me. Oh, darling, 'cause you'll always be my baby. And that's Mona and Beau to a T. Him seeing reflections, echoes, proxies for her everywhere, even in his fantasies of life without her, because she is an ingrained and inescapable part of him. We don't need to look at every lyric. We could, but hopefully that's proof enough. We could describe its meaning to Elaine and Beau too, given the situation, and from that we can find further confusion between Elaine and Mona. But overall, it seems to be perfectly referential of Mona and Beau's relationship. And these strangely prescient lyrics and Elaine's insistence to play the song suggest the very real possibility that this song is a part of the ruse. That Mona wanted Elaine wearing her jewelry, that she wanted Always Be My Baby to be playing. In fact, Collider reported as fact that Elaine has been paid by Mona to deflower Beau and played that particular song as they are engaged in the act. But I'm honestly not sure where Collider got that information from. They put quote marks around the word deflower, but I have no idea where the quote is from. I don't think we can say it with the level of certainty they're using. Maybe we could if they knew how to quote things, but I think we can say that it's definitely very likely. Certainly not beyond Mona's remit. We've just seen her manipulating Beau, using song lyrics in the exact same way in the funeral recording, and Elaine does have the song lined up on her phone ready to go. Not only that, her phone was seemingly already paired up with the sound system, and she starts the song over mid-act as if she's trying to make sure it's still playing come their concluding moment. Counter to that, in the interest of fairness, she's had time alone to line up the song, and it might just be something that gets her in the mood. So it's not exactly conclusive, but I ultimately lean towards this reading because there doesn't seem to be any element of this situation outside of Mona's control. If she didn't want Beau and Elaine to be having sex in her bed, they almost certainly wouldn't be. Mona's ready to go with a cleanup crew the moment Elaine is dead. It seems likely she's all too aware of the situation. And we'll find out soon that she was likely watching them during the act. And from there we know what happens. Beau finally achieves this lifelong catharsis, not just something sexual, but also freedom from lifelong fears and a toxic kind of confirmation for his decades of delayed experience in the name of waiting for Elaine. And following that, Elaine continues and somehow, seemingly inexplicably, dies as she achieves climax. And so we need to try and answer the question, why does Elaine die? This is a baffling moment, as baffling for us as it is for Beau, and we have nothing to go on other than the Kafkaesque realization that she's gone out the exact way that Beau's been convinced he would. There are a lot of theories, possibilities to whittle down, but the very easy answer, the real answer, in a meta sense, is because the film is having endless fun at Beau's expense and looking to traumatize him to a cartoonish level. The love of his life dying in the exact way he's always been terrified of, after having this one moment together following a life of unrequited love and absence, it's horrendous to conceive of, and ultimately just more dark humour at Beau's expense. In terms of why Elaine dies in canon though, let's go through the theories from most outlandish to most possible. First up, is Elaine Beau's sister? They have a similar hair colour, and she's known to Mona during her childhood. If this condition was genuine and rare, then perhaps she's inherited it and not Beau. But immediately we have problems with that. We know her real name for a start. The condition isn't genuine in Beau. Mona admits to lying about it. Plus the film doesn't seem to hint at that whatsoever. So I think we can rule that one out. Next up, did Beau's lifelong toxic build-up somehow poison her? Or alternatively give her an internal, that one scene from Scary Movie treatment that was somehow fatal? And it's not like we're sticking to scientific fact here, but medically neither of those things are possible. So again, we can probably rule that out. But then we have the possibility that Mona killed her. She let Martha die for the cause. In the original script, Friel is so ready to do it, he covers himself with gasoline and begs Beau for a match. But to me, Elaine is too independent and too self-serving to do something like that willingly. Now, does Mona have the ability to silently and tracelessly do it without her knowledge? Yes, absolutely. Pretty much any way we can imagine, given that Mona is essentially God. And if we subscribe to a world in which Mona has paid Elaine to show up here, have sex with Beau while wearing her jewelry and play a very specific Mariah Carey song, then I think the likelihood that Mona has killed her directly seems relatively certain. And there's a very easy way of doing it with a Wasserman issue condom laced with something lethal. Now realistically, that may also put Beau at risk, but at the same time we can hand-wave away the existence of a Wasserman Industries smart poison that does exactly what Mona needs it to. And there is a close focus on her opening it with her mouth, although this tracks with Beau's oral fixation too, so it's not necessarily proof of anything. As far as motivation goes, why Mona might do this is literally pick a reason. To tear Elaine away from Beau in the most painful way possible, we've already seen her do that once. To allow him to overcome this lifelong stasis and cowardice. To test his devotion to her via this experiment and see if he's still terrified of the lies she's told him. To tie up loose ends. There's too many reasons to really discern which, but as likely as it is, we also don't get concrete proof that's what happened. Other than her sudden death, we get zero indication of anything in the final cut really. But there is an alternate explanation lurking in the original script. In that version, when Beau enters her purse and sees her driving license, he also sees a number of pill bottles. One specifically for betaxolol, a beta blocker, and, quote, several other heart medications. So, at least there it's quite clear on what's happened. Elaine has a heart condition, and very ironically, she's died at the point of climax. When we consider in the film that she's been drinking heavily, that she comments on how old she's getting, this doesn't seem unlikely, and it certainly fits, given the irony and circularity of her dying in the exact same moment and manner that Beau expected to. But the plot does thicken slightly because those same drugs were provided by Beau's mother's pharmaceutical company. And so the question then becomes, well, did Mona poison her medication? And again, we hit something unknowable where the answer is probably. So that's the best explanation if we're willing to include extra information from the original script. Elaine dies from a heart condition, potentially spurred on by dubious medication she's received from Wasserman Industries. And I think in this instance, we should at least consider the original script. Firstly, because this scene is largely unchanged. Secondly, because that scene with the pill bottles in the handbag clearly was planned for the current version of the film, or we wouldn't have this driving license prop. Thirdly, because if we remove this extra information, her dying of a heart condition that ironically mirrors Beau's alleged one still seems to be the most circular answer. I think it's been cut out to make Elaine's identity and level of loyalty to Mona more ambiguous, and to make her death more ambiguous too. It's more terrifying and surreal when it just passes by unexplained. So whether we choose to believe it's bad medication or a condom covered in super poisons, it ultimately seems very likely that this was Mona's doing, simply by the virtue that her plan seems to be enacted perfectly, and it's unlikely that plan was to walk in and politely ask for Elaine to leave. Now, before we move on, we have to introduce a little bit of doubt to the ending. You might expect that at this point in the narrative, finally seeing his mother's lies for what they are, Beau is experiencing a kind of post-nut clarity that would make the Dalai Lama appear neurotic in comparison. A kind of calm normally only achievable with morphine. We should see in this moment a spiritual catharsis as Beau finally escapes his mother's pernicious clutches. But as we know, from this point on, things are going to spiral rapidly, and not in the way we imagined they'd progress on first viewing, not in a way that makes sense in reality, not even in a way that makes sense with itself. To list these insane events very briefly, Elaine dies in the same rare manner Mona imagined up for Beau. Mona, who is allegedly dead, is back alive, not once, but twice. There's a penis monster. Jeeves is resurrected, or is apparently durable enough to be sprinting after filling himself with an entire magazine. Beau pulls this face before heading to a giant arena inside a cave, where impossible footage of his life is played out in what very well could be a final moment of spiritual judgment. And I know the whole film feels strange and hallucinatory, but that is definitely taking things up a notch for the final sequence. And so we're forced to ask the question, well, hold up, is this actually happening, or did Beau die when he climaxed as Mona had always told him he would? Is he now suddenly hallucinating at the point of death, or has he entered the beginnings of an afterlife? Is that why Mona is here? Because she is legitimately dead? Is that why he can't kill her without her coming back? Is that why we see him row across a body of water to a trial in line with certain understandings about the moment of judgment? And I certainly think there's some truth to that. I think it's something we're supposed to have in mind, a kind of watershed moment where things don't necessarily need to make sense anymore. But as with everything here, there are contradictions, a glaring one being the body swap with Martha. It's pretty clear that Mona hasn't actually died, and we could go on, but I think the introduction of this doubt, this room that's built for this alternate theory, is purposeful. It's another thread the film wants us to consider, and in creating that doubt, it allows for the end to be so hallucinatory. It becomes less clear what's real the closer the film gets towards its conclusion, culminating in this surreal moment of a public trial being held in a cave and presided over by a twice-dead woman. It could be real, Mona's capable of anything, but she's also essentially, or perhaps actually, God. This is a trial for Beau's soul, with his damnation on the line. We're completely 50-50 between real and symbolic, or real and spiritual. And all that doubt, the weird spiral of events in the last half an hour of the film, that starts right after Beau has finally had sex. So it's certainly a good theory that Beau dies here, another thread in the weave, but there's some pretty clear evidence to the contrary. So functionally, I think it's creating that doubt to allow for a blurring during the end sequences where we move from entirely real to entirely symbolic. And in doing so, it affords more extreme occurrences that don't break our suspension of disbelief. The audience is willing to accept the insanity because they're starting to realize that we're moving into something more abstract. So no, I don't think Beau dies here, but I think it's another anxiety the film is aware of as it plunges towards an ending where real and unreal no longer matters. It becomes something metaphysical, something so surreal where the only thing we have to cling to is the conclusion of Beau and Mona's poisoned binary. Okay, one more Aster egg before we get to Mona, because like most gods, her arrival is heralded. And yes, we have horns later on, but they're funerary horns. Mona is heralded by a black square, which admittedly is weird, but seemingly is something that's definitely happening. So what the devil am I talking about? Well, it's going to be tricky to show you because it's always lurking on the edge of shot, and I also have to make sure I'm censoring out the actual scene. But if you look here, you can see there is, quite clearly, a black square or rectangular rug next to the bed. And following Elaine's death, we'll see this section of carpet clearly, and it won't be there. DoutFooL was the first person to spot this, so massive congratulations to him, but we should perhaps have him tested to see if he has Hawk DNA because this is insanely subtle. Now, it's tempting to say it's a continuity error, but this film is repeatedly messing with continuity, so I'm not sure error would be the right word anyway. But this is far from that. This is something much more purposeful that's been happening throughout the film. We've just had so much to talk about that I thought it was better to leave it until now. As for what the black rug might mean, I think it's an indicator of Mona's presence. Just like the LEDs, it indicates her surveillance of Beau, her watchful eye over Beau. If we think about where it disappears from, that's exactly where Mona is about to appear dressed in all black. It's another visual key designed to explain the symbolism. Black rug is there, black rug is gone, Mona in black is there. And think back to where we've seen a more purposeful black rug before, on the floor of Beau's flooded bathroom, floating in Beau's symbolic womb water next to another symbol of Mona. And guess what? When we see Beau's bathroom floor at a previous point, it's not going to be there. We see the same thing at the Stanwicks, although this one is much harder to see. It's right there under the leaf in one shot and not in the next. There's also another potential one that occurs here. We can see what may well be a black rug that has also disappeared in the next shot, but I'm not fully certain on this one. Slight chance it might be a shadow, so we'll leave that one in the maybe pile. There's one other black rectangle to point out, this time in the form of what looks to be a clothing label on Friel's jacket, but given that it's blank, it appears to have been purposefully added to the costuming. And interestingly, all the moments we see the black square appearing, we see roughly corresponding moments in our glimpses of Mona's surveillance of Beau. The only one we don't see in retrospect is this scene with Elaine, and Mona appears there directly. So it seems likely, certainly inoffensive if untrue, but likely that this is a symbol of Mona's direct surveillance, or if we want to be broader with it, simply her presence or a symbol for her. I should also point out there are similar theories about our metal bar from the loop theory appearing in the background of other scenes. It's there if you want it, but I personally don't find the evidence fully compelling, and ultimately I don't think we need to see that to confirm what's happening, because the moment it appears is enough on its own. But if you want to look for secret metal bars hiding in scenes, you will probably find them. We pick back up with Beau cowering by the side of the bed, terrified to see Elaine's body, likely having the most insane evening of his life. And the only thing that could really exacerbate that is exactly what comes next. Mona returns from the dead, now in her fully realised Patti LuPone form. She appears ominously at the door and hits him with the, "No, please, continue as if I wasn't here. What will be next? You don't look especially overjoyed to see me, honey. I was dead just a minute ago. This is a miracle." And Beau just kneels there, staring at her, entirely frozen. Mona approaches the bed and begins ripping off the sheets, at which point she notices she's put her hand in something, presumably a lot of something, and her head snaps to Beau as she gets a whole new wave of silent anger. She stares at him for a moment and then orders her underlings to get rid of the body. And that's a bit of an issue, a bit of a contradiction to our presumptions on her levels of surveillance. As in, she should know what's on those sheets if she's really been watching him with this godlike surveillance. If she planned for Elaine to come here and do this. And Beau too, why is he so frozen by her presence if he's expected this moment since recognizing Martha's birthmark? But we can explain these away quite easily. Mona may not want to look at Beau doing that, although that seems unlikely given her level of invasive intimacy. I think it's more that she wants him to feel the shock and repulsion of her twisted moral high ground. And Beau may well know that she's alive and still be frozen by her presence. He's been frozen, anxious, terrified by the mere sound of her voice already, and now there's a dead woman on her floor and he's missed her funeral. He has reasons to be concerned right now. So I think they're both fair, but it's more of what we were just discussing. The film is starting to become less concerned with making sense, deliberately contradicting what you've seen and what it's telling you. And next comes the start of the film's most confusing moment. Mona says, "Get rid of this, feed Harry. And while we may think she's referring to the bedding, she's actually talking about Elaine, which is essentially as dehumanizing as she could put it. And that's a realization we come to very quickly during this final sequence. Mona has zero respect for human life. How she speaks about Elaine here, how chillingly she'll talk about Martha's sacrifice, how she's willing to treat her son, how many people she's willing to let die just to teach him a lesson. She does not see these people as people whatsoever. And this is a film about a man's relationship with his mother, but it's also a film about a wrathful God figure, and this is really bringing that home. As far as Mona's concerned, other people exist to serve her. So that's get rid of this, but even more chilling is her follow-up of feed Harry. And we can try to stay sensible. Those two things aren't necessarily synonymous. She may mean for them to dispose of the body and then bring Harry his Wasserman ready meal, but I think it's a pretty fair assumption, especially given that her cronies carry Elaine off towards the attic, that she means they should feed Elaine to Harry, which is just horrendous. And as you might imagine, we can't be fully sure that the giant penis monster in the attic is entirely real. Even people who worked on the film aren't sure. To quote Fiona Crombie, when asked if it's real or symbolic, "Gosh, I don't even know. I guess it's his greatest fear. I mean, I don't think it's his father, or at least I don't think it's only his father, if that makes sense, but it's like the thing that he's been made to be afraid of his entire life." Yeah, I guess that's what it is. So there's clearly some intended uncertainty here, but I should point out now that while we have a bunch of different suggestions, Beau being his own father, Beau's father being dead, the strange man being Beau's father, despite all of that, there is only one explanation the film explicitly provides to you. Beau's dad is still alive, he's called Harry, he lives in the attic, and he seems to be a giant people-eating penis monster. Mona says Harry is still alive, the strange man says Harry is still alive, Mona's current employees see it as a matter of fact that Harry is still alive. That's the only explanation the film chooses to offer as a reality. Even if we have a bunch of other stuff going on subtextually, none of that is provided as a literal explanation. For all intents and purposes, it's entirely unambiguous. Beau's dad is the thing in the attic. And there we find a problem, because the attic is seemingly full of impossible things, and you can see how these contradictions start to build. We have a literal penis monster in the attic, surrounded by impossible things that people who worked on the film don't think is fully real. And we can complicate it further. Elaine's body isn't there when Beau ventures up about 10 minutes later. So we have to presume that Harry is capable of eating an entire human inside of 10 minutes. We'll get to that. But for now, when Mona says to feed Elaine to Harry, we have to presume she's speaking very literally. And this moment, as they haul Elaine out of the room like an old sofa, I feel bad for saying it, but I was absolutely creasing by this point. It's so sacrilegious and disrespectful, and there's so much whiplash from the moment. Only a minute or two prior, Beau was the happiest he's ever been. It's absolutely insane work, and Ari Aster is a diabolical human being. As for Beau, Mona throws some clothes at him, yet another infantilizing example of women dressing him, and waits for him in the most arch way possible at the bottom of the stairs. And Beau begins the conversation with his most pressing question. She worked for you. And Mona's reply is as cold as it is duplicitous. I sincerely doubt that, sweetheart, but if you're right, you can let her know she's fired. And this is a very obvious lie. Everything from the news to Elaine to Mona's mosaic confirms as much. And that's really important because we're about to engage in the gaslighting Olympics and Mona is determined to take the gold. So it's letting you know right away that yes, absolutely, Mona is going to be lying to Beau's face. Even when the lie is obvious, she's too set in her own narrative and her own twisted projection of the moral high ground to abandon her position. And this manipulation continues as Beau asks for how long, as in, has Elaine worked for her from the very beginning? He isn't buying into Mona's lies, and neither should we. And he deserves an answer to this question. It's brutal what they've put him through, but Mona couldn't care less. She ignores the accusation and immediately moves to gaslighting again, this time with a hint of the Munchausen's as she tries to convince him he may have a concussion and asks if he's disoriented. She asks him if he knows where he is, and he replies, my house. Mona corrects him and says it's her house, but he'll always be welcome in it. And here we can see how she's constructed a full manipulation in 3 lines. Number 1, fuck your soulmate. Number 2, are you sure you're feeling okay? Number 3, I will always love you. It's Mona to a T. Treat Beau poorly, make him afraid, tell him only she can protect and love him. And it most certainly doesn't stop there. She slips fluidly back into the wrathful, and we see the whole thing as a conceit to accuse him fully and leave no excuses. If you know where you are, then you must also know where you did what you just did, which I saw every second of. And if you're keeping track, well done. But just in case, if she was watching every second, then why was she surprised when she got something on her hand a few moments ago? And it's this contradiction and confusion that is being built upon throughout our time with her. And there's a couple of main reasons why. Number one is to simulate us as Beau, to ensure we feel lied to and confused just like he does. The second answer being this notion that by the time we get to the end, reality shouldn't necessarily matter. The literal and the symbolic have essentially blended into one indistinguishable and unknowable chain of events. Mona continues trying to mentally maneuver Beau into accepting responsibility, into admitting his guilt, with a lengthy diatribe about how he didn't find himself in her bed with Elaine entirely by accident. She wants him to admit his agency in the situation, a situation she's almost certainly constructed and forced him into, so she can then punish him for daring to have said agency. Beau eventually cuts her off by admitting he knew she wasn't dead, and this freezes Mona for a moment. She's at least somewhat taken aback that he's seen through the ruse, but this woman only has 2 speeds, and right now she's lighting more gas than the fucking sun. She doubles down and tells Beau that she knows exactly what he saw and exactly what he knows and didn't know. And it's only when Beau explains about the birthmark that she is willing to drop the ruse, immediately switching tact and saying, "That's right," without any acknowledgement of her own contradiction. Entirely spot on with narcissists having their false projections of reality disproven and immediately moving the goalposts so they can maintain moral authority. We then get this heartbreaking flashback to Martha, mirroring the same shot of Mona traumatizing Beau with her stories of his father. Martha is the opposite. She's playful with Beau. She clearly cares about him. She's everything his mother should have been, and she's died to teach him a lesson. Incidentally, Martha is very similar to Mona, and it means mistress of the house, generally associated with mother figures. And Martha is the sister of Mary from the Bible, not the Virgin Mary, nor Mary Magdalene, rather Saint Mary or Mary of Bethany. Nevertheless, it's a link I don't think we should ignore, given that we're seeing our Mary, our Madonna, our Mona's motherhood being contrasted against Martha's. That's what's happening here. Martha's loving motherhood contrasted against Mona's brutally manipulative motherhood. Beau literally can't put into words the question he wants to ask Mona, but it's something along the lines of, how did you get her to agree to that? Did you get her to agree to that? How do you not feel guilt for doing that? And Mona's reply is utterly chilling, and again, textbook narcissist, perhaps we could even say psychopathic behavior. "I would never do anything to the loyal and devoted housekeeper who gave me 37 years of unconditional service. She volunteered." And right there again, we see exactly who Mona is. She's convinced she hasn't done anything to Martha, that Martha agreeing to die for her toxic cause is something Martha wanted, that people exist to serve her. Beau clearly doesn't buy her bullshit, refusing her narrative of Martha, and Mona comes back with, "I couldn't restrain her from volunteering." Possibly her coldest line in the entire film, and undoubtedly a great point for the bass to drop in a Mona Wasserman Sigma edit. She explains that Martha's family, her extended family even, have been set up for life financially, as if she's some great benefactor. But obviously she could have done that without Martha needing to die, and honestly, do we believe her? She's done nothing but lie since showing up. She may well be telling the truth, she has means to do that, but all we have to go on is her prior behavior, and so far it's been entirely duplicitous. There's also a heavy implication of threat, her tone stern as if she's back in the moment, her use of the word restrain very much juxtaposing the image of someone volunteering. It's easy to imagine a scenario where Martha is forced to volunteer. Whatever the case and whatever the cost, Mona professes she's happy that she went through with it because now she can see Beau for what he is. He protests, telling her that she doesn't know anything, and she jumps straight to how she knows his keys weren't stolen. He tries to argue that they were, but she bulldozes right through him. And we don't see them in the final cut, again for the sake of ambiguity, but in the original script it is made explicit that Beau's stolen keys are here at Mona's house. And we could safely presume they got there by the superintendent stealing them and now being at Mona's funeral. As Mona's rant continues, her anger rises steadily, and we get a full reckoning of exactly how mentally ill she is. She accuses Beau of falsehoods and endless schemes, 2 things she's clearly guilty of, and then likens it to him buying her the same CD for her birthday that he got her the year before, and that he also gave to his fucking high school counselor. And obviously that's lunacy. Presents aren't love, kids aren't great with responsibility, and her bitterness over competing with a counsellor so many decades after the fact is unhinged at best. It's clear she's held on to every mistake Beau's ever made, and she's an unforgivable mother. But I don't think she's lying about it. I think the fact that we see it in flashback is demonstrating that it did happen. We'll see the same thing again with Beau's other alleged misdeeds. They're part of Mona's historical record. And while she's beyond unreasonable in her response, it's worth noting that they did happen. We know so because Beau's done the same thing again with the Madonna and Child figurine. And so without absolving Mona, we do need to allow for this parallel narrative to emerge, one in which Beau isn't faultless, and one where his self-analysis, cowardice, trauma, fear have prevented him from becoming a productive and good-natured man. That's ultimately the lesson we need to take from the film. Not that trauma was our fault, but that it's our responsibility to take control of our lives and succeed in spite of it. And Mona's horrendous affront over incredibly banal experiences continues until she gets to what seems to be the crux of her issues with Beau, that he refused to breastfeed, which she tells him in extremely graphic language that I cannot say out loud, but I will put censored on the screen. We've already covered this, so I won't dwell on it, but it was clearly one of several catalyzing moments for Mona becoming the kind of mother she is. Not the true catalyst though, as she expands on moments later, that was likely because her mother resented her so keenly, a trait that she had learned from her mother, Mona's grandmother, so we have 3 generations of motherly abuse precluding this moment with Beau. Generational trauma imparted down to him. This is why a happy future for Beau, a happy future for his hypothetical children, had to involve emancipation from Mona, because a happy future wouldn't be possible with her. Her very presence is symbolic of inherited trauma that defines the parent-child relationships within the Wasserman lineage. Mona's disparagement culminates with an accusation that Beau had never intended to get on the flight to come see her, something that seems to push Beau over the edge. It's truly heartbreaking, and I think it goes without saying, but both Lupone and Phoenix are immaculate here. They're both playing insanely cartoonish characters, but it's impossible to not be invested in them here as we approach the resolution of their bitter little binary. Momentarily finding the guts to walk away, Beau heads towards the front door, clearly planning to leave, but Mona manages to stop him in his tracks with one quick sentence. "What's behind the door, Beau?" And this is so clever because she's literally asking, what do you have beyond me? What's really out there in the world for you? She says as much. Where on earth are you going to go? But there's almost like a programming to it, something Pavlovian and particular to how she says it. What's behind the door, Beau? And given it makes him stop in his tracks, I think this may well be her subtly referencing the threat of the attic. In the original script, something they've termed the secret punishment room. I can't help but feeling it's something she might have said to him a lot previously, either as she threatened him with whatever lies beyond the attic hatch, or perhaps how she'd manipulate him as a child that was threatening to run away. Once she has Beau questioning his decision to leave, she goes right back to accusations, suggesting that his doting, boyish act is all a front to disguise a more hidden nature of cowardly ambivalence, that he acted like Mona's good little boy so that he never had to face the reality of growing up. Specifically saying, none of it's ever been real. You spent your whole life going around asking every half-wit you could find, if I do this, can I avoid this, or will that happen, as if you were born without the mechanism to choose. You let it all resolve itself in the absence of you. You make everyone do it for you. You think that makes you innocent? And without question, that's Beau. As Aster said, it's this poison of ambivalence, a lack of desire, a fear of committing to anything. It's why Beau couldn't tell Roger an answer, because he wanted to be robbed of the choice so he could delay facing something he didn't really want to do. That is Beau. But there is also no person more responsible for incepting that within him than Mona. Functionally, that's why she mentions from the moment he was born, to demonstrate to us that she's blaming him for something she was, at least initially, entirely in control of. But there is truth to it. This is the argument the film wants you to have at the end. Presuming a life of total control and manipulation, is Mona entirely to blame for Beau, or is he ultimately responsible for failing to stand up to it? There's no question that Mona is to blame for the abuse, but does Beau have a responsibility to take control of himself, to rebel and transgress Mona's system of control, rather than the comfortable retreat that allows him to silently resent her while living parasitically in her shadow? And that's really difficult. It's difficult to not feel anything but sympathy for Beau, but sympathy does run out, and ultimately Mona's complaints about Beau are pretty much the exact realizations he comes to during the play as well, that he's used this cowardice, this blame, like a crutch, and in doing so he's been able to run away from life. And that's ultimately where I think the debate ends. There's no counterpoint beyond that. Mona is a monster, as much a devil as she is a god, but Beau is ultimately accepting of a life as her victim. And we can't blame him for that. Mona's to blame for that. He's had an awful and toxically safe life, and this is the man he is. But when you walk out of the cinema, left cold by the end of his unfulfilled life, you're not supposed to think, well, I guess there wasn't anything that could be done. You're supposed to rage for him, and against him, against how useless he was willing to be, and against that uselessness where we see it in our own lives. The film is very clear on how overwhelming and all-encompassing parent-child trauma can be. But it's not saying we're just supposed to allow it to define us. It's showing us the mascot, the poster child for living a life that accepts it, that refuses to move past it. It's a difficult message, but it's an important one. At what point do we have to accept responsibility for the trauma that's been inflicted on us and allow ourselves to be defined apart from it? That's why it's very craftily using Mona as this antagonistic tool to unpack the argument, because it's not an easy message to deliver, and doing it via the same manipulations that have caused this behavior in Beau allows us to see both sides very clearly. Mona has broken Beau a long time ago, and he's still falling for the same tricks. It lets us feel gaslit alongside him as Mona starts presenting this counter-narrative of Beau in the wrong. Beau that can't act for himself. Beau that can't become the man he needs to be. And we know it's true, but we also know for damn sure that Mona blaming him for it is as twisted as it gets. So she's out of the argument. She's condemned. Who cares if she felt unloved? It doesn't justify child abuse. And with that part of the equation removed, all we have left to ask is, what about Beau? Should we endlessly sympathize, or should we understand that ultimately he's in control of his own ship? That all he had to do for the life he wanted was finally break that umbilical chain keeping him tied down. And no, we can't be sure that Mona would have allowed that, or that that life would even be one he'd be happy to live. But that's already covered in the play. It's the risk we all take in life. Mona's influence may persist. He may suffer a calamity or two, a great flood, abandonment, and so on. But he would do so knowing that it was his own course he was steering. Alright, from there, Mona goes into the rant about her mother, but we've already got that well covered. Following that, she tries to get as cutting as possible by telling him that when she's asked how her son is doing, she says, "Your guess is as good as mine," followed by, "Oh, I wish that were true." And that's brutal, but again, it's bafflingly contradictive, because the only reason she does know is through an elaborate spy network designed to monitor Beau constantly. Again, she's somehow blaming him for things she's been completely in control of. And if she truly wished that that wasn't true, she could simply not surveil him. And then comes yet another horrendous reveal as Mona begins playing Beau's therapy sessions over her speaker system. As she does so, Friel reveals himself, very casually having just flushed the toilet, grinning at Beau in a manner that is genuinely terrifying. How gleeful he is to see Beau's world torn apart. In the original script, this is really turned up, and Friel can't stop laughing at Beau and somehow manages to be even freakier than we see here. Now, there's nothing that the recordings really tell us that we haven't covered, but there are a couple of nice bits of confirmation for things we've already discussed. Starting with, well, when I was just starting to like my own stuff and do my own things, she'd take all those changes very personally and get very mad or sad and make me feel bad about it until I stopped. This is exactly in line with feelings of jealousy described by Dr. Patricia Love in her book on emotional incest. We can also quote the Minds Journal. In emotionally incestuous relationships, the parent may display jealousy or possessiveness towards the child's other relationships. They may feel threatened when the child forms close bonds with peers or romantic partners, as it challenges their exclusive emotional connection. And that's pretty much what's happening here. Whether it's a new toy or a new friendship, Mona's jealous and resentful about anything that takes Beau's attention, his devotion, away from her. Beau's therapy quote continues, "Well, she would give me lots of love, but if I didn't give it back to her in the exact same way, she saw it as me not being thankful and like trying to hurt her." And that doesn't sound like a parent as much as a partner, something more reciprocal. To quote Patricia again, "In essence, the child becomes a surrogate spouse." And we have this quote only appearing in the original script. I guess I feel like she had me in order to make, like, a companion for herself. And that tracks exactly with what Patricia said too. Their love is not a nurturing, giving love. It's an unconscious ploy to satisfy their own unmet needs. It's also exactly what Mona is describing when she discusses needing to love Beau obsessively because she didn't receive that love from her mother. So I think we can be very confident in the reading of emotional incest, although as we know, there are many other labels we can apply to Mona beyond that. And this is all clearly harrowing for Beau. The one final trust network he had has been completely invaded, and the man responsible now sits at his mother's right hand, grinning inexplicably at him. We're very much getting the sense that Beau's brain is shearing from this whiplash of trauma, and it's about to get a lot worse. We hear another recording about Beau's desire to know about his father, and in the present, Beau contradicts this and blurts out that he met his father, that he was the strange man in the forest, which he very clearly wasn't. He demands to know why Mona lied to him, and Mona, possibly for the first time but possibly not, decides to oblige Beau and introduce him to his father. Now, we're about to look at that, but there's a lot going on there. We've cleared up Jeeves, but before we get to the penis monster, there's the issue of Beau's alleged twin in the attic. So let's hear Beau explain it via his last recording with Friel. "I've been having it since I was little, where I'm a little boy, probably the same age as when I started having the dream. And there's another me who's identical, but he's braver and he asks her about my father because I'm too scared. And then she sends him away and locks him up, upstairs, and she never talks about him again." So Beau isn't under the impression that he has a twin. but he does have a repeat dream, a dream that we later find out is a memory of another version of himself that is identical but braver. And an identical version of yourself is essentially a twin, and the choice of the word identical should clue you in to what the alternative is. Beau legitimately did have a twin, and Mona shut him up in the attic for his entire life because he rebelled against her by asking about their father. You may notice though, Beau doesn't say our father, he says my father. But if we accept that the only literal explanation for Beau's father is the penis in the attic, then we have to consider this as a literal explanation too. So let's look at all the reasons why Beau couldn't have a twin and see if this suggestion holds water. Number one, the birth scene is very clearly depicting one child being born. Mona says, "You made me have him, not them," and generally everything about the scene is only alluding to there being one baby. We even hear a single heartbeat as the film opens. Next, we don't see a grave or memorial marker for the twin like we see for Mona, Beau, and Harry. And sure, if she was trying to disappear a child, she may not want to leave breadcrumbs like that. But she has done exactly that with Harry. She seemingly faked his death, and he doesn't even appear to be human. So if we're taking a firmly literal understanding, one would presume she'd also have to fake the death of the twin, given there'd be records of his birth. Now we could keep going, the speech at Mona's funeral, for example, describing Beau as Mona's only surviving son. If this was truly implying she had a son that didn't survive, then again, where is the grave? And why doesn't this twin appear in any of the other flashbacks, like this one or this one? We can keep finding threads like that to pull on. But let's think bigger. Do we honestly believe that Mona would do this? She's evil enough, sure, but she's also obsessed with herself. She's a narcissist that has turned her progeny into her literal poster child. And sure, maybe she would if she was annoyed enough with the child. Maybe she could just throw him away because she didn't see him as loving her enough. But really consider the lengths she's gone to get Beau to heal. It's very extreme and the opposite of locking him away. She's loved him into locking himself away. For me though, the biggest evidence against there being a twin is that we never see this alleged twin on screen with Beau at the same time. We only see the twin from Beau's point of view in deliberately hallucinatory sequences where things are absolutely shown to be not real. We even get many shots like this one and this one alluding to there being two sides of Beau. It's what we see in the play too, a different Beau that is braver. And as for confirming evidence that runs contrary to all of this, there isn't really much save for the fact that Beau encounters an alternate version of himself that he remembers Mona locking away. And that is very obvious symbolism for her punishing him with attic time until the rebellious parts of him were locked away forever. So if we try to come at it sensibly, it's far more likely that the Beau we see is a symbolic representation of the parts of Beau that have been permanently subdued. But therein lies the issue, because what we see towards the end is not sensible, it's purposefully insane. So even though the symbolic understanding of what's happening is crystal clear, we also can't ignore the literal reality of what we're being shown. Because while the twin and Jeeves and Beau's father are all perfectly explainable symbolically, the canonicity of them is up in the air. To answer the question, does Beau really have a twin, an easier solution may be found via the follow-up of, upon exiting the attic, does Beau think he has a twin? And there's an easy answer, in that he seems confused and terrified and begging Mona's forgiveness. And Beau is probably so separated from reality that he has no idea what he's just witnessed, but if we're willing to allow in a little bit of conjecture, following his tryst with Elaine, that's what he wants to know. Did she work for you? When did she start working for you? And so on. And upon exiting the attic, things are a bit too wild for such questioning, but the following sequence, a sequence where Beau is held accountable for minor mistakes throughout his life, do we not think there he might point out to Mona that she's literally imprisoned his brother? It's a pretty decent counter-argument, but something the film never goes back to. And I think that's because by that point, it's already said what it wants to say. Beau's bravery, his desire to question his mother's authority, his burgeoning masculinity, that was all ripped away from him and symbolically locked away. So no, truthfully, I don't think Beau having a twin makes sense. And I think the symbolic meaning of this figure is very easy to read with what the film gives you. We've just heard it in that quote, there's another me who's identical, but he's braver. But we still have to leave room for the literal. We still have to allow the protean possibility of this twin to exist, just like we have to do the same with Harry. This is a garden of forking paths, and all paths are available to us, and this is what I've been getting at. During this last section, the film is moving to a place where the real, the literal, is going to rug pull and contradict itself to the point the audience moves to a place where they're reading the film purely symbolically, where what things mean rather than what they actually are all we have to cling to. We don't need to wonder about a twin, because we know what this means for Beau. He had his independence stolen, and we can see that with one glance at the twin. His leg is chained, just like we've seen Beau chained or restrained many times, the umbilical link that he can't escape. We also see him holding a water dish that is entirely empty, so he's been entirely starved of Mona's specific brand of nurture, this water of the womb we've been alluding to the whole time. It's very clear imagery. So the short answer is no, it doesn't make sense that Beau has a twin. Yes, it makes perfect sense what this doppelganger figure represents, but we shouldn't fully rule out a literal twin because the film wants you to consider all the possibilities and revel in the abstract between them. There is absolutely a reading where Beau sees Harry, his twin, and Jeeves all very literally. But this literal possibility is deliberately paradoxical, and so we have to cross a lot of impossible bridges to get there, and by the time we do, our grip on reality doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that does matter is how what we're seeing impacts Beau. So that's 2/3 of the impossible covered. Yes, Jeeves should be dead, but he's also a symbolic representation of Beau's PTSD that can pursue Beau internally and subsequently is Fenrir tier unkillable. No, Beau shouldn't have a twin if we can trust anything we've seen up to this point, but we know exactly what's being suggested by his presence. However, that does not mean we should abandon any attempt at a literal interpretation because the film wants you to consider it. It wants to make you feel insane. Just look at Mona here following Beau's ordeal. This is meant to be a manic and warped moment that doesn't make sense. For it not to make sense, we have to keep the literal in mind. Okay, with all possible groundwork in place, let's move to Mona leading Beau to the attic and the sheer fucking insanity we find therein. We'll cover the mechanics of the scene very quickly, and then we're going to try to explain this in a way that makes sense for everybody. Mona asks Beau if he wants the truth now, to which Beau screams yes, because, he wanted it 40 years ago. She tells him to follow her and leads him to the attic entrance, to Friel's creepy delight. And while we're examining reality here, to me this is the face of a deranged cult follower waiting to see Beau's reaction to the giant virility demon lurking in the attic. Either that, or he hates Beau so much he just wants to see his world unravel. But that's the push and pull of reality and fantasy here. She opens the attic door and he asks, "Up there? Nobody's allowed up there." She replies, "Some things are for your protection, Beau, and I want you to know that I kept this from you." And that makes perfect sense if his dad is a penis monster. It makes perfect sense if something happened to Beau at the hands of his father in an attic. It doesn't fully make sense if Mona has simply used it as a room to lock him up in. In that instance, the only thing she'd be keeping him from is the fact that she used to torture him. Now, sure, Mona has a very twisted idea of protection, but even for her it's a little bit nonsensical. And what comes next is quite telling. Beau doesn't want to go up, he's afraid. Mona tells him not to worry and that she'll be right behind him. But there is a fucking reason to worry, multiple reasons, and she isn't right behind him. She closes the hatch after him. She's lying to his face, and so her explanation of it being for his protection can't be trusted at all. So every interpretation does fundamentally make sense, even if one explanation might be that she's lying completely and just wants to reintroduce him to a childhood punishment. And as Beau heads up the ladder, we see this beautiful shot with the light bulb and this symbolism of him approaching new understanding, a twisted form of enlightenment. As soon as Beau arrives in the attic, he says, "Whoa, this is exactly like my dream." And Mona says, chillingly, "Don't you get it, you stupid idiot? That wasn't a dream, that was a memory." And there's so much to that. First and foremost, it's a retreat from ambiguity. You didn't imagine this, you experienced it. So the question then becomes, well, was it a memory of him being locked away or him watching his twin being locked away? Again, the film is trying to lead you down multiple simultaneous paths. But if we really think about it, it's actually good evidence that Beau does not have a twin. If we think back to his dream, he only watches his other self climbing the ladder. But he doesn't say it when he climbs the ladder, the actual mirroring of the dream we've seen. He says it when he enters the attic. He sees the attic and only then calls to mind his dream, as in his dream/memory involved him going into the attic. And if it did, well then he is the figure that was being locked up there. If he was only the meek boy shaking his head at the camera here, the boy that did what Mona said, he would never have been sent up there and subsequently wouldn't be recognizing it now. As Beau is locked in the attic, he takes a slow pan with a barely functioning torch. He has to wrestle it back into shining, and given we've had a semi-obvious reference to enlightenment seconds earlier, I think we can say that Beau might be struggling to call to mind the revelation Mona intends for him. Perhaps that the understanding being sought is deeply buried by trauma. There's also maybe a shining reference in the form of this trike, but it's also not exactly the same kind of trike, so it's the sort of thing that's there if you want it, but I'm certainly not certain. As Beau gets the torch working again, we see his chained up twin, emaciated, starved of Mona's nurture, and clinging to his empty dish. Beau is understandably horrified, but he doesn't have too much time to contend with it as he hears the opening groans of Harry. As he does, we hear the alarm system outside begin blaring, presumably from Jeeves going Tom Clancy on the Wasserton compound. Spotlights kick up following the alarms, and when they do, we're met with this. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm sorry, but for obvious reasons, this can't be shown on the platform. So just in case you can't remember, it's a 16-foot microphallus with a monstrous face and spider-like pincers. Now, in the original script, they're actually referred to more as the front legs of a praying mantis, so if it helps to imagine it that way, I'd say that's pretty accurate too. As we covered, this is based on horrendous artwork by Ari Aster that was viewable on his now defunct website. It's a mixture of CGI and an actual practical puppet. The puppet was built by Steve Newburn and his team. If you remember back to the Hereditary guide, Steve built the dioramas, and he was the very lovely dude who helped us identify the Keep Out room as belonging to Annie's parents. In an AMA very recently, post me writing this actually, Ari Aster claimed that he does have the puppet and he sleeps in its balls, but obviously he's probably joking about that, I hope. As Beau struggles to take in what he's seeing, Harry says, "My beautiful boy, oh Beau, don't be afraid," in the creepiest voice imaginable. Before there can be any chance at conversation, however, Jeeves appears illuminated at the window, and he's just stood there. In fact, he backs up and runs through the window. Maybe there's a ledge there, but we certainly don't see one, or an attic window in fact, from outside. So I'd say we can loosely count it as another reason this scene is impossible. And we know what happens next. Jeeves enters the attic like he's Ezio Auditore, knocking Beau over with a throwing knife and firing a handgun as he charges down Harry, putting many, many holes in Harry's swollen giggleberries. And Harry doesn't play that shit. In one horrendous strike, he pincers the top of Jeeves' bald head, very viscerally, turning Jeeves into a symbolic penis. And then, perhaps also impossibly, the attic hatch flings open and Beau slides backwards out to safety. And before we look at why, there is one more influence we need to look at for Harry. If you're keeping track, the full list so far is: number 1, a drawing by Ari Aster; 2, Polyphemus the Cyclops; 3, Shelob; and 4, deep-seated daddy issues. But there's another crucial one, not confirmed at all, but I think you might agree when you hear it. I'm speaking about the man-eater, and well done to u/Soggy Routine, who to my knowledge was the first person to point this out. In Carl Jung's autobiography, Memories, Dreams and Reflections, he recounts a dream in which he entered a basement, often described as the attics of the ground, and encountered there a monstrous penis figure exactly like we have here. To quote Jung directly, "I saw a stone stairway leading down. Hesitantly and fearfully I descended. The floor was laid with flagstones, and in the center on a red carpet ran from the entrance a low platform. On this platform stood a wonderfully rich golden throne. Something was standing on it which I thought at first was a tree trunk 12 to 15 feet high and about 1.5 feet to 2 feet thick. It was a huge thing, reaching almost to the ceiling, but it was of curious composition. It was made of skin and naked flesh, and on top there was something like a rounded head with no face and no hair. On the very top of the head was a single eye gazing motionlessly upwards. Above the head, however, was an aura of brightness. I was paralyzed with terror. At that moment, I heard from outside and above me my mother's voice. She called out, 'Yes, just look at him. That is the man-eater.' This dream haunted me for years. Only much later did I realize that what I had seen was a phallus." Which is certainly one of the quotes of all time, and I hope the similarities are pretty obvious. Other than some minor details, they're pretty much the exact same scenario, and Jung goes into quite a lot of detail as to what this dream may have meant. I'd encourage you to read it. It's actually a predominantly religious interpretation, but the man-eater does seem to represent a form of paternal religious authority, the other sense of father. Or as u/Soggy Routine puts it, it represented a kind of terrifying father figure. To me, it seems very likely that this was an influence on this scene. I can't prove it, but it would seem like the pieces are very familiar. Although, Jung himself was arguing that he was somehow interpreting some kind of innate symbolism that he shouldn't have had awareness of at that point in his life. So perhaps he and Aster just had the same messed up dream. We haven't looked at Jung as much as we have Freud, but something that's been present throughout is his archetype of the devouring mother. Okay, so with that out of the way, what's happening in the attic? And first, I have to start with a disclaimer. Very recently, Aster has been on a media tour in which he's tried to make my life as difficult as possible by releasing a bunch of new information following me finishing the script to this video. Most notably, he's discussed Harry, and here's the quote: "The whole movie, you're just like, build the intrigue, and you make it like an object of suspense, and you reveal you've just wasted your time and your thought and your energy on this, and it's the stupidest possible thing that could mean nothing." So that at first seems quite damning. It's just being stupid for the sake of it, poking fun at the notion of mystery boxes with the dumbest reveal of all time. But note the operative word there, could. It could mean nothing is not the same as it not meaning anything, and he never says that directly. He doesn't say it is meaningless, only that it could be. He's deliberately obtuse and impish when answering questions about Beau, and especially that scene, and he's very selective with his words on a normal day. There's quotes of him advocating for its interpretation, quotes from members of crew, like we just looked at from Fiona Crombie, suggesting it definitely has subtextual meaning to Aster, and more crucially, quote after quote of him contradicting himself on Beau. Two that spring to mind: "Don't try to figure it out, it's dumb and every detail has another detail inside it. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. The penis monster is most certainly a detail, so we can presume it has further details within it, despite it being dumb and ultimately something you don't need to fully wrestle with to appreciate the film. Ultimately, it being stupid doesn't mean it doesn't have meaning. It's eldritchian, purposefully unknowable, and definitely done for shock value and absurdity, but it also seems to have pretty clear meaning attached to it beyond his dad's a dick. The reality is that Aster has been more tight-lipped about this than anything else in his films I can think of. This is an entire interview with him regarding the ending of Beau, and the only explanation he will offer is that, I don't know, his dad's a dick. The doublespeak there being, on the one hand, he's a dick because of how he treated Beau, and the more literal understanding that he is actually a giant dick. The rest of the interview is 7 questions with laconic answers, while Aster gives the interviewer absolutely nothing, save for telling them to interpret the scene he made. Again, this runs in contradiction to his recent answer, where he suggests it defies interpretation. But maybe he did give something away, because for that doublespeak to work, we would need at least one understanding where Beau's dad behaved like a dick, and we don't. Being trapped in an attic doesn't make you a dick. Dying before your son is born doesn't make you a dick. It's not concrete by any means, but it does seem to suggest that Beau's dad did something he should be condemned for. But Aster clearly desires this ambiguity. He doesn't want to say any more than what's on screen. It's an unknowable Rorschach that's buried deep enough that the film trusts that you will be able to come to your own conclusions about what you're seeing. That's why he doesn't want to comment, not just because knowing would remove some level of fear from it, but because this film is so subjective and interpretive that you're supposed to take your own path through it. And that may at first seem like it's made my job here entirely impossible, but it really hasn't. There's still a limited number of explanations, and I think it's fair to say the film wants you to consider them all. It's just not something you need to understand to appreciate the film. It's something buried very deep. Perhaps it is just ridiculous. Perhaps it is just a joke designed to poke fun at the audience and their interest in the film. But personally, I don't believe that. It runs counter to everything else we see in the film. And there does seem to be a level of unease to Ari Aster explaining Beau where he'd rather fall back on comedy and calling it dumb. Perhaps that's to do with how the movie was received. Perhaps that's to do with the fact that you need a 10-hour YouTube video to explain everything that's happening. And either way we cut that, if you are the sort of person that is still around at the 10th hour of this YouTube video, you probably want to hear what explanations I have anyway. So first and foremost, what's happening symbolically in the most basic terms? And that's easy. Beau sees an imprisoned representation of his bravery, his desire for freedom from under Mona. He sees an amalgamation of his worst fears, his father and his fear of sex and his own penis, and apparently spiders, all rolled into one. Confronted by this image, his PTSD, represented by Jeeves, flares up within him and does symbolic battle with these worst fears. Presumably the root cause of said PTSD, the root cause of everything within him. From Mona's control to his lifelong avoidance of gratification to perhaps whatever happened with his father that's led to all this penetrative imagery we see surrounding father figures. We very quickly find out what's dominant in Beau's mind as his PTSD is converted violently via penetration into more phallic imagery. Very likely a suggestion that this is where the PTSD comes from, as the PTSD is essentially also converted into a giant penis. Confronted with all of that, Beau runs away. As for why all this appears to Beau in the same moment, I think we can say because the attic isn't just an attic, it's a hallucinatory space reflecting the deepest levels of Beau's mind. That's why it's so strange, so impossible at every turn, because it's representing an inner space where Beau's worst fears are made manifest, somewhere far within him where the truth can be interpreted, if not fully realized. So that's absolutely what's happening symbolically. It's reasonably complex, but now we've done all the work to get there, it's hopefully also quite easy to follow. The issue comes when we try to make sense of it in Beau's reality. Both Mona and the strange man seem to be in agreement that Harry is alive, that Harry requires feeding and cleaning up after, and Harry as we see him definitely seems alive, definitely would need feeding, probably could eat entire humans like Elaine, and given all the mess that would incur and all the fluids seemingly leaking from him, cleaning up would likely be a necessity too. We have an obvious issue with that path though, because giant penis monsters don't really exist, Jeeves is dead, and for all intents and purposes, Beau never had a twin. And herein lies the grand contradiction we have to navigate. This is a space where all truths seem to exist simultaneously and not at all, because they couldn't possibly make sense in unison. Let's consider Mona's reaction following the incident. As demented as she could look, harrowed by even having shown Beau what's in the attic, screaming, "Oh, sweetheart, I didn't want you to know. Do you see now why I lied? That was your father." Mona is telling us directly that the truth about Beau's father is in that attic. The reason she lied is in that attic. If the answer to that question is, I locked you in the attic because I was really pissed off at you for asking questions, then her comment here doesn't make sense, though ultimately it's not really supposed to. But a penis monster in an attic in a scene deeply concerned with repressed memories and sexual desire, to me that spells one thing. To me there's only one reason that would make sense with Mona's grand reveal, a reveal she thinks Beau will understand, given the context of seeing the attic. Something dark enough that he'd understand why she sold him such a grand lie. If the answer is, your dad abused you in an attic and I didn't know how to explain it to you and I was terrified of you resenting me further, then it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense why there's so many men with knives that want to stab Beau. It makes perfect sense why that imagery keeps crossing over with phallic imagery. Why Beau has an issue with getting undressed at bath time. Why Mona might want to keep him away from any notion of sexual desire, for the exact reason we've been exploring throughout, the fear that Beau might become his father. It even makes sense when considered in line with ASTER suggesting that Beau unconsciously blames Mona for the trauma he incurred. I think it's reasonably clear that Beau has been abused. Whether you believe it's a fat man on a cruise, or Mona, or his father in an attic, or maybe even all three of them, it's certainly likely this is part of the trauma Beau's been blocking out. Mona, I think we've proved without a doubt, is at least emotionally incestuous. Ari Aster has confirmed as much with the fat man. We even have these non-consensual moments with Elaine. And Beau's dad being a giant penis in the repressed memory of an attic, that's pretty clear imagery if we were to just take it on its own. So I don't think there's much of a question as to has Beau been SA'd? The answer there is almost certainly yes. But just as with everything on the spiral of possibilities, pinning down exactly where, exactly who, that ultimately remains quite abstract. And naturally, for the attic essay reading to make sense, Beau's dad must have been alive while he was. That may seem like an issue, but keep in mind, that's what we're being told multiple times in the film. But that doesn't necessitate him actually being a penis monster. No one in the film says penis monster. It could just as easily be Beau's infirm father chained to a bed in the corner, and seeing him and remembering what happened triggers in Beau this vision of a giant penis because he can't stomach the reality of his father and whatever happened between them. So let's look now at all the possible explanations and we'll go from the most literal to the most symbolic. Okay, first up is the fully literal. Beau has an identical twin, Beau has a penis monster for a father, Jeeves is an unstoppable maniac fueled by PTSD and misguided revenge that simply can tank a whole clip in the shoulder. Mona somehow survived conception and became pregnant with a fully human baby, perhaps some kind of deranged ritual that precluded her rise to power and godhood in the business world. It's ridiculous, it's difficult to imagine Zoe Lister-Jones doing this as a young woman, but as far as the film is concerned, this is the only explanation you're getting. And then we move to the symbolic interpretation. This is by far the most important reading. Beau has a hallucinatory experience upon revisiting the attic, causing this visual manifestation of his trauma. He sees a monstrous representation of his anxieties, a mixture of his father and his fears about his own sexuality, stemming from the lies told to him about his father by his mother. He sees a chained-up personification of all the parts of him that Mona made him give up. He sees a manifestation of his PTSD in the form of this deranged man chasing him. I'd say that's the closest thing to a perfect takeaway the film truly wants you to make. But we still have slight contradictions, and we can go further and try to make sense of both of those realities in one cohesive structure. So next we have the allegorical reading. Beau enters the attic and sees his father, let's say a weird but ultimately human figure, in a bed there, presumably imprisoned because there's something deeply wrong with him, either physically, psychologically, sexually, or all three. Upon seeing or even hearing him, Beau maps the image of a penis monster onto his father because of all the residual fear he has towards him. He sees the part of himself he gave up, and again his PTSD enters the scene to do symbolic battle with the root cause of his trauma. This is almost the same as the symbolic reading, but allows for his father to be alive and human in the attic. And then lastly we have the psychological. Beau enters the attic and there is no father there, no twin, no Jeeves, only a space that Beau recognizes distinctly from childhood. Either a space where his father did unknowable, terrible things to him before Mona found out and had him removed, or more simply, a space where Mona locked him away for asking about his father. Beau manifests this trauma via the penis monster, the twin and Jeeves as constructs that allow him to rationalize what he went through and what he's blocking out. Perhaps Beau's dad was being kept in the attic and needed to be kept away from people. Perhaps that was simply somewhere he took Beau. Either way, we have the same outcome. Mona, realizing that Beau is still asking for his absent father, uses the threat of the attic as a punishment tool to subtly remind Beau of exactly why we don't ask about daddy. Now, do I have a favorite out of those options? No, not really, because the idea is not to pick a winner here. It's not something that should have a definitive answer. It's why this is a garden of forking paths, why there's a sliding doors nature to reality. The point isn't to pick the one true path. It's not to decide which universe in sliding doors is the real one. The point of the protean is to consider the different outcomes and explanations and allow for them all to impossibly exist at once. But you'll notice that no matter which option we do follow, certain truths remain remain constant. This is a manifestation of Beau's worst fears. It's the sight of the root causes for his trauma. It's bad enough that he begs Mona's forgiveness. It's a pseudo-psychological space where he gets as close as he can to contending with the truth about his father. And none of this negates what Mona did. As much as she may see it as a valid explanation, it doesn't undo the emotional incest, the Munchausen's by proxy, the method of lies that Mona employed, her barbaric treatment of Beau, and so on. Even if Beau's father is truly a monster, none of it justifies what Mona did. And if Beau's father truly did die prior to his birth, which I think we can softly rule out given we're repeatedly told the contrary, but even if he did, this attic would still be a site of Beau's abuse. Whether it was via his father or Mona or both, this is where it happened. That could be Mona locking him up there to remind him what happened while Beau's father was alive, locking him up there with Beau's father, who is still alive, or locking him up there purely because he kept asking about his deceased father. Beau has been in that room before, and what we're seeing is Beau's attempting to deal with what happened, whether it's literal or symbolic. The answer comes down to your reading, but only if you need a specific answer. For me, the best route is to consider them all in parallel, because there should be an element of this that is left purposefully Eldritchian, something that we, just like Beau, can't really stomach the full truth of. And all of that says nothing of our other symbolic readings, of Beau being his own father, trapped in an Ouroboros loop, failing to make Mona happy, that he was a product of immaculate conception, the narcissistic product of Mona's needy godhead, or the possibility that all of this is more lies and theatre designed to traumatize Beau. It needs to be unknowable for all these threads to be able to comfortably coexist. And the final takeaway, something probably very apparent at this point, but I'll say it anyway, Beau's terrified of penises, not just because of potential abuse, but because he's terrified of his own penis too. Worried his entire life that it may kill him, and given it's a literal symbol of his masculinity, I think we can broaden this argument and say he's afraid to become a fully realised independent man. Someone who's moved on, had sex, got away from his mother, and so on. And that's why we see the imagery come full circle. It's not just penises he's afraid of, it's the notion of masculinity itself, because in acknowledging it, he has to accept it, or become it, and that would mean acting for himself, captaining his own ship and sowing his own oats. And even following his rendezvous with Elaine, he's still far too scared to make that leap. Hence why he falls out of the attic and begs at Mona's feet for her forgiveness. The name Harry actually means ruler of the home, which is funny considering Harry's position, but it's also what Beau refuses to become, precisely because he's terrified of his own masculinity. It also means to raid and pillage, and I think that's a pretty good indicator of the type of masculinity Beau's father represents. No offense to any viewers that are called Harry. To conclude, as with everything here, I think the best answer is all of the above intermingling, and it's up to you to feel your way through Beau's damage as you watch the film. There can't be a concrete answer because this isn't a concrete vision of someone's life. It's the confused and exploded view of a broken psyche where fears over what might happen intermingle with memories of what did. I personally don't think there's any doubt over a historic sexual threat to Beau, even if it's just a fat man on a cruise, but it isn't fully necessitated here because that trauma is blending with his fears of himself. And no matter which path we pursue, it's purposefully contradictory. If Harry is dead, then who is being fed? Who is being cleaned up after? Where does Elaine go? If Harry is truly a penis monster, then how could Beau possibly have been conceived? Where did he originate from? And we could keep going and going. We have layers of impossibility here. So I think the only, let's say, full answer is to be flexible and to consider all of these options in conjunction. Whatever the case truly is, we know from Beau and Mona's reactions how we should perceive it. Whatever Beau saw in that attic, from the truth about his father to the memory of Mona's punishments, it's enough for him to revert entirely. Any minor progress he has made, his spirit quest through the play, him losing his virginity, him almost being willing to walk out on his mother, it feels as though it's all being undone as he begs for forgiveness at her feet. Let's move there now. Beau tumbles out of the attic and Friel drags him out to greet Mona. She screams at him, with them both being seemingly of the opinion that whatever Beau saw in the attic belies the truth about his father. Beau begs her forgiveness, repeating that he's sorry, that he knows he's been a bad son, that he'll be a good son and make it up to her. Clearly he's terrified, but if we subscribe to the notion that Beau's father was abusive, then maybe we can factor in the idea that Beau has been unconsciously blaming Mona for things that happened to him, and he is legitimately sorry about it. That's the wonderful thing about how all of this symbolism has been layered. Beau's terror reads anywhere from "my mum used to lock me in an attic and all my childhood trauma just came flooding back," all the way to "my mother is a god-tier supernatural threat that just demonstrated that my father is a literal cock monster." But despite Beau professing that he is deeply, profoundly sorry, that's confusingly not what Mona wants to hear. In fact, from the first time he utters it, it seems to trigger her. She eventually can't contain the outburst, screaming down at him, "You selfish little boy, what are you crying about? Do you have any idea what I went through to bring you into this world? And again, we have the same beautifully constructed doublespeak. Is this simply a description of the horrors of labour and the stress and physical change of pregnancy? Or is she legitimately alluding to whatever godforsaken method she had to employ to get pregnant via Harry as we experienced him in the attic? She finishes the rant with stand up, and this is much closer to what she wants to see from Beau instead of tear-filled apologies. She wants him to stand up and be a man. She is of course the reason that he's laid on the floor crying in every literal sense, but that's what she despises. She doesn't want to be the reason Beau is so broken. She wants his affirmation and love and nothing else beyond it. I dare say the only outcome that wouldn't have incurred her wrath here would be if he'd have come out telling her she was completely right to lie to him and abuse him. And when Beau does finally find his feet, Mona enters into the most cutting rant of all time. I think it's worth looking at in full, so here goes. You cry now? You need a mother now? Ever since you clawed your way out of me, I've had to dig down deep to my very bottom and squeeze the love out of myself, but still I gave it to you. I've given you my whole fucking life, which you took and you took and you took, and I squeezed myself empty. I gave you everything, and what do I get back? What do I have? Insults and empty promises. You promised to never hurt me. Do you even remember that one? You promised it 100 fucking times. You swore on your own life, but your promises are nothing but shit. I've been ground down to nothing by love and panic and worry. Is my baby hungry? Is he healthy? Is he scared enough of the world? And the fruit of all this anguish is grief and hatred. And that's devastating, and obviously full of red flags. Is he scared enough of the world? Insults and empty promises. I've had to dig down deep, and so on. Again, there's no doubt that Mona's abusive. Again, there's no doubt she's treating Beau more like a spouse than a son. She's blaming him like he's an equal that agreed to all this and not a child that she brought into the world. She describes him as clawing his way out of her, and there's so much disdain there. That's language we'd normally reserve for a very evil being, or a child that was the result of an unwanted conception. It's horrendous. There's no doubt about any of it. This scene is trying to push us far enough that we're with Beau when he puts his hands around her neck. But we have to believe that villains believe their own narrative. And Mona definitely believes what she's saying about Beau. She's frequently proven to be lying, but her criticism of Beau as a selfish coward that has used her love and given her nothing back but ambivalent platitudes, that never really seems to change. Mona is condemned. The film isn't interested in redeeming her, and we shouldn't be either. But the film isn't over. We still have a whole trial. A trial not adjudicating blame between Mona and Beau, far more simply adjudicating Beau's guilt. And since Mona has reappeared, we've been building to that in the background. Regardless of his victimhood, regardless of all the trauma imparted to him at Mona's hands, perhaps his father's too, in spite of all of it, is he a coward that refuses to engage with life, that refuses his mother, really any kind of meaningful relationship due to being frozen in the trauma of his past? And despite it feeling really brutal to say, that's very obviously the truth of Beau. We've seen it the whole way through. He's not demanding she let an alleged twin out of the attic. He wouldn't stop to help a man being killed in the street. He wouldn't even interfere to save Toni's life. He's not walking away in disgust. He stood there passively, letting Mona rant at him because he thinks that's what he needs to do to appease her. And that's heartbreaking, and he's not to blame for it, but he is still allowing it. He is still perpetuating that in himself. He is guilty of that. And while the following scene is going to ask if he is guilty or innocent in terms of his alleged crimes towards Mona, that's not what we're being asked. We're being asked what the lesson is. What could Beau have done? What will we do? Will we stand there chained to our past and let our trauma swallow us? Or will we forge our own path through a life of uncertainty and meet the world on its own terms? Mona's rant concludes with her deciding out loud that she hates Beau, but before she can get out the words, "I hate you," Beau's hands close around her neck. He's clearly had enough breaking down, and his rebellion is quick and physical. His eyes seem to blacken slightly as his rage reaches a boiling point, and this may well be a suggestion that the Orphans of the Forest have programmed him for this moment with their hypno machine that was doing some crazy stuff to his eyes. That's certainly how it transpires in the original script, and there we see his pupils replaced by the hypno disc of their MK Ultra-esque device. So potentially a little asterisk there, but we can read this prosaically as Beau simply having had enough of Mona's shit. After a few seconds, Beau seems to snap out of it, letting go and immediately reverting back to his apologizing and appeasing. Mona, on the other hand, is still likely operating along a very specific plan, and so she takes several steps as if she's trying to find her mark for the stunt, and then collapses face first into the terrarium. And almost certainly, this is another hyper-theatrical faking of Mona's death. A culmination of the spider imagery as we see her sprawled out in a terrarium, another instance of glass breaking and us going one layer deeper into unreality, another horrendous torment of Beau, allowing him to believe he killed his own mother. And given the final scene is going to be intensely afterlife coded, I think we should also leave open the possibility that he does legitimately kill her here, just like there's a possibility that Beau died in bed with Elaine. So for the mainstream understanding, yes, Mona really has just faked her death for a second time, but I think truthfully we're at a point where life and afterlife, reality and hallucination, they've fully merged. This scene again seems entirely hallucinatory, not just Mona's theatrics and seemingly impossible death, but also the fact that Friel could simply have intervened and didn't. It's almost as if he disappears, like characters might in a dream. So truthfully, it's doing both. Perhaps Mona's plan is so meticulous it was always leading here, Grace's TV set seems to think so, but perhaps we've now been transported to a realm of judgment, or the Empyrean, the highest seat in paradise if we're following our twisted divine comedy. By this point, it's all indistinguishable. All that's left is Mona's final judgment of Beau. Before we get there though, a couple more things regarding the strangling. I have seen unconfirmed suggestions that this is perhaps an Evangelion reference. I haven't seen Evangelion, but I have investigated enough to understand what it's supposedly referencing, and I think going through it here would very much spoil that for other people who haven't seen it. So let's just say that it's possibly an Evangelion reference, although characters committing matricide is reasonably frequent in film and literature. Norman Bates springs to mind, Orestes, another figure from Greek tragedy, famously kills his mother Clytemnestra, but there are certainly parallels with the Evangelion example you could explore further, romantic confusion and this kind of smothering mother figure, and so on. However, if you want a really crazy theory, I've got one for you. Let me caveat this by saying it's again brought to us by DoutFooL, and I'm comfortably skeptical on it. I think it's fair to say he's skeptical too. There's no way to confirm this, but it's certainly interesting enough to bring up, ultimately harmless, and it ends in something so remarkably Ariaster in tone that I do find myself believing it half the time. Let me reintroduce you to the Sefirot from earlier. This is the 10 different expressions of God from the Kabbalah that we looked at briefly earlier in Toni's room. And it's got a pretty distinct shape or structure. It's not entirely unreminiscent of Mona's house, central connecting spire with an area off to each side on each level. We've got Keter at the top, but we have an attic above that we can't see here. And we have 2 circles at the bottom, but we have a garden and a lake beyond that we also can't see in this image. So it actually lines up pretty well. Now again, this house is not a set, but we can't say exactly why it was the location they went with. We can only examine what we have on screen. So there's a reasonable overall resemblance, but if we look further, we can very easily make closer comparisons. And please excuse my pronunciations for these. I'm just reading them how I see them, but apologies to any Kabbalists out there. First up top, Keter and the idea of only one, this unified vision of God. We can fit that reasonably well with there only being Harry up there, him being the so-called ruler of the home, and the attic being the place we see a unified vision of Beau's trauma. DoutFooL points out that in the Zohar, a foundational text in Kabbalism, the Keter is described as the most hidden of all things, and I think that applies very nicely to this hiding of the bedrock of Beau's trauma. Going a little bit quicker, Bina from our top row would align with Mona's bedroom and bathroom. We have to invert it for this image because we're looking from the back of the house, but it's the clearest shot available. Bina is often described as reflecting the light of its neighbour, even being referred to as a hall of mirrors, and it's these rooms, Mona's bathroom and bedroom, where we're being constantly hit with reflections. It's also sometimes described as a womb, and it's there we see a bathtub repeatedly symbolising a womb. Dart, which here would align with the front doors, well that represents all 10 Sefirot housed as one, and that's pretty fitting for the entrance to the house. Tiferet, which would likely be represented as the spiral staircase in Mona's home, that's described as being all about balance and being the Sephira that unites the upper 9 powers. Pretty fitting for a spiral staircase that acts as the backbone of the house and main route of transit. And we can keep going. Netzer and Hod, our bottom level, are 2 sides of the same coin. Netzer reflecting God's grace on earth and the other his judgment on earth. The only things we see on the bottom floor are to do with Mona's timeline and business ventures, her grace or wrath on earth, depending on how you look at it. Yesod, at the bottom, is described as the channel that unites the other 2 middle figures of the tree. Pretty fitting for the garden and shoreline that connects the house to the lake. Our bottom Sephira, the lake and the cave, is Malkut, quoting directly here, the culmination and synthesis of all the attributes of God, the recipient of all the forces in play in the delicate balance of the Sephirot, and the quality that links the eternal sovereign to the real world. And that sounds reasonably close to this meeting Beau's about to have with God there, a biblical judgment allegedly occurring in the real world. Our middle 2 can be linked as well. Gevurah is all about God's wrath, and it's here we see Mona tear Beau apart and deliver this horrendous betrayal with Friel. Hesed is all about God's benevolent love, and it's here we see the funeral layout and this very cherished view of Mona. So there we go, all linked somehow. I only haven't mentioned one, and we'll get to that in a moment. Now, I could have linked them much better, I could have been more careful, I could have found a lot more links, But therein lies the problem. This film is very deep, and mysticism like this is purposefully abstract. Plus, there are essential parts of the Sefirot that I haven't included because they aren't relevant or don't fit. I'm certain if you wanted to, you could find links everywhere, regardless of how they correspond with the house. So I don't know if we can go as far as to say it's a perfectly complex code that was thought out from the beginning. There are issues, it isn't perfect, but the main issue is that this is very easy to do because of how we term these abstract and esoteric concepts and the symbolic depth of the film we're contrasting them with. Still though, it's fun to think about, and that's generally how I felt about it. It's fun, but I'm going to stay skeptical because it's easy to get lost in the woo. But it does get a bit more tempting when we get to the last room on the top deck, Hokmar. And if we look at rooms on the top, this room on the left here is actually the attic entrance, so we're not really counting this one, that's part of the attic. But this middle space here, that's the location for Beau's confrontation, and crucially for us, his strangling of Mona. Now, all these Sefirot have slight variations on the names, mainly depending on how the Hebrew has been transliterated into the Latin alphabet. And Hokmar is often written as Chokmar. And in fact, that's how you'll see it written as often as you'll see the version with just a H at the start. And Chokmar looks an awful lot like Chokmar. And ladies and gentlemen, I burst out laughing when I heard this because that sounds like the most Ari Aster joke ever. I don't know if it's purposeful, we can't say really, and so I haven't spent too long on this theory, but man, I hope it's true. I'll leave a link to DoutFooL's post on the subject in case you'd like to read a far more in-depth explainer on the topic, but just keep in mind that you can likely find your own links if you look. This is abstract enough that they abound everywhere. If you think it's all waffle, I fully appreciate that too, but we're here to explore everything, and there was enough there that I thought it was worth discussing. Okay, on to the home stretch, picking back up with Mona face down in the terrarium and Beau standing frozen in sheer terror and guilt thinking he's just committed matricide. As he stumbles outside, we see his stricken visage, presumably an indicator that Beau's undergone complete mental collapse from all these deeply traumatic rug pulls he's undergone. It's highly reminiscent of facial expressions associated with strokes. I'm not going to put up examples, but I think the similarity is there. There's a suggestion, again, that his brain is just shearing from everything he's being put through, and the result is somewhere between stroke and complete mental breakdown. It's also just really weird to look at, and again helps us blur the line between something that's really happening and something that's far too strange to really be happening. We can still cling to reality if we want, but the film isn't all that concerned with it by this point. And Beau, in this trance or stroke or breakdown, seemingly tries to flee the scene by climbing into a rickety motorboat and heading out onto the lake. A lake that at points seems unreasonably vast. And this boat, boats in general somewhat, but certainly this one, are symbols of independence. A great example being phrases I've been using throughout, the captain of his own ship, charting your own course, and so on. There's a long-standing view of boats representing freedom and adventure, escape and discovery, and so on. And because Beau is our failed Odysseus, this is his very impotent effort at that. As far as he's concerned, Mona is dead, and consciously or unconsciously, it seems as though he's making this effort to finally free himself of it. There's some level of irony there, however, because as we know, water is our main symbol for Mona and the bond between them, and he's going to end up returning to a metaphorical womb. It could be, as we've seen before, that's something he's subconsciously seeking out rather than trying to escape. But as we know, things aren't going to end in rebellion or escape. Beau ends up stuck to the boat, just like we've seen him chained throughout by his leg, something that very clearly represents his inability to sever his link to Mona and live his own life. And while it may be that Beau is trying to run away from what he's just done to Mona, he is in fact doing exactly what he did last time he thought Mona died, and immediately returning to a symbolic womb. Not just the lake, but this decidedly yonic-looking tunnel entrance and the distinctly womb-like, water-filled cave he arrives at. He's subconsciously sailed back into his mother's vagina. And this ties in with the repeated imagery of large bodies of water under stars that have been representing the womb throughout, with the stars now transformed into the disinterested audience. As Beau's boat enters the cave, we start to see it malfunction and stop moving forward, becoming more and more unstable as he rocks on the spot. And this imagery is pretty clear. Mona's control, the power of the womb, has entirely usurped his boat-driven attempts at self-determination. There is a further set of imagery at work here. We've had some subtle hints Beau may have died, not just him approaching the shore with his face reminiscent of strokes, or the theory that he may have died upon climax with Elaine, but also the very final scene we're about to witness, in which Beau's lifelong guilt is measured, something we traditionally associate with the moment of divine judgment preceding the afterlife. And of course, in multiple understandings of that, most famously ancient Greek and Roman beliefs, but several others too, ancient Egypt, Norse traditions, boats and rivers are a traditional passage to the afterlife. It's nothing concrete like him returning to the womb, but it's certainly present. It's certainly something the audience is likely to have in mind as this character approaches his death. And when we consider the loop theory, for Beau, death and returning to the womb are the exact same thing. And that brings me to one last little bit of history we need to cover, one last trip to ancient Greece via the concept of afterlife trials. Now, I'm sure we're all familiar with the concept of judgment, the idea that we'll arrive at the gates of paradise or perhaps some other intermediary place where our soul will be morally adjudicated against. The grand tally of our lives and all the right and wrong we've wrought upon the world, which will ultimately define how and where our afterlife takes place. And I think overall we can see many of the hallmarks of that here with Mona's judgment of Beau. She's God, he's at the end of his life, and he gets sent somewhere far below after being deemed guilty. But we'd normally associate that judgment with something like St. Peter acting as a club bouncer, and what we see here is something far more akin to a legal trial. Beau has a defense attorney. Mona is represented by her lawyer too. She doesn't even speak to Beau during the process. We're not judging sin, we're judging guilt. And so, as well as being Beau's moment of judgment, this is deliberately taking the form of an afterlife trial. This is something we see first being developed in ancient Egypt, something that evolves over time that we see fully realized in the Duat, or the Book of the Dead. Passengers to the afterlife would enter a hall of judgment and have their hearts weighed against a feather to determine if they were weighed down by negative acts, let's say sins, during their lifetime. And that balancing of the scales would decide whether they entered the happy afterlife, the field of reeds, or have their soul consumed by Amit. This would also traditionally be accompanied by a moral inventory or negative confession, specifically Spell 125 in Faulkner's version of the Duat, in which participants would list all of the crimes they have not committed to Osiris and the 42 other divine judges that attended the ceremony. And as we move to ancient Greece, as these ideas morph and grow, we see the Greeks becoming somewhat more formal in their representations of judgment in the afterlife. Certainly for later Greeks, these depictions take on more distinct hallmarks of earthly trials. Quoting Retieff and Cillier, the concept of Elysium develops significantly in the 5th and particularly in the 4th century BC, and is associated with the formation of religious groups. Initially, the chosen who did not die were believed to be transported directly to Elysium, but much later the view emerges that a tribunal of judges would pronounce sentence on all souls in Hades, sending the just to Elysium, but condemning the rest to punishment in the part of Hades known as Tartarus. In Plato's dialogues on Socrates, we have this threat against moral crimes. We shall be harsh with you while you live, and there, our brothers, the laws in the house of Hades will not receive you kindly. So rather than something poetic or abstractly karmic, like we often see with punishment in ancient mythologies, there began a shift towards something more ordered, more structured. The House of Hades has laws. Rather than simply being at the whim of gods, there were specific laws you had to follow to live a good life, and subsequently, you were in control of your own spiritual destiny. And obviously we can glean from that notion that religion was beginning to serve as a moral framework rather than simply a system of worship, and judgment in the afterlife provides a great impetus for that. We then see these notions repeat and develop through Roman culture, becoming more formalized, and of course we see them in some form in Judaism and Christianity and Islam, becoming what we now recognize broadly as the moment of judgment. And afterlife trials aren't some necessary component of epic poetry, but they do appear a lot, and they certainly appear in the epics influencing this film. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus visits Hades and describes Minos, the son of Zeus, holding a golden scepter and delivering judgments among the dead. There he sat, and around him the others sat or stood in the ample-gated house of Hades, seeking from this master of justice the firm sentences of law. In another translation, the dead are described as putting their cases to him. And in the Aeneid, we see a near-identical scene with Minos judging the souls of the dead. Minos, the strict inquisitor, appears, and lives and crimes with his assessors hears. Round in his urn the blended balls he rolls, absolves the just, and dooms the guilty souls. And Minos appears again several times in Dante's Divine Comedy, although somewhat more monstrous in this incarnation, judging souls in hell. And I quote, "Minos stands there, horribly there, and barking. He, on the threshold, checks degrees of guilt, then judges and dispatches with his twirling tail." In fact, the Divine Comedy itself is entirely concerned with the judgment of souls in the afterlife, so I could keep going, but my point is only that this final scene is representative of an afterlife trial, and they are a repeat trope in the exact epics that this film is weaving into itself. I think thematically, symbolically, the primary way the film wants us to understand it is something more Abrahamic, of Beau being face to face with his one above all. but the decision to make this moment quite courtroom-coded is very likely influenced by these depictions in mythology and epic poetry, and then translated via this negative Jewish stereotype of spiteful litigation that we'll see play out via Richard Kind. But it's not just ancient influences at work here, there are some more contemporary ones we should consider. Number one being the 1991 Albert Brooks movie Defending Your Life, a film quite literally about an afterlife trial to determine whether the protagonist will reincarnate or move on to the next plane of existence. Ari Aster adores this film. In fact, he's written an essay about it that you can find in this video's bibliography, where he cites it as his favourite Albert Brooks film and speaks extremely highly of it. After that, we have Albert Camus's The Stranger, in which the main character finds himself embroiled in a somewhat absurd murder trial during the latter half of the book that's often more concerned with his treatment of his mother than the actual murder he committed. There's quite a few parallels we could point to. Just like Beau, the protagonist ignites a sexual relationship very soon after his mother's passing. Just like Beau, the outcome of this trial ultimately means his death. And just like Beau, it also plays with notions of being watched and being judged. I should also mention that Aster has said the Tennessee Williams play The Glass Menagerie influenced the ending scenes as well, presumably referring to the character Tom's difficult relationship with his mother Amanda Wingfield, who's been described as one of the most domineering, controlling and overbearing characters of all time, a title that may now deservedly belong to Mona. And lastly, we have The Trial by Franz Kafka. Obviously, Kafka's trademark surrealism and absurdity have influenced the whole film and Aster's work in general, but The Trial specifically focuses on its protagonist being subjected to an unfair and absurd trial under some unknown and powerful authority. The academic consensus broadly being that this represents exactly what we've been discussing, an afterlife trial, a moment of judgment in front of a silent and absurd God. It is purchasable, but it was published unfinished following Kafka's death. He actually requested for it to be burnt along with some other manuscripts, but his friend ignored the request. So if you're planning on picking it up, just be prepared for an abrupt ending. Incidentally, a film Benny mentioned at the start that Aster cited as an influence, Mr. Klein or Monsieur Klein, is very often compared to Kafka's The Trial too. And we could look to any of these texts and likely find close parallels, quotes we could line up. That video is there to make if anyone wants to. But again, I think it's a case of everything being so deep and so universal that parallels will abound everywhere, so I'm just making you aware of their influence. Okay, one last really crazy theory, and I'm going to be very quick because it's likely this one is complete bollocks. Do you remember a certain cube from the trinket cupboard back at the start, between Elaine and Beau's symbolic donkey and rabbit, and actually between Beau's rabbit and Mona's statue? Well, there is a small pattern there. We see another white cube next to Mona when she's talking to Beau at the house. There's also a giant white cube hanging between them in this very arena. And you know, maybe it's nothing, maybe I've gone full lunatic after months of this, but it would be a shame to leave it on the table. There's really only one whitish, cubish thing I could think of in mythology and religion, and that just so happens to be distinctly Jewish. I'm speaking about the Holy of Holies, the inner chamber of the tabernacle, and later the first Jewish temple in Jerusalem. It allegedly held the Ark of the Covenant and, at least at points, the manifestation of God's presence. It was allegedly a wooden and gold square or cube-like room where a single high priest could at least be in the presence of God, if not communicate with him directly. And obviously in these scenes, Beau is communicating with his God directly, or is at least in the presence of her. And while the Holy of Holies may not be white necessarily, it is often shown as being dark but illuminated by God's presence. I can see how white might factor in there, but more crucially, representations of the Holy of Holies, or at least this one, the Magdala stone, that is white. And look at how it's represented on this model from a museum in Jerusalem. So symbolically, I suppose it fits, but it's certainly not enough to say it with any level of confidence, which is why I haven't dwelled on it. It's certainly interesting to consider though. But one final thing, a good descriptor for a cube-shaped space in which one convenes with God would be Spirit Box. And with all of that out of the way, we close in on Beau, desperately trying to get the boat engine to start after it stuttered to a stop. The lights go up and we're met with a huge arena-like structure in a cave complete with Jumbotron and advertising for Professor Marvel, the Wizard of Oz reference we saw in Toni's room. And this is such a striking image. Beau alone in this huge theatre-like environment, his audience are meta stand-in as we both watch the tallying of his sins in quiet discomfort, and perhaps loathing in the case of the in-film audience. It's chilling, surreal, and absolutely beautiful all in one go. Absolutely weird, breathtaking cinema. We've had it to some extent the whole way through, but here we see it explicitly. A fear that Aster has played on in both Hereditary and Midsommar 2. The idea that you are being observed without your knowledge. The terror of being surrounded by people who not only refuse to intercede against the horror being inflicted on you, but who are also a part of it. Whether it's cults, covens, or companies, this notion that everyone is secretly out to get you and they will be the silent observers of your untimely end. Beau is clearly terrified by this unexplained turn of events, and even more puzzled as he sees a doubly resurrected Mona on a grand balcony, flanked by Cohen, who begins recounting the events of his life. His voice sounding disembodied and all-powerful as it booms around the arena, again alluding to some kind of divine judgment taking place here. Cohen recites Beau's full name, Beau Isaac Wasserman. Definitely some foreshadowing that would have been too obvious for earlier in the film, almost certainly a reference to the binding of Isaac from the Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible. The infamous story where God demands that Abraham kill his son Isaac to prove his obedience, and only relents when it's absolutely clear that Abraham is down to do it. Clearly here it's foreshadowing Beau, just like Isaac being sacrificed by his parent at the demand of God. But in Mona's horrendous pseudo-sacrifice, she's both parent and God, and this is entirely of her volition. While we're on the subject, I think the fact that Beau has been linked to Jesus the whole way through, and Mona to God, we're also seeing a spin on God's design to have Jesus sacrificed on Earth. Only this time the sacrifice is unwilling, and the parent is extremely spiteful. Just like Beau is a failed Odysseus, he's also a failed Jesus that has disappointed his creator, and so his sacrifice takes a very different tone. And I'm sure it's more than explicit at this point, but how wonderfully insane is this film that this scene is somehow playing out God's wrath with a disappointing Jesus, at the same time it's setting up a time loop, at the same time as it's representing a symbolic return to the womb, at the same time as we're messing with notions of the ring returning to Mount Doom, of Odysseus' return to Ithaca, and of Dante having this beautiful moment of union with his creator. That's not an exhaustive list, and it says nothing of our core narrative of a man-child being executed by his mother mid-Truman Show. It's insane, and in all likelihood so are you by this point, if all of that just made sense to you. It's a convergence of symbolism that I can't think of any adequate equivalent for on screen. And one more thing regarding the name Isaac, the name actually means laughter, or he will laugh, and we've had this cryptic assessment from Jeeves that Beau is laughing despite being entirely straight-faced. As the proceedings continue, we see Mona sat almost catatonic, staring off, sometimes into middle distance and other points at Beau. Again, this is walking a beautiful line between there being something supernatural here, perhaps that she was killed and this is some sort of trial for her killer in which she sits voiceless, and on the other hand, her being completely in shock that her bond with Beau is gone and she's about to condemn him to death. It's operating fluently between symbolic and literal, and it's affecting this grandiose weirdness to allow for that. Another point of note, Mona's neck has begun to show bruising, so this shock is also likely stemming from the fact that Beau finally lashed out at her. And her silence is some combination of all this, subtextually that she may have had that voice shut up for once by his rebellion, and literally that she's so angry at him she can't speak and may not want to given the injuries to her throat. But also symbolically through this idea of her as some wronged soul silently observing justice being meted out upon her killer, or some wrathful god that will no longer deign to speak. And one thing this silence means for sure is that the last thing she said to Beau were the words, "I hate you," stifled by Beau's hands around her neck. From that point on, Beau is only communicated with by her subordinate, her legalese pseudo-herald. Any kind of motherly connection has been entirely severed. Cohen's brutal teardown of Beau begins with, "We are gathered now to assess the extent of the subject's guilt," which firstly is very Afterlife Trial coded. It's a list of all the things he ever did wrong balanced against salvation. But it also just speaks to a very unfair trial in which his guilt is already established and only the extent of said guilt is up for debate. And of course, the term guilt is very specific doublespeak that we've been privy to from the start. This ending argument hinges on guilt. The word defines the conflict between Beau and Mona. She's finding him guilty of not loving her like she thinks he should. And on the other hand, we have Beau's feelings of guilt, his lifelong guilt that he can't escape, the guilt that he's literally drowning in. And Cohen's using subtly Jewish language here, suggesting Beau is scapegoating his own mother in reference to the biblical Jewish practice of scapegoating, in which a poor little goat was burdened with all the sin of the settlement and cast out into the wilderness. He also tries to pose his legal assault in an almost parable-like tone, suggesting that the subject will go out of his way to feed a bird or a fish, but not to support a suffering member of his own species. Richard Kind's delivery of "very nice" as he shows the audience Beau feeding Friel's fish absolutely creases me. He is perfect in this role. He's also using some strange modes of language that I think, again, are designed to imply there's something grander, more biblical happening here, as he describes Beau's age in very specific and out-of-place terms. day 49 of his 9th year, as if he's reading from some heavenly scroll that holds within it all of Beau's past actions. And that is essentially what he's doing, only using Mona's all-seeing surveillance. Again, it's blending the line between mock trial and spiritual judgment into something that is somehow both at once. But there is also a traditional period of 49 days in Judaism, known as the counting of the Omer, running from the second day of Passover to the eve of Shavuot, the period between the exodus of the Jews from Egypt and the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. This is more informally referred to as the Omer period, the Omer, or the Sephirah, which you may remember from our discussion of the Sefirot. This connection is mostly linguistic. From what I understand, Sephirah refers to counting, but the two have been absolutely linked by Kabbalistic scholars. To quote Wikipedia directly, in Kabbalah, each of the 7 weeks of the Omer, counting is associated with one of the 7 lower Sephirot. Similarly, each day of each week is associated with one of these same 7 Sephirot, creating 49 permutations. Now, is that link definite? We can't say for sure, and herein lies the problem with number-related stuff. We have 365 numbers Cohen could have said here, and I dare say a fair few in that range would have some relevance in Judaism. I'd say this is another one for the huge pinch of salt pile. For now though, Cohen's point is that despite helping the animals, he didn't help a beggar the same night, and we see footage of him being chased into his home by Tattoo Man. And on the one hand, this is an obvious manipulation. We saw the Tattoo Man seemingly wanted to kill him, but on the other hand, the assessment that Beau doesn't help his fellow humans is an accurate one. Even if this situation was simply too threatening, we've still seen Beau refuse to offer help to people who needed it on several different occasions. So despite this being biased against Beau, despite him not being to blame, the criticism does hold some water. And that's going to be true of everything Cohen brings up. It's an awful thing Cohen and Mona are doing to Beau, but our condemnation of them is set in stone. This is about the film building a parallel case against Beau to bring home its message. And at this point, we begin to hear a very subdued voice shouting in the distance, that of Beau's defense attorney, played by Michael Hearn. The sign behind him reads Defense with an S, and the phone number is 1-800-DEFENSE with a C. And the contradicting letters are flickering, firstly to cheapen the feel of the signage, but also to draw attention to it. And this incorrect spelling is also designed to make Beau's attorney feel cheap. Aster was asked about this in an interview, and he replied, well, yeah, they clearly just couldn't get all the numbers they needed. And sure, that's the joke. He's not the big company with the correct number. He's a cheaper version that had to go with a knockoff number. But that's a lot of effort for just that. It's a weird kind of focus to put on this S over NC we see here. Doubly confusing if you're from the UK and you actually spell the word correctly. But ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed a pattern in Ari Aster's answers. He's a devilish fucker, and he's only giving journalists the obvious joke explanations. My gut tells me there's more to this, but for the life of me, I can't land on anything concrete. That being said, I do have one suggestion. The knockoff number is DEFENCE, which could also be read as D-fence, as in remove some fencing, and that's exactly what we see Mona do a couple of minutes later. It's maybe a stretch, but she does technically defence the railing in front of her. For now though, Beau's been arranged the most useless attorney possible. He's been put barely in earshot, and a minute later he'll be thrown onto rocks and killed by what can only be described as a short-range tactical attestapan. It's pretty safe to say this isn't any kind of fair trial. Cohen rebuts Beau's lawyer immediately, explaining that Beau has a functioning conscience, a helpful, even charitable nature that he chooses to ignore when it suits him. Again, that seems to track with what we've seen of Beau. Cohen moves on to the next scenario, Mona panicking as Beau appears to be lost or abducted in a shopping mall. Beau's attorney argues that Beau is legitimately lost and scared to reveal himself due to knowing he'd experienced Mona's wrath. And this is another carefully crafted scenario in terms of blame. We can absolutely believe that Beau was scared of Mona. He has been all film. But this is also a brutal thing to happen to a parent. We'd all be rightfully beside ourselves if this happened with our child. Again, the film isn't trying to sell you on Mona being a villain. That's locked in. It's constructing a controversial parallel argument where Beau might be to blame as well. Cohen ends with, the subject did not intervene, in reference to Mona falling and injuring herself as she runs about panicking. Beau's lawyer very weakly responds he was afraid, and here we can see the argument laid bare and the title turned on its head a little bit. It's raising the question, does Beau's fear justify his refusal to help people he allegedly loves? Where does his trauma end and his cowardice begin? Again, a relatively tricky subject. It's very easy to hold Mona accountable for all this, but that's far too straightforward a conclusion for what we're seeing. Ultimately, this is about the audience, as in us, not the in-universe audience, holding ourselves accountable, finding an impetus to acknowledge and break free from the things holding us back, fighting back at the ways the things we've endured have impaired our morality and sense of self. And this becomes more clear as we move to the next point of evidence, Beau allowing his friends to raid Mona's dirty laundry. And this is far less forgivable. This is evidence of his weakness without a doubt. This is something perverse. It's still walking a line though. We know Beau doesn't have friends like this. We can hazard a guess from what he told Friel that Mona put an end to him knowing them as she did to anything that she perceived as taking devotion away from her. Cohen even describes it as a rare occasion that he was hanging out with friends. I love how we can hear Mona's wrath through Cohen, describing them as his horrendous new friends. And we can understand, again, how Beau might have been led astray, how he might have felt a need to impress them, but that's not a justification for a 15-year-old boy to let his friends treat his mother's soiled laundry like it's a Japanese vending machine. And that's the genius here. We tend to see life, relationships, as being somewhat black and white. We only have our own perspective to consider. But as soon as we include the experiences, the journey, the emotional state of the other participants in a situation, then it becomes grey very quickly. And that's something really clever that this scene is doing. The whole film has been sympathy for Beau and fear and hatred towards Mona. But in the closing scene, in the grand reckoning of Beau's crimes, we see this story isn't so straightforward. We become more aware of how Beau's actions appear to a third-party perspective, and through that the film is introducing doubt where there previously was none. It forces us to question Beau right at the point it wants us to, while still leaving ample room that we're being gaslit just as Beau has been. It doesn't allow for an objective truth because that doesn't exist in the toxic binary of Beau and Mona. However, if we're accepting Beau's culpability as Mona and Cohen want us to, we still have to contend with the obvious hypocrisy stemming from them being entirely in control of him. He's in an arena that serves as a grand symbol for her control over his life. The audience are her employees. The boat is seemingly responding to her mental state. Ultimately, his entire life is in her hands, and that throws a huge spanner in the works as to whose fault this is. It sure seems like Mona's largely been in control of Beau's life, so surely she only has herself to blame for the Beau that exists today. And that's the basic push and pull here. To what extent is Beau responsible for the outcome of his life? And the answer seems relatively clear. Mona is to blame for the trauma Beau has incurred, but Beau is ultimately responsible for remaining chained to it. We've seen that he's capable of freeing himself, but he's never dared to due to the parts of himself still locked up in Mona's attic. We see Mona's silent rage worsening, the narcissist having their worldview reinforced by this reciting of trauma from their perspective, as Beau screams and squirms under the shame and guilt and blame, neither of them doing okay as they're forced to relive these difficult moments from their lives. Beau wails that his friends pressured him to do it, and it's at this point we see his attorney cast onto the rocks below by one of Mona's lackeys. The meaning is clear. Beau's efforts to defend himself are entirely useless. And it's at this point that Beau truly realizes he's in some deep shit and begins impotently wrestling the motor in an effort to save his own life. Cohen moves to Beau asking Grace and Roger to drive him to Mona's, and Beau being provided the option to be driven home. And as we know, it's not quite as clear-cut as Cohen makes it out to be, but as Roger said, it was ultimately Beau's decision to make. And while we know he tried in his own nebbish way, he's also very clearly not thrilled, and never has been thrilled, about the prospect of going to Mona's. There is truth to the idea that he's been allowing himself to be delayed because he doesn't want to face up to it. Cohen says exactly that, asking the audience to examine his expression, his demeanour, exactly as we did, and coming to the exact same conclusion. As Beau again tries to offer up a feeble protest to the accusations, we see the boat begin to angrily dismantle itself. The bolt flies out into the future, or past, depending on how you look at it. And time loop aside, we get the very clear suggestion that every protestation is bringing him closer to death. First the boat gets turbulent, then his attorney is killed, now the boat is stripping itself of parts. It's suggesting some godlike link between Mona's ire and the mechanics of Beau's execution. His argument against her, his independence that the boat is symbolizing, it's all falling apart around him. His protests move from Mona to the audience. He's not just arguing for her forgiveness, but very crucially against all the guilt and shame that he's suffering from. The outrageous affront that Cohen has been hammering into him since the Stanwix Garden, and that Mona's been putting on him for as long as he can remember. He yells to them how he cried for Mona, how he grieved, which is true, but he ends the outburst looking back at Mona to see if it had any effect. And if we were to look at that very cynically, it's essentially what Mona was describing back at the house. You've always acted like some dutiful, doting little boy, as if it's throwing me off some scent. None of it's ever been real. There's a couple of other rant quotes we could pull in too, but my point is only that there's a performative element of Beau when it comes to navigating Mona's mood. I think we can say it's likely a necessary, or at least justified defense mechanism, but it's still a definite part of him. His love is somehow unauthentic because it's more appeasement and fear than anything else. And next comes Cohen's most savage takedown, this time of Penelope, perhaps the most decent and good-spirited person in the film, who he refers to as, please excuse my language here, a pregnant slut and a knocked-up dimwit who made clumsy eyes at Beau. Which is just so vicious and unnecessary, but by the same measure, Richard Kind is absolute gold, and Ari Aster is very good at getting those laughs out of you in the worst ways, at the worst times. Cohen lambasts Beau for giving this kind woman who treated his wounds the gift that was intended for his recently deceased mother. And again, we can understand why Beau might have done that, especially given him remembering Mona's lies in that moment. But at the same time, it is a bit messed up. It would be upsetting to Mona how easily his affections shift, and Beau has been going through mother figures like he's browsing the MILF section of Pornhub. And all of this is clearly too much for Mona. Her rage overwhelms her and she snaps the metal railing off, sending it into the potentially magical, time-dilating womb water below. And just look at the focus that's put on this. It's 2 different shots of it going in the water, followed by Beau looking confusedly at it, as if he's just almost realized something, almost recognized something. This is a very strange sequence in an already long film if there's no meaning there. I know it's not the exact same bar shape, but I'm almost certain, especially considering all the supporting evidence, that this is at the very least alluding to a time loop. Now, perhaps you still aren't convinced, and that's fine, every reading is valid, especially here, but let me give you one last little bit of evidence. If we rewind to the footage of Beau, as Cohen puts it, refusing to help a homeless man, the moment the bar falls miraculously out of the door, there's no bar to be seen. And we would see it here, but we don't, because paradoxically, Mona hasn't pushed it into the water yet. To my mind, that's not a continuity error, that's something that's been meticulously done to prove the rule. And Beau's only snapped out of his potential time loop confusion by the blaring of horns that he also seems to recognize. Funerary horns, as we heard them described during the play. And you know, we have horns cropping up in most religions, not traditionally associated with funerals necessarily, but certainly we could look to things like the shofar in Judaism and maybe find a link. But I think more importantly is that God, and God's wrath specifically, is often heralded by horns. I'll put some quotes up on screen, but I'm sure we're all familiar with the imagery. Usually great trumpets sounding and something very bad happening right after. I think that's the key takeaway. This is the wrath of Mona, the angry god, and you have been judged. Enjoy damnation. Beau seems to recognize the meaning, perhaps remembering the foreshadowing from the forest, and he stands complaining that his leg is stuck. We've seen this the whole way through, Mona's control over him, the thing keeping him in stasis, the thing that hero Beau was able to free himself of twice, but Beau never could. The motor bursts into flames, and Beau begins screaming mommy and begging for her to help him. And cynically, from Mona's perspective, he's loving her when he needs her, but not actually loving her, just as she's criticized him for doing. But from a more sympathetic position, this is absolutely harrowing. Beau's clearly got issues with Mona, probably less than he should have, but I don't think he's ever approached truly hating her like she has him. She's still his mother, his god, and she's condemning him entirely. We can adjudicate the extent of Beau's love and guilt all day, but even his moment of finally snapping at her was a short-lived rebellion followed by profuse apologies. Beau begs and begs, he begs the silent audience watching, pleads that he doesn't want to die. The turbulence worsens and he's hyperventilating with fear, but then he seems to approach some newfound realization and he becomes momentarily calm, somewhere between reassured and ponderous. And I think we can say positively that perhaps he's come to some end-of-life understanding, perhaps forgiveness, perhaps emancipation, or even enlightenment, and in his final moments, he's resigned himself to that. Maybe this is just the realization he'll finally be free from Mona's clutches, or maybe he's finally freed the symbolic twin in the attic and found his bravery again in these final moments. Or perhaps, given his recognition of the pole going into the water, given him knowing what the horns heralded, perhaps he has realized that this has happened before and may well happen again. It's ultimately ambiguous, but the dark side of that coin, reading his behavior as prosaically as possible, I think that he realizes he has no reason to be worrying anymore. That what he's unconsciously desired this entire time, to crawl back into the warm waters of the womb and resign himself from any need to participate in the dangers of life, it's being given to him. There's no reason for him to be afraid anymore because the control he's always refused has been fully removed from him. And that's dark and deeply misguided, but for Beau, in this moment, it's perhaps quite freeing. His life has been one of constant worry, and finally he doesn't have to. He pleads that he doesn't want to die, but then he realizes he's never really been living. Mona's control is too far-reaching, and ultimately he succumbs to the flood. And what comes next is, I'm sure, stained in your mind forever. The boat violently capsizes with a great plume of water, the specifically ejaculatory spurt that Aster was very particular about, and Beau is dragged underneath. And what happens to Beau from there is largely down to which reading of the film you're following. If you see these events as prosaic, then he just drowned. If you're looking at them spiritually, then he was just damned. If you're looking at them symbolically, then smothering motherhood just entirely overwhelmed his efforts at independence and forced him to return subservient to the womb. And if you're looking from the perspective of a time loop, he just returned to an actual womb, right where we meet him at the start of the film. We stay in the arena as the mostly ambivalent audience empties out of it, and the credits roll over the quickly calming water. It's absolutely stunning. Just from a design perspective, it's easily my favorite end credit scene I can call to mind. The film hits you like a truck and then just leaves you to sit in it, offering no explanation or reassurances as to what you've just laid witness to. It's brutal and beautiful in equal measure. And that might all seem really bleak. It is really bleak. Beau's fucked. We've known that for a while now. But the film is only about Beau. The meaning is for us, and I think despite the bleakness, unlike Aster's previous two films, I actually find the ending quite uplifting. Hereditary is entirely bereft of hope, it's just absent from the film entirely. Midsommar is twisted, but it does present Danny an arguable form of emancipation. And Beau may seem cold at the end, but only for Beau because he's chained to his fate. Behind that, I think there's a much more positive message for us, that we must choose to face life, to take risks and venture out for ourselves, that we must not stay chained to our trauma, to unhealthy influences that we've allowed to define us, that we have a duty to ourselves to break free from what's come before, that blaming other people may be valid, but what we do with our life is ultimately our responsibility, and that past a certain point, our trauma can become as much a crutch as it is a shackle. Beau serves not as a role model, but as a warning. That's why we're so frequently blurring into Beau's shoes, something we know the film is doing deliberately. And it's not so we feel the emotional highs of Beau's victory. It's so we identify with these seemingly quite universal feelings of inadequacy and trauma and baggage and fear and choose to do the other thing. Choose to reject them and chase life and love and all the things Beau was lacking. Aside from his final moment of quiet reflection, Beau dies in shame and overwhelming guilt, still wrestling with his problems being the fault of others, still begging for his mother to help him. But we don't leave the film like that. We leave the film telling ourselves we refuse to drown, as Beau did. At least, I think that was part of the plan, but as Ari Aster mentioned, the disinterested audience we see here was perhaps more prophetic than he accounted for. And I think that's extremely sad, because the message of this film is ultimately beautiful, and the journey to get there is so well thought out and weirdly touching that it deserves far more praise than I can reasonably throw at it here. And I just want to bring in the original, mostly alternate ending from the original script for a moment. Everyone is going to talk about the fact that he's hypnotically activated and it's heavily implied he's on his way to Agent 47, Michelle Obama. Which is fair, that's insane and obviously controversial, but I think what's more crucial is what comes before that. We never arrive at a cave. Mona is actually killed in a somewhat similar situation at her home, and even the penis monster has been killed by virtue of said home burning down. Yes, Beau becomes an MK Ultra style assassin in the final twist, but that's not the conclusion of the mother issues or whatever trauma the monster represents. In the original script, they were overcome somewhat. Both figures are destroyed, but here neither are. Harry continues to inexplicably exist, and Mona kills Beau and is left essentially unscathed. Think about what's really been changed there. In the final version, Beau never truly overcomes Mona. He never defeats his trauma. He's swallowed by it. It's far less hopeful and ultimately far more impactful as a conclusion. Beau's been a failed hero throughout the narrative. He's destined for failure. And while he does manage to find some level of emancipation in sleeping with Elaine, and even rebels for a moment against Mona, he never truly manages to break the bond. And I think the film needed that, because again, Beau's not here to serve as an aspiration, but rather a warning. As much as we should feel sorry for Beau, we can't ever let ourselves become him. He may have been victimized, he may have been treated horrendously by his mother, and perhaps even by life in general, but he is responsible for where he is now. He had the opportunity to turn into something different. The man we saw in the forest whose life had ups and downs, but also meaning and self-navigation. A life built from decisions he had actually made. A life in which fear and failure were accepted risks in the pursuit of something far more crucial. But our Beau didn't choose life. And I think the film, what it's evoking in us, this abstract story it's telling us that's consistently concerned with blurring the line between screen and audience, it's simulating that journey emotionally so that we can recognize it in ourselves. It's a long, meandering, and Kafkaesque experience designed to reflect our anxieties, our trauma, our universal concerns, and here at the end it's reminding us, in this pseudo-spiritual arena of judgment, that we are the masters of our own ship, that despite all we've endured it is still our journey, and so manning the helm should be an essential desire. Trauma may well be formative, Fear may well keep us frozen, but ultimately we have to decide if we're going to break their bonds and choose the path of the unknown, or forever remain as a product of our environment, of our victimhood. And I think it's such a powerful message, one of many powerful messages, because trauma touches us all somehow. And when it does, we all have a choice to make. Do we keep venturing into the future in search of something more beautiful up ahead, or do we let it drown us? And I think the film makes a pretty good case for staying the course, even if Beau ultimately fails to. That's quite a self-critical message to end with, but a poignant one for sure. Maybe not the uplifting triumph ubiquitous to third act cinema, and certainly very bleak from Beau's perspective, but ultimately positive from ours, something complex, a message perhaps best delivered through film, because it could easily be problematic if delivered directly, the notion that people should simply let go of life-defining trauma. But given it follows this very honest and personal inventory of a struggling soul, I think it very much feels like it's coming from a caring place. And I think on some level, it's something that all of us can benefit from hearing. We must be the masters of our own ship, or we will drown. I think that's a beautiful message. It just takes a while to digest, and it's delivered in a moment where the film is absolutely ripping your heart out. So there we have it. Beau is Afraid. That's everything, at least for now. I think there's more work to be done, for sure, but for now, I'm calling it good. It's a spiral, a nightmare odyssey into the self, built to demonstrate how our anxieties and baggage come to dominate us, how they infect our worldview, our experience, and the life we design for ourselves. A deeply funny, deeply cutting display of trauma and the lived consequences of dominating motherhood. A call to arms, to reject ambivalence in our lives, to counter the pull of all that's weighing us down, and embrace the path of risk that may lead to bountiful pastures. It's breathtaking, deeply personal, and ultimately complex, to a level that I'm skeptical will ever be achieved on screen again. I fully understand that this film is obscene, weird, and off-putting. It's immensely strange, convoluted, and as ugly as it is beautiful. Not only is it not for everyone, I frequently see people talking about how much they love it, but also that they would never recommend it. I've had people ask me in my personal life, oh, you must love it if you're spending so much time on it. Should I watch it? And my answer is always, I don't know, because I don't want to put them through something so insane, because I don't want to be responsible if they end up hating it, because it's purposefully esoteric. But if they ask me what I thought about the film, my reply is always, it's one of the best films I've ever seen. It's more like a book than a film in many ways, certainly in how much is woven into the fabric of it and all of the things it's trying to do. And that's why I made this video, not because I thought it would get a lot of clicks, because it won't. I made it because I knew there would be people like you that wanted to know everything, to understand the inner workings of that complexity that are so apparent in damn near every frame of this 3-hour film. I wanted to celebrate what ASTER, what everyone working on the film accomplished. I can't say I've got everything right. I can't say I've navigated the subjectivity perfectly. I can't say we are finished by any means. And those are all things I like to think I've achieved by the end of a complete guide video. But I am satisfied that I've been able to translate the levels at which the film is operating, and in doing so, hopefully I've been able to deliver more reasons why this film should be far more respected than it is, because it's an insane achievement that is really only beginning to be recognized for what it accomplishes. I'm not doing a long conclusion section this time. This video is long enough, and I could waffle about it indefinitely. But if anyone's interested in learning more or looking up the reading list we've been discussing in this video, there's a full bibliography linked in the video description. You'll also find some links to other creators' videos on Beau that I thought were particularly well done. And as one final plug, if you respect what I'm doing, if you want to see more, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. We've got uncensored guides for Hereditary, Midsommar, The Witch, and hours upon hours of content about Longlegs, Suspiria, The Wicker Man, True Detective, Heretic, Warfare, the list goes on. There's even now a mini-complete guide to the song Achilles Come Down. I know it's cliche, but the people supporting me there already are the only reason that a ridiculous video like this could possibly exist. Just like A24 are the only reason a film as ridiculous as Beau could exist. They have my immense gratitude, and as time goes on, these videos are becoming more and more collaborative. So if you feel like you have something to add to our upcoming videos, then Patreon is also the best place to be for that. Okay, that's everything for this video, guys. My sincere thanks if you're hearing this. I'm going to sign off now and hope my mother never watches this video. We'll be back sooner than you think, in a more official way than ever before.